Chapter 239 Choice. Chapter 239 Choice. After a day in the Immortal's Cave, Han Li stood in front of his master Li Huayuan and his wife. He then heard his master indifferently say, "Han Li, have you finished thinking about what you want your master to give you? You can say it now. Disciple wants a cultivation art compatible with him. He hopes master can give one or two of them." This didn't need to be deeply thought about. Han Li, who had long known this answer, immediately blurted it out. When Li Huayuan heard this, he didn't show any surprise and instead faintly smiled to his wife at the side. He seemed to be saying, "How about it? I wasn't wrong." He wanted a cultivation art, as expected. Then he returned his gaze to Han Li and calmly said, Your choice isn't bad. First, let master examine your spiritual roots and then I will decide what cultivation art to give you." When Han Li heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate and immediately approached him. His master grabbed his wrist and quickly circulated energy around his meridians. Apart from metal cultivation techniques, all other attributes can be cultivated. You actually had 4 attribute spiritual roots, how shocking. On that day, I only saw that you had false spiritual roots, but I didn't think it'd be to such a degree. After a moment of examination, Li Huayuan's expression grew slightly strange, and he sighed. When the young woman at the side heard this, she also revealed an expression of slight surprise. She remained silent and could not help but size up Han Li. Disciple's aptitude is inferior and has disappointed master. Han Li's face was a bit red as he replied this with slight shame. This is nothing. Since the heavens have allowed you to reach foundation establishment, you surely have your own luck. But since it is like this, your choices for cultivation are a bit troublesome. What do you mean? When Han Li heard this, he blinked. Although Han Li did not take the initiative to ask, he displayed great doubt. Really? Give disciple a proper explanation. You are always so vague. Actually, what your master means was that he originally wanted to let you choose a decent cultivation art, but now that he has seen your spiritual root attributes, he's hesitant. After all, the better the cultivation art, the harder it is to cultivate. It would be better to let you cultivate a simpler cultivation art so that you advance a bit more quickly. The young woman rebuked Li Huayuan and gave Han Li an explanation with a warm tone. That's right. My wife read my thoughts. Li Huayuan repeatedly nodded his head. He then continued to explain, the cultivation arts of immortal cultivators can generally be classified into 3 main types in accordance with speed and effects. For the first time, after it is cultivated, one's magic power progresses at a speed that is similar to that of inferior cultivation arts. However, it grants an supplementary divine ability that can suppress enemies and seize victory. Its power is likely to be outstanding and extremely suitable for combat. If one's magic power is at a lower layer, they will be able to, with slight difficulty, prevail against cultivators of a higher layer. Thus, cultivators who know they are unable to enter core formation most likely choose this type of cultivation art. The second type of cultivation technique is the exact opposite. These cultivation techniques progress one's magic powers at an astonishing rate and are easy to cultivate. But naturally there is a flaw. The advantage of the first type of cultivation technique is precisely this type's fatal flaw. Furthermore, although those who cultivate the second type come across far fewer bottlenecks than those who use the first type of cultivation techniques, this kind of cultivation art has no powerful self-defense methods, and their divine abilities are pathetic. Those who choose this method are doomed to spend their life cultivating and are the weaker among cultivators of the same grade. But similarly, they wish to cultivate to the highest layer in vain pursuit of the heavenly Tao. Those who choose this path are not few. After all, this is the easiest method to approach core formation. After Li Huayuan said this, he stopped for a moment and then looked at Han Li with a smile. What kind of magic technique does disciple wish to use? Perhaps there is a type between these two that fits you. When Hanli heard this, he paused for a moment and couldn't help but hesitate. He asked, "Master, were there not 3 kinds? Why have you only explained 2? When they both heard Han Li's question, the young woman gave a knowing smile. Li Huayuan faced Han Li and answered, "Apart from the first 2 types, there are the extraordinarily few cultivation arts that exist of the 3rd type. Many cultivators pursue these top-grade cultivation arts. However, as your master, I do not recommend you cultivate these. Furthermore, none of your 7 senior martial brothers chose to cultivate these cultivation arts. Although they combine the several strong aspects of the first 2 type of cultivation arts, having both great power and astonishing magic progression, they have many restrictions. They are increasingly difficult as one progresses, and they are very dangerous to cultivate. If one is not careful, they will be beyond hope. Your master's wife cultivates such a top-grade cultivation art, but she was not careful and nearly died. Thus, if one cultivates these cultivation arts without transcendent aptitude, it would be a near equivalent to suicide. Although I have 2 or 3 of such top-grade cultivation arts, would you be able to succeed with them?" "Naturally, because I do owe you compensation. If you must choose these top-grade cultivation methods, Master will give them to you. However, if you encounter dangers or difficulties in the future, you will only be able to rely on yourself." Li Huayuan clearly did not approve of Han Li selecting these last types of cultivation arts and warned Han Li in advance. Han Li wrinkled his brow and sunk his head in thought. This was a truly hard decision. But not long after, Han Li lifted his head with clear eyes. It was obvious that he made his decision. "Master, please forgive this disciple's rudeness. Disciple wishes to ask in advance, what cultivation art did Master cultivate?" Han Li suddenly asked. He. Your master cultivated the top-grade cultivation technique True Sun Arts. However, your master has a body only second to that of heavenly spiritual Poots, a 3-yang body. Cultivating this art suited me like a fish to water and was far superior to other cultivation arts. Otherwise, how could Master form his golden core? Although Li Huayuan did not predict Han Li's question, he had still arrogantly replied. Disciple understands. Then disciple will select the 2nd type of magic techniques. Han Li said with a peaceful expression. The 2nd type. Li Huayuan's expression slightly changed, but after a second, it returned to normal. Under the appearance of deep thought, he re-examined Han Li. When the young woman at the side heard this, she also wore a rather interested expression. You chose the 2nd choice, so how could Master say anything against this? If your cultivator's heart is resolute, then Master will truly be grateful. However, you should know the so-called easy refinement of magic power only applies to those with rather good aptitudes. Furthermore, even if they have outstanding aptitudes, only a few of them will be able to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, your master leans toward you choosing the 1st type of cultivation arts. With your prospects of achieving core formation so uncertain, at the very least, you'll be able to hold your head high among your fellow foundation establishment cultivators and accept no humiliation. In truth, regardless of what type of cultivation art is chosen, those who achieve core formation are few in number. Originally, Li Huayuan originally thought to give Han Li a few words of advice, but as he said this, he seemed to have recalled something. With his mood serious, he actually remained silent. When the young woman to the side saw this, she lightly sighed and said to Han Li, think of this well, what kind of cultivation art do you truly want? Although your choice does not match our thoughts, if your cultivator's heart is truly resolute, your master will naturally not oppose you. If you overestimate your own abilities and absolutely insist on choosing the top-grade magic techniques, although we as husband and wife will not object, we will be greatly troubled. After all, it would no longer be a question of the resolution of one's cultivator's heart but rather that of biting off far more than one can chew. Correct. Your master's wife has spoken your master's thoughts. Your master will not say more. I will only ask you once more, is that your final decision? Li Huiyuan's attention returned just as the young woman finished speaking, and he nodded his head in approval. Yes, disciple has firmly decided. After Han Li calmly listened to Li Huiyuan's wife's words, he replied with a deep tone. And, since you've made up your mind, follow me to my library. Madam, please wait here. Han Li and I will return in a moment. When Li Huiyuan heard this, he said no more and stood up, bringing Han Li out and leaving the young woman to wait behind. The library room wasn't far away from the main hall and also wasn't very large. It was only a normal-looking short stone room. However, the stone room had a flaming barrier protecting it, denying entry to outsiders. Li Huiyuan stood in front of the barrier. Without care, he extended his finger toward the surface of the barrier and casually swiped, causing the barrier to immediately open a 3-meter gap, just enough for 2 people to enter through. He then easily pushed open the stone door and let Han Li in. After Han Li entered, his eyes greatly widened. Inside the room, all sorts of jade slips, book pages, boxes, and collections were suspended in midair, displaying strange lights of all colors. There were more than 60 items. They were Li Huiyuan's collection of cultivation techniques that he had gathered over several hundred years. All the items here are under my restrictions. If someone aside from me or my wife personally reaches within, the formation spell within the stone room will immediately activate, and they will be completely trapped inside. Li Huiyuan explained to Han Li with satisfaction. However, Han Li heard the trace of warning within those words, so he repeatedly nodded his head, expressing his understanding. Chapter 240, Pages of a Book. Seeing that Han Li was quite discreet, Li Huiyuan revealed an expression of satisfaction. Then, he reached his hand out in midair and gently grabbed at something. Instantly, a red streak of cloud flew out from his hand, wrapped around a jade slip, and brought it back to his hand. Li Huiyuan didn't even glance at it and directly handed it to Han Li. Then, he used the same method to grab 7 or 8 items in a row before halting. At this time, Han Li was already holding a huge pile of items, too many for his eyes to take in. These cultivation techniques can all progress one's magic power quickly, and they are also easy to cultivate. Pick one to use as your main cultivation technique. You have to put the other ones back in their original position. When you have finished picking one out, come tell me. Li Huiyuan said to Han Li indifferently. Then, he sat down cross-legged on a prayer mat in the stone room. Han Li felt that his eyes were seeing stars. Although there weren't many cultivation techniques, they all had their own unique attributes. For example, one of them, the essence gathering technique, apart from having a decent speed in increasing one's magic power, also had the essence gathering spirit armor, an incredibly practical minor divine ability. When facing an enemy, in addition to the protection of a defensive magic technique, one could condense one's magic power into spirit armor as an additional layer of protection. It could serve as a life-saving technique, and the spirit armor's defense could also slowly increase as one progressed in the essence gathering technique. Another jade slip recorded the just as impressive Mirage Spirit Art, which also included the Mirage Shadow ability. One could produce an avatar exactly like oneself at any time to confuse enemies. The higher one's cultivating layer was, the more avatars one could produce, which would confuse enemies even more. Apart from these 2 kinds of cultivation techniques, the other cultivation techniques included small abilities that were extremely suited for escaping despite not being too powerful. It seemed as if the creators of these cultivation techniques were also very clear that these cultivation techniques would not allow individuals to fight fiercely against others. Instead, it was more important to flee with one's small life. However, after Han Li had browsed through all of them once, a golden page inside a jade box jolted Han Li awake. That was because this page's script and size were too familiar. Hanli confirmed that it was identical to the silver page that he himself possessed. The only difference was that this page seemed to be thinner, and its surface did not have those strange patterns. Instead, it was covered with densely packed ancient writings. But when he took a closer look, the technique that was recorded was a common magic technique, the essence concentration technique. Its ability was also an extremely average support technique called the spirit gathering technique, and could only increase the speed at which spiritual chi was gathered. The silver page first appeared in. Hanli studied the golden page numerous times, but doing so only increased the uncertainty in his heart. However, he also knew that even though he had a strong urge to pull out the silver page in his storage pouch and compare the two of them, now was not the time to solve this mystery. Regardless, he had to make a decision now, otherwise he would arouse his master's suspicions. With this in mind, Hanli hefted this golden page in his hand and made his decision. As such, he opened his mouth and said to Li Huayuan, who was resting with his eyes closed, "Master, I have made a decision. I choose this cultivation technique." When Li Huayuan heard this, he opened his eyes. Seeing the golden page in his hand, he was slightly startled, but he didn't say anything. He simply nodded his head and brought him out of the stone room. The young woman had been waiting for the master-disciple pair. When she saw them return, she smiled warmly before asking, "How is it? Did you make a decision?" "Many thanks for Madam's concern. This disciple has already made a selection." Hanli respectfully answered. "Then I can be at peace." Hearing this, the young woman smiled happily again. It was as if she cared even more about this matter than Hanli did, which surprised him. "All right, since you have been repaid for saving my wife, let us talk about the matter of officially accepting you under my guidance. Are you genuinely willing to enter my tutelage and officially become my disciple?" Li Huayuan suddenly asked, his expression thickening. Hanli's heart trembled, and he hurriedly stepped forth, knelt, and said, "Disciple Hanli's heart is genuine. I do not dare to have even a trace of pretense." Although Hanli spoke in this way, in actuality he began to mutter in his heart, "If you genuinely take care of me, I will naturally be 100% sincere and willingly be your disciple until the very end. However, if you have any bad intentions, I will not be so silly as to be manipulated by you." Li Huayuan naturally did not know the thoughts in Hanli's heart. Otherwise, he would have exterminated Hanli with one hand a long time ago. "Right, us cultivators are simple people. From today onwards, you are Li Huayuan's official disciple. I hope that you'll diligently cultivate in the future so that my reputation doesn't wane." Li Huayuan lightly smiled with a warm expression. Hanli and Li Huayuan fulfilled the roles of a filial disciple and a compassionate master for a while, but soon after receiving Li Huayuan's instructions, Hanli bid farewell and left. As he was leaving the cave, he happened to run into that eldest martial brother Yu. In the end, this individual insisted on sending his junior martial brother out. However, how could Hanli, who had just yesterday experienced firsthand the devilish, unceasing chattering, inflict such pain upon himself? He declined profusely on the spot. In the end, the other person left with a regretful expression, and Hanli was able to escape the entanglement. As Hanli stood upon the small boat, he couldn't help but think about all that had happened in the past 2 days. His impression of his master, Li Huayuan, was much better than it had been before, especially since his master's attitude sharply differed from the indifference he showed during the expedition to the forbidden area. He didn't know if it was because he had saved his master's wife or because he had successfully established his foundation, but now he was finally being viewed with importance by this core formation cultivator. Regardless, Hanli finally felt that this trip had not been in vain. Not only did he obtain a large backer in the cultivation world, he also obtained that golden page. Now, he could hope to reveal the secrets hidden in the silver page. Even if he had no way of unraveling its mysteries, Hanli did not mind. At the very last, he would cultivate the essence concentration technique. Although this cultivation technique didn't have any great effects, Hanli had other ways of protecting himself, so he did not worry about this matter. When he returned to his own cave, Hanli immediately went into his own room and hurriedly pulled out the gold and silver pages from his storage pouch, carefully comparing the two. The silver page was still the same as the last time he studied it. Hanli placed both the silver page and the gold page in front of his eyes and superimposed the two. As expected, they were identical in size. With one glance, one could tell that they were closely linked. Hanli took these two pages, one on the left and one on the right, weighing them individually in each hand. He judged that the silver page was slightly heavier. It seemed as if his speculation that the golden page was somewhat thinner was not incorrect. Their thickness was truly different. Hanli tilted his head and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took only the silver page and raised it to his eye, carefully scrutinizing the strange patterns on it and stroking it with his hand incessantly. At this time, his eyes twinkled indefinitely as if there was a very difficult problem ahead of him that he could not make a decision about. However, an unwavering expression still appeared on Hanli's face. He suddenly placed the page between his two hands, then he gently rubbed his hands together. Instantly, the silver page was enveloped in a fierce flame, casting a red glow onto Hanli's face. However, he did not care at all, instead staring at the page and the flames without blinking. At this time, the surface of the page was beginning to melt due to high temperatures. Suddenly, Hanli's expression changed, and then an expression of joy surfaced on his face because the silver page, now with its surface layer melted, actually revealed a golden light. Sure enough, the page contained a secret. Seeing this situation, Hanli carefully controlled the flames, not allowing the golden layer to also be damaged. However, Hanli clearly was overly worried. The newly revealed golden page seemingly didn't fear being roasted by the fierce flames and didn't warp at all. When a brand new golden page was completely revealed, Hanli waved his hand, and the flames immediately disappeared. Then, he began to read the newly obtained page, his heart beating like crazy. He only read the first few words before he froze, stunned. His expression instantly became extremely unsightly. That was because this page was actually a manual written to teach people how to control flying swords and was specifically geared towards those who cultivate sword arts. Although it appeared to be extremely remarkable, it was something that Hanli simply did not need. It seemed as if that barefooted man from the giant sword sect had cultivated the page's contents. However, though these techniques may have been considered treasures to Qi condensation disciples, to Hanli, who had reached the great success stage of foundation establishment, they were only average and simply had no way of piquing his interest. Hanli was still unwilling to give up. He closely examined it one more time, even going so far as to use the fierce flames to burn it again, but he made no further discoveries. The more Hanli looked at this golden page, the more he felt resentful. He had busied himself with this for the greater half of the day. Having wasted so much time, he actually obtained such a useless item. How could he not feel extremely depressed? Hanli was especially provoked upon seeing the two words, sword art, because he had already cultivated an azure essence sword art. Could it be that he would have to cultivate yet another sword art? The gloomy-faced Hanli suddenly grabbed the page and threw it into midair. Immediately afterward, he used his right hand and pointed, shooting out an azure sword edge as wide as a bowl, directly hitting the page. Hanli decided to completely destroy this thing, lest he become angry just from looking at it. Whoosh! The explosion that Hanli had expected did not appear. Instead, the azure sword streak disappeared into page upon contact as if it had been absorbed. This is... Hanli was very shocked, but immediately after, his heart stirred with anticipation. Chapter 241, 3 Essence Revolutions Technique. He raised his hand and cast a floating technique on the golden page that had fallen in his hand, causing it to float many feet in the air, acting as a target. He then began to use small bursts of azure essence sword streaks to attack it bit by bit, eagerly gazing at the page which seemed to absorb all of the sword streaks like a bottomless pit. While doing this, Hanli had also tried to shoot an ice arrow towards it to see if that magic spell could also be absorbed. In the end, one arrow caused the page to go flying, ending Hanli's experiences with a fright. Instead, he obediently continued to shoot sword streaks into it. Hanli's azure essence sword streaks of the fourth layer should have been quite powerful, but the page had yet to respond as he was on the edge of exhaustion. Hanli bitterly complained as a result. He truly did not know whether or not all his hard work would go to waste if he didn't satisfy this page's absorption of sword streaks all in one go. Just as Hanli was conflicted about whether to proceed or stop, the page finally began to change, and the golden light on the page's surface exploded out. The page was no longer able to absorb the sword streaks. Instead, it began to reflect them, carving quite a few holes in the walls of the cave. Hanli repressed the excitement in his heart, and he watched the page's transformation without blinking at all. The light on the page slowly began to retreat and converged into words of light as large as ants. The page soon became densely dotted with golden light, like the stars in the sky, causing Hanli to feel great shock. Then, with a patter, the floating spell suddenly lost its effectiveness, and the golden page fell straight to the ground. Hanli, still in shock, instinctively and immediately stretched out and grabbed the golden page. But just when Hanli's fingers made contact with this item, it was as if the words of light had found an outlet and rushed in through that hand, fiercely channeling themselves throughout his entire body. Hanli was greatly shocked, and the color drained from his face. He hurriedly wanted to toss aside the page, but the page forcibly stuck itself onto Hanli's hand as if it were alive. Hanli was unable to shake it off despite his best efforts. The transmission of the words of light was just too fast. In an instant, all of the words of light had crawled all over Hanli. Glistening words of light covered Hanli's body from head to toe, appearing incomparably strange. Hanli was helpless and scared witless. Suddenly, the words of light appeared to have received a command and flocked toward his head. The countless words seeped into his brain in an instant, but because of the sudden rush, Hanli immediately held his head while screaming in pain. If the current circumstances continued for even a bit longer, Hanli's brain would most likely violently burst. Fortunately, the pain only lasted a short moment before the words of light all finished entering his head. Hanli then weakly fell to the ground and was unable to move in the slightest. After no less than the quarter of an hour, Hanli regained some of his spirit and was finally barely able to stand. Although the pain inside his head had greatly alleviated, buzzing still lingered, and his nerves were stretched thin. Hanli hurriedly climbed into the stone bed, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, allowing his mind to completely relax. Hanli meditated like that for 3 days and 3 nights. Not only did all feeling of discomfort disappear from his head, but he also figured out the reason behind the overflow of words of light. Azure Essence Sword Art. Furthermore, it was the complete magic art, all 13 layers without any gaps or lost sections. It could even be cultivated all the way until the legendary deity transformation stage without question. These were the words that were brought forth from the words of light. Just as Hanli started to receive this information, he was faintly shocked, but his face didn't show a shred of happiness. This was because of the supplementary cultivation technique at the very end, the 3 Essence Revolutions technique. At first, this piqued Hanli's interest, so he looked through it as he wished. After browsing the first few passages, he blankly stared for a moment. He believed that he had misunderstood, but after he read through that part several more times, he was convinced that he was not mistaken, causing Hanli to enter a state of raging ecstasy. This 3 Essence Revolutions technique actually possessed the miraculous, heaven-shaking effect of evading the core formation stage bottleneck. This information seemed like a voice from the heavens, causing Hanli to believe that it was a dream. Ever since he entered the world of cultivation, nearly every cultivator had talked about the problems of core formation. Everyone had sighed and shook their heads. All have said that breaking through to core formation was basically reliant on one's luck. It was a matter completely decided by the heavens. Naturally, those with excellent aptitude had already cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment and possessed the qualifications for core formation. In addition, those possessing heavenly spiritual roots naturally did not have any problems in this area. To be blunt, Han Li's confidence in achieving core formation was almost nil. With great difficulty, he spent all his life trying to find a way, so at this point, he was truly reluctant to give up. But despite this, Han Li was unwilling to so passively renounce the pursuit of eternal life merely because it was difficult. Even as hopeless as it was, his thirst for core formation and his will to struggle only grew stronger. But now, a straight path to core formation appeared before him, allowing him to bypass the bottleneck. How could Han Li not be in ecstasy? But regardless of Han Li's excitement, this cultivation art couldn't be considered a shortcut. In fact, it was completely unverified. The expert who created this cultivation technique and the Azure Essence sword art had long since reached core formation when he created these techniques, which he based on an insane idea about core formation. He stated at the very end of the cultivation technique that even if one completely followed the cultivation technique and fulfilled all that was required, the odds of immediate formation of a core was only 1/2. However, this was enough for Han Li. Even if one were to say only 1 in 10 instead of 1 in 2 odds, it would be enough for Han Li to pursue it without hesitation. But after Han Li's moment of ecstasy, he carefully analyzed the cultivation technique, and what he found decimated his hopes. Even if Han Li were a person with strong aspirations, he could not help but appear to have taken a direct blow, his face increasingly pale. When he thought of having to cultivate mid-grade magic techniques, Han Li felt a pounding headache. He didn't know whether it had to do with his spiritual roots, but when he practiced Taoist magics of the 5 elements, he felt that his talent was extremely lacking. Even after spending several times more effort and time than other cultivators, he wouldn't make the slightest of gains and remained completely ignorant of the magic's essence. However, after he entered foundation establishment, he was able to easily learn those few elementary magic techniques. Furthermore, he was proficient enough to perform most of them in the blink of an eye. But for mid-grade magic techniques, it was the same as before. He could only look up to the sky and sigh. Han Li knew that if he arduously cultivated a few mid-grade magic techniques, he would most likely be able to seal and imprint a few talismans. He had no extravagant hopes of being able to refine all of the mid-grade magic techniques he wished. With a great amount of mid-grade talismans, not only would he have a great advantage in battle, but he could also sell them openly without arousing the suspicion of others. Thus, Han Li was freed from the plight of lacking spiritual stones. He currently didn't dare to conspicuously take out spiritual herbs to trade for spirit stones. Furthermore, Han Li had further thoughts. If his cultivation truly scattered and he had to cultivate back what he lost, during that time, he would unquestionably be at his weakest. If an enemy or someone with a grudge found him, how wouldn't he be in great danger? After all, the world of cultivation wasn't some peaceful world, anything could happen. But if he had a lot of talismans on hand, he would be able to preserve a certain amount of strength. Even if he couldn't subdue an enemy with the assistance of talismans, he could most likely escape with them. Although learning how to refine talismans would surely interfere with the advancement of his magic power, regardless of how he saw it, it would only take up some of his time. The gains were greater than the losses. After Han Li tossed and turned several times in his chambers, he decided to simultaneously cultivate the Azure Essence sword art and practice talisman refinement. Having made his decision after much deliberation, Han Li immediately set into motion. During the next few days, He made 2 trips to his own sex market city as well as the Heavenly Star sex market city to look for seeds and sprouts of spiritual herbs used in talisman paper refinement. The materials written in the ancient pill formulas were naturally extremely rare and priceless materials. Fortunately, Hanley didn't have any problems with the maturity of these medicinal herbs and was fortunate enough to gather enough materials for the chi refining powder, causing him to be overjoyed. As for the materials for the talisman paper, because he was starting with low-grade talismans, they were easily required. Of course, a large amount of cinnabar was indispensable. After 3 or 4 days, Hanley created an opening in his great formation outside his immortal's cave and entered it, closing it behind him. Then he entered secluded cultivation for his first time after reaching foundation establishment. Time does not stop for cultivation. For years passed in the blink of an eye. Underneath the concealment of the formation spell, the cave's entrance had been tightly closed since that day and hadn't been opened since. Then one day, a blue streak of light suddenly flew from the distant horizon. After it circled several times around the great formation, it turned into a chuckling Confucian scholar holding a blue wooden board in his hand. So this is young Junior Marshall Brothers' Immortal's Cave. Why did you pick such a remote place? Furthermore, the spiritual chi also isn't very abundant. If Marshall Senior Lay hadn't given me a few directions, it would have truly been hard to find. The Confucian scholar muttered to himself with an expression of surprise. Soon after, the Confucian scholar sized up the great formation outside the Immortal's Cave, suddenly displaying a desire to test it out. Marshall Senior Lay said this young Junior Marshall Brothers' great defensive formation was incomparably ferocious and that if a core formation cultivator were to come, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. This must truly be false. How could it possibly be so ferocious? Should I give it a try? But after a bit of consideration, the Confucian scholar dejectedly hung his head and said to himself, "Forget about it. This will interfere with Master's plans." With that said, he took out a sound transmission talisman and looked at Hanley's great formation. The sound transmission talisman suddenly turned into a streak of fiery light and silently entered the formation. Then the Confucian scholar immediately threw the wooden board in his hand into the air and left, flying away on his flying magic tool. At this moment, in the secluded room with the spirit wellspring, Hanley was meditating with his eyes closed. His appearance was actually exactly the same as 4 years ago, without the slightest of change. However, his body was enveloped in a layer of faint azure light that continuously flickered, appearing as if it were an exceptionally beautiful illusion. But if someone were to look around, they would be beyond speechless. That was because there were talismans of all grades scattered around Hanley, from the elementary low-grade Fireball and Ice Arrow techniques to the elementary high-grade techniques Earth Wall and Fire Cloud and more. It seemed as if this were a large storehouse for talismans. In addition, there were a few empty boxes of cinnabar as well as stacks of blank talisman paper scattered about, appearing extremely messy. Not knowing how much time had passed, Hanley wrinkled his brow in response to something and opened his eyes. After a moment of thought, he suddenly stood and walked out of the seclusion chamber. As soon as he stood, all of the talismans and other items on the floor silently entered his storage pouch. His room instantly became spotless. As he walked out of the seclusion chamber, Hanley waved his hand, and a small yellow flag appeared in it. Then he threw it out, turning the small flag into a streak of yellow light that flew outwards. Before Hanley could finish walking to his bedroom, the small flag that had turned into a yellow light returned with a streak of fiery light in tow. When Hanley saw this, he calmly moved his hand and summoned the small flag into it. He opened his other hand and shot out azure light toward the fiery light before him. Chapter 243 Medical Efficacy. Chapter 243 Medicinal Efficacy. Hanley flicked his finger, and the streak of azure light flew into the flame. With a bang, the flames shot up a few feet, and Li Huiyuan's voice suddenly came out of it clearly. Immediately come to Green Ripple Cave. Your master has something to talk to you about." After these words, that streak of flame light immediately exploded into a shower of sparks that filled the sky, dissipating without a trace. After Hanli heard the message, he rubbed his nose and entered his own room, his expression calm. Upon entering his room, Hanli pulled out a small wooden trunk from underneath the stone bed. The trunk contained 10 or so different styles of storage pouches. Hanli pulled out the one that he was currently carrying, then dumped out the large pile that had been stored inside the trunk. Then, he divided them individually by type and quality, placing them into different locations. Next, Hanli shoved the trunk back into its original place, hesitated for a brief moment, then headed directly for the main entrance to the cave. Standing on the divine wind boat, Hanli began to recall the circumstances of his cultivation and talisman manufacturing during these past 4 years, his expression somewhat heavy. When Hanli sealed his cave, he had set up a small, very well-hidden medicinal garden in his cave. Although it wasn't large, it was enough for him to nurture his medicinal herbs while cultivating. The benefits of doing it this way were that when he was behind closed doors, he wouldn't have to worry about the medicinal herbs he was ripening being discovered. There would be no need for him to leave his cave, and he could be completely self-sufficient. For this, he had purposefully opened countless small hidden holes in the rock wall near the medicinal garden to allow sunlight to enter, which the little bottle could use to absorb spiritual qi. Of course, the locations of these small holes were all definitely in the effective range of the Great Formation, so he didn't need to be concerned about others finding it. As for the large medicinal garden outside, Hanli naturally planned to use it as a protective decoy. With the small medicinal garden, Hanli could assuredly ripen his spiritual medicines while refining medicinal pills using innate true fire. Although true fire was somewhat worse than earth fire, it was superior in its stability and safety. In addition, Hanli wouldn't have to worry about the number of times that he failed to refine them. The medicinal pills refined from the ancient recipes were, as expected, no small matter. After Hanli had refined the qi refining powder and consumed it, he experienced afresh the kind of explosion of spiritual qi that he had felt when establishing his foundation, causing him to immediately sit down in shock and begin to refine it, not daring to have the slightest amount of neglect. This shocking outcome naturally caused his magic power within the first year of closed-door cultivation to vigorously shoot up, far outstripping any of his expectations. Extravagantly ingesting medicine saved Hanli the time he would have spent on absorbing spiritual qi and allowed him to throw himself directly into refining it into magic power. His efficiency in increasing his magic power naturally multiplied many times. This caused Hanli to be unable to contain his joy. Recultivating the Azure Essence sword art 3 times suddenly became a very realizable prospect. Although the Azure Essence sword art truly did strangely cause a portion of one's magic power to dissipate every few days, just like how he had been told, with 1 pouch of qi refining powder every 6 or 7 days, this defect could be completely overlooked. During this time, Hanli also ingested a foundation establishment pill out of curiosity. In the end, its effect was minimal, so Hanli completely gave up on this train of thought. However, in the latter 3 years, a matter that greatly surprised Hanli occurred. Starting from the 2nd year, the surge of spiritual qi when ingesting the qi refining powder gradually decreased year after year until the 4th year, when the same thing that had happened to the yellow dragon pellet and the golden essence pill back then happened once again. The qi refining powder lost all of its effectiveness. No matter how many pouches Hanli ingested, he could not feel any spiritual qi. Hanli's head hurt, and he also began to feel greatly distressed. That was because this was definitely not because the qi refining powder was insufficient to keep up with his rate of growth. Based on this qi refining powder's medicinal properties, using it all the way to the late stages of foundation establishment should not have posed any problems. After all, it was a pill based on the ancient formula. Even for core formation cultivators it might be quite useful. The circumstances were completely different than with the yellow dragon pellet and golden essence pill. those pills couldn't keep up with his cultivation layers, and he had anticipated their failures a long time ago. After musing over it hundreds of times, Hanli used the medical arts that he had learned before to draw a conclusion. Perhaps he had used the overly powerful qi refining powder too frequently, finally causing his body to generate a natural resistance to its medicinal properties. Thus, this kind of medicinal pill gradually lost its efficacy for him. Hanli was unable to determine the veracity of this conclusion. After all, in the cultivation world, no one else was able to extravagantly consume medicinal pills every few days. Naturally, he had no precedent to compare to, nor could he borrow someone else's experiences. However, Hanli still hoped that if he stopped using this medicinal pill for a certain period of time, the qi refining powder would regain its effectiveness. Holding on to this kind of thinking, Hanli stopped using medicinal pills in the remaining year, switching over to conventional methods to cultivate the Azure Essence sword art. However, having become accustomed to the speed of magic power increase when taking spiritual medicines, it was very difficult for him to endure the slow speeds of obediently cultivating using conventional methods. Even more so, using this method to cultivate, based on his natural talent, it would be a miracle if he could cultivate it once in his lifetime, let alone 3 times. After enduring a year of cultivating at the speed of a turtle, the result still brought Hanli great disappointment. Upon ingesting the qi refining powder again, it still had no effect. It seemed as if this medicinal pill had completely lost its effectiveness. He could only search for other spiritual medicines. As a result, even if Li Huayuan had not used a sound transmission talisman to call him, Hanli had already decided to take a trip outside his cave. After all, he still possessed another ancient recipe for which he had not yet prepared raw ingredients for. Only by refining this kind of spiritual pill could his magic power vigorously shoot up again. In addition, he planned on searching for a few more pill recipes. If the spirit-gathering pill also lost its effectiveness like the qi refining powder, Hanli could only resort to taking another kind of pill every few years. As for refining talismans, the process went extremely smoothly. Every day, he would set aside the first half of a day, starting by practicing low-grade magic techniques that he could already perform, not treasuring the raw materials and crazily refining talismans non-stop. This kind of wasteful method, which other talisman refinement masters could not even conceive of, caused Hanli's skill in talisman refinement to rise continuously. Now, he could just barely refine elementary high-grade talismans, even though his success rates were still pitifully low. He had already decided that the next time he cultivated behind closed doors, he would begin to practice refining mid-tier magic spells and attempt to refine mid-grade talismans. These were his primary goals for talisman refinement. In addition, while he was behind closed doors, Hanli also refined 7 or 8 face-setting pills in his free time apart from qi refining pills and ingested one out of curiosity. If it could truly preserve his appearance, Hanli naturally would feel extremely happy. After all, nobody would wish for the day when one becomes white-haired, even if cultivators' fleshly bodies aged at an extremely slow pace. At this time, because his pill had lost its effectiveness, Hanli was incredibly depressed in flight. However, he was still somewhat curious about why his master Li Huayuan would suddenly want to see him. He couldn't help but guess reasons as to why after 4 years he would take the initiative to seek him out. In this way, Hanli arrived at the Green Ripple Cave, his mind preoccupied with many things. Only after sending a voice transmission did he realize that the one who opened the restrictions for him was no longer that eldest brother Yu, but rather a 20-year-old handsome male with red lips and white teeth. Before Hanli was even able to open his mouth, this youth first said to him indifferently, "It's junior brother Han, right? I am Wu Xian, Master's 6th disciple. Master wanted me to wait here for you for a while, come with me." After Wu Xian said this, he didn't even glance at Hanli once and turned around, then left. This caused Hanli to rub his face, baffled. "My face isn't that unpleasant, is it?" Hanli could only somewhat helplessly and unhappily follow closely after him. Naturally, There were no words spoken between them, and they directly arrived at the guest lobby just like that. 3 people were sitting on the chairs in the lobby, and 2 people stood beside them. The people sitting were Li Huayuan, his wife, and a red-clad woman around 30 years old. Although her appearance was decent and she still possessed some charm, her face was icy cold, faintly revealing a killing intent rarely possessed by cultivators. At this time, Li Huayuan was seemingly saying something to the woman. Based on his expression and words, he seemed to respect this woman very much. As for the 2 people standing to the side, one was the 4th senior marshal brother Song Meng that he had met before, the other was an 18 or 19-year-old young woman, who was also fully clothed in red. Her face could be considered pretty, but she wore a flirty expression, and it seemed from her appearance that she was very closely related to the red-clothed woman. "Han Li, come over and meet your marshal senior Hong Fu." Li Huayuan, upon seeing Han Li walk in, immediately called him over with a happy tone. Then Wu Xian silently walked over to Song Meng's side, standing with his hands clasped together. Chapter 244, Pear Cultivation, Satisfied. What does he meaning, satisfied? When Han Li heard this, he did not know why he felt uneasy. All he knew was that when he heard Li Huayuan incessantly praise him again, he had an even worse premonition. Furthermore, he already discovered that ever since he entered the room, that young woman had shot several stealthy glances at him with an expression of complete discontent. In addition, when this marshal senior Hong Fu said that he was very good, his figure slightly shook and he hastily lowered his head. Meanwhile, a gaze filled with hostility swept toward Han Li, frightening him for a moment. He couldn't help but return the gaze. It was actually 7th senior marshal brother Wu Xian who had previously introduced him. When Wu Xian saw Han Li respond to his gaze, his face contorted with surprise. He immediately shifted his gaze with a guilty appearance. When Han Li saw this, he was filled with suspicion. However, his expression maintained his usual patient and calm expression. Seeing him instinctively maintain his calm, the red-clothed woman inwardly continued to nod her head. "It will be this child. I feel like he is very suitable. I will first return with Xian Air and will calmly wait for good news from martial disciple," the red-clothed woman suddenly said as she nodded her head. "Senior marshal sister, be at ease. I will surely make the proper arrangements." Li Huayuan saw that the woman wanted to leave, so he hastily consented and saw them both out. As Han Li regained his senses, Marshal Senior Hong Fu had already left with that young woman. When Li Huayuan and his wife brought Han Li and the others to the main hall, they were beaming with happiness, both smiling without saying a word. The 2 returned to their seats and sized up Han Li without end. It was unknown what intention they had. "Han Li, as your master, I must first congratulate you." Li Huayuan happily looked at Han Li for a moment before suddenly saying such senseless words. This caused Han Li's heart to beat harder and be even more uneasy. Disciple truly doesn't know what to be happy about. "Master, please enlighten me," Han Li respectfully said with a dark foreboding dwelling in his heart. "See. This is an extraordinary matter. When your marshal senior Hong Fu saw you, she was interested in having you and that disciple of hers to form a bond as pair cultivation companions." The young woman did not wait for Li Huayuan to reply and was the first to unravel the riddle, causing Han Li to become dumbstruck. "Become pair cultivation companions." Han Li muttered and became despondent. This was far too surprising. "What is this? This is a fine thing that others dream of having but can't obtain. You should know that female cultivation disciples are originally few in number. Those capable of cultivating to foundation establishment are pathetically fewer. Also, pair cultivation a mutually beneficial method to enormously advance the cultivation of both sides. Others will not be able to find such a boon even with a lantern." Li Huayuan said with a happy expression. With what he said, to be able to form a relationship with martial ancestor Hong Fu who possessed profound magic power was greatly advantageous. Who didn't know that this female immortal Hong Fu stood near the top of ratings in the state of Yu for core formation cultivators? In Yellow Maple Valley, her magic power was only second to the great ancestor. After thinking about the benefits of forming a close relationship between disciples, Li Huayuan had a dignified, old-fashioned bearing and chuckled continuously. This disciple had never thought of pair cultivation before. This is truly unexpected. Moreover, there are so many male cultivators with appearances and aptitudes far greater than this disciple. How could she come to find me? With his wits returned, Han Li could only bravely reply to his question. However, this caused him to remain greatly perplexed. Hee. This is disciple's good luck. Your martial ancestor Hong Fu previously had an emotional wound when she was young and came to completely loathe frivolous, handsome men. Thus, she came to select a companion for her disciple. Naturally, males she finds unpleasant to the eye were beneath her consideration. As such, finding a disciple with a similar age and looks that do not disgust her could not be found with the several hundreds of foundation establishment disciples inside Yellow Maple Valley. Your martial senior Hong Fu has visited several immortals' caves similar to your master's, and you were the first one she saw that she was completely satisfied with, Li Huayuan said with satisfaction. As for aptitude, your martial senior isn't particularly picky. The disciple of your martial senior, that young woman who stood at her side today, although her aptitude isn't nearly as ridiculous as your own, she is also mediocre and isn't exceptional in any way. I heard that she had to take 3 foundation establishment pills and many precious medicines in order to barely reach foundation establishment. If it weren't for the fact that she was a close descendant of your martial ancestor, there absolutely wouldn't be much reason to spend such a large amount of attention on that girl, but because of their relationship, the girl received much favor. Li Huayuan explained to Han Li. He then nodded for a moment and sighed, continuing, actually in the start, I hadn't thought to recommend you but instead call forth your 7th senior martial brother. After all, whether it's appearance or aptitude, your senior martial brother Wu Xian exceeds you by no small amount. Although I knew that your martial senior Hong Fu has some prejudice against handsome men, I held a slight hope to try for a fluke. You should know what resulted. Your senior martial brother Wu was unable to pass by your martial senior and was denied, though I did see that Dong girl greatly approve. After Li Huayuan said this, he looked at Wu Xian, causing his face to become very red and be at a complete loss. Han Li suddenly realized why his senior martial brother was hostile and cold towards him. It was because he had been eliminated as a candidate. It seemed he and the young woman had taken a liking to each other. However, Li Huayuan's words, Dong girl, caused Han Li to recall of the matter of senior martial brother Liu, whom he had previously killed. TL. The Dong girl and martial senior Hong Fu were first mentioned in by senior martial brother Wu, who wanted to rape junior martial sister Qin. On the night of senior martial brother Liu, brutal display, he seemed to have mentioned the name of that Dong girl and martial ancestor Hong Fu. Could it be that this girl had been on good terms with that wretched ingrate? With that thought, Han Li felt uncomfortable from head to toe. His impression of martial senior Hong Fu's disciple immediately dropped down without the slightest good opinion towards her. Chapter 245, A Long Journey and Mishaps. Now there are no outsiders here anymore. Why doesn't Madam speak the truth? That way, I can determine what appropriate action to take, lest there be anything that I didn't consider appropriately, Li Huayuan said, his expression respectful. When the young wife heard this, she glanced at Han Li, who was scratching his head and smiling bitterly, then finally opened her mouth and said, in the past 2 years, I unintentionally heard a few pieces of information concerning this matter, but whether they're true or not, I don't know. From hearsay, this martial senior Hong Fu's female disciple is not restrained at all in the matters between males and females. When she was in the qi condensation stage, she had unclear relationships with numerous males. People have even privately fought for her, almost leading to disciples from the same sect killing each other. In the end, Marshall Sr. Hong Fu flew into a rage when she found out, grounding her to the confines of her cave and increasing supervision until she established her foundation, at which point she was released again. But not too long after, word spread that she had gotten into a relationship with the young master of the Feng clan and seemingly intended to cultivate as a pair with him. However, Marshall Sr. Hong Fu hates people from the Feng clan the most, so she naturally would not agree to this matter and locked her up again. In the past 2 years, no such news has spread. Because there was no solid evidence to support these claims, I never paid any attention to them. Thus, when Marshall Sr. Hong Fu took her disciple along to visit, I didn't think about this matter. Now, seeing Han Li's extremely unhappy appearance, I felt that it was somewhat strange and suddenly remembered the rumors. The young woman's somewhat apologetic remarks caused both Han Li and Li Huayuan to become slightly dazed upon hearing them. Li Huayuan had never expected that the young woman surnamed Dong would actually have such a sloppy reputation, yet he had so hastily agreed to Marshall Sr. Hong Fu's requests. How could this be a good thing? Likewise, Han Li naturally did not expect that this young woman not only had an unclear relationship with Senior Marshal Brother Liu, but she actually had such a long string of lovers that even Han Li did not know how extensive it was. This rendered him speechless once again. Wife, are you speaking the truth? Is Marshal Senior Hong Fu's disciple's reputation really so poor? Li Huayuan asked in disbelief. He could restrain himself no longer and stood up, then began to pace anxiously around the room continuously. This was no longer simply a question of whether or not Han Li was willing to cultivate anymore. If he really allowed his own disciple to accept such a woman, his own reputation would definitely not improve. I don't know. Because this matter was somewhat carelessly mentioned by someone else, perhaps even the person who told me this doesn't know whether it's true or not. The young woman sighed helplessly. Upon hearing these words, Han Li rolled his eyes and cried out loudly in his heart. What do you mean, you don't know if it's real or not? At least this little girl definitely had an unclear relationship with its senior marshal brother Liu, otherwise how could he so easily try to kill his former female companion? Of course, Han Li wouldn't say these words out loud. Instead, he stood awkwardly in the same spot, acting as if he were saying, as long as you know about this matter, I'll be okay, madam. This caused Li Huayuan to immediately feel a headache coming on upon seeing him. Now that he knew about what had happened, Li Huayuan naturally would not force Han Li to agree to this matter, even he had intentions of reneging. However, this Marshal Senior Hong Fu was not a person to carelessly slander. In addition, his reason for reneging was not appropriate to talk about plainly. How could he not feel incredibly vexed? After Li Huayuan paced around the room a number of times, he still couldn't think of any strategies. After his eyes slanted, he discovered that Han Li was still standing to the side, eagerly awaiting for his reply as his master. He couldn't help but feel even more dispirited in his heart and said with no happiness, "You can return first. When your master's wife and I have discussed this matter, we will let you know how we are going to deal with this matter, all right?" Anxiously standing to the side, Han Li was also worried that the other person wouldn't care about the facts of the situation, forcing him to agree to this matter of pair cultivation. But now, upon hearing Li Huayuan's instructions, his heart relaxed, knowing that this matter would most likely not go through. Thus, he agreed extremely happily and slipped out. Then, Han Li hurriedly flew away from the cave under the watchful gazes of Song Meng and Wu Xian, who were standing guard outside the large lobby. Han Li finally received Li Huayuan's voice transmission talisman after 3 uneasy days. In the end, upon hearing the results of the negotiations between his master and Marshal Senior Hong Fu, Han Li couldn't help but look up at the sky and let out a huge sigh. Half a month later, in front of Green Ripple Cave's waterfall, Li Huayuan and his wife, as well as female immortal Hong Fu, were all there to send 2 people off. These two people were about to undertake a long journey but wore somewhat stiff expressions, only submissively answering incessantly. They did not possess any of the excitement that people who were about to take a long journey would normally have. This male and female pair was Han Li and female immortal Hong Fu's disciple Dong Xianer. Han Li, on this trip you two must be careful and help each other out. I heard that the cultivation world hasn't been so peaceful lately, and cultivators will often disappear. At first, it was just Qi condensation disciples, but recently even foundation establishment cultivators have been involved in accidents. Although Li Huayuan had only exhorted Han Li simply with a few sentences before the two of them left, Han Li still felt quite moved in his heart. However, Marshal Senior Hong Fu's words to the young woman were a big eye-opener to Han Li. During this entire trip, you have to listen to your senior marshal brother Han's words and behave yourself. If anything happens this time, don't blame me on not speaking my feelings as your master. Marshal Senior Hong Fu's extremely blunt words caused the young woman's face to turn deathly pale, and she repeatedly nodded her head, wearing an extremely pitiful appearance. Han Li and Dong Xianer both flew into the air on their magic tools, then flew towards the south, disappearing along the horizon. Chapter 246, Dong Xianer. This martial ancestor Hong Fu brought the young woman to the back room and had her examine the flawless arm of the deeply blushing Dong Xianer. The gecko cinnabar on it revealed that her chastity was shown to actually be intact. This caused Han Li's master's wife to be greatly shocked. TL, gecko cinnabar supposedly tells if you're a virgin. From the appearance of her flirtatious behavior, how could this Dong Xianer possibility not have had intercourse? On the day that the couple tried to renege on the matter of pair cultivation, they had pretended to not know of the rumors and remained ambiguous. However, they completely didn't expect that the girl's reputation had long been common knowledge. This very matter was what drove the couple to renege on their agreement for the sake of their reputation. While the young woman was astonished, Hong Fu explained to her. Because her disciple desired the wondrous effect of preserving her appearance, she had first cultivated the top-grade magic technique she had on hand, the spring transformation art, which altered the bearing of her appearance through cultivation. A few cultivators with women essence identification techniques had seen Dong Xianer and assumed she had already lost her virginity, giving birth to many unflattering rumors. TL, the spring transformation art can also mean joy, lust, and youth. It was without a doubt that this disciple truly did not care much for her own reputation and actually had a rather familiar relationship with many male cultivators. However, because of the seductive effect of the spring transformation arts along with her extraordinary status, to have no illicit affairs with any of the male cultivators who were circling around her was a truly remarkable and unexpected matter. However, the male cultivators who stayed by her side grew more numerous as Dong Xianer gradually formed a habit of shooting flirty looks at young men, immediately planting the strange notion that she wanted them to get underneath her skirt. This even went far enough as to cause discord between a few men, all rivals for her affection. Fortunately, as a prerequisite for Hong Fu allowing this girl to cultivating the spring transformation art, she was not allowed to throw away her chastity. If she didn't find any trace of the gecko cinnabar, Master Hong Fu would have immediately dispersed her magic power and would have forced her to live on as a mortal. This was to prevent Dong Xianer, who had bewitchment techniques from cultivating the spring transformation art, from ruining the principles of the Dong clan. Underneath very restrictive conditions, although Dong Xianer had often sent flirting glances at these young men, she hadn't dared to step too far out of line. However, these small antics slowly reached Hong Fu's ears and caused this female core formation cultivator to become furious. She firmly punished Dong Xianer and immediately confined her in a restrictive formation for a period of time. But it was already too late, and Dong Xianer's terrible reputation had already spread throughout Yellow Maple Valley. This rumor had quickly spread and was fundamentally impossible to stifle. Even the core formation cultivator Hong Fu was unable to do anything about this. Currently, Even if those cultivators who knew of her reputation found out that Dong Xianer had truly remained chaste, they wouldn't dare to become pair cultivation companions for the sake of preserving their own reputation. However, she had reached a stage of cultivation for spring transformation where she was required to pair cultivate in order to progress her magic power, else it would regress. As for those cultivators who still sought Dong Xianer, Hong Fu did not find any that satisfied her, finding faults in their moral character and lewd attempts. But eventually she made a trip to Li Huiyuan's Immortal's Cave and chose Han Li. Having heard all of this, the young woman wore a very embarrassed expression and returned to Li Huiyuan's side. After she told her husband, they both remained silent for a good amount of time. Although the couple had truly mistaken Dong Xianer's purity, it was as Hong Fu had said. Even if she had remained truly chaste, her reputation was truly spoiled, preventing Li Huiyuan from willingly allowing his own disciple from being pair cultivation companions with her, since the damage to his own reputation would be far too great. Thus he could only feel guilt toward this martial ancestor Hong Fu. In order to make up for his guilt toward Hong Fu, Li Huiyuan naturally didn't obstruct Han Li's trip to the treasure-seizing assembly in the slightest. Instead, he spared no effort to facilitate this long trip for Han Li and Dong Xianer. In Li Huiyuan's mind, with regards toward Han Li's terrible impression toward Dong Xianer, this long trip would change nothing. In truth, ever since his seventh disciple Wuxuan had first seen Dong Xianer, that girl had constantly remained in his mind. Several days before, he had actually summoned to courage to ask Li Huiyuan whether or not he could raise the issue to Hong Fu to see if she would reconsider Wuxuan. Naturally, Li Huiyuan couldn't agree to such an absurd action. After fiercely rebuking this disciple, he sent the disciple out to handle external affairs to avoid having Wuxuan stir up trouble within the mountain. After the strict scolding, Wuxuan became much more obedient and obeyed orders to handle matters, but Li Huiyuan was still clearly able to feel this disciple's wily thoughts were still present. He couldn't help but sense an oncoming headache. After seeing off the two young cultivators, female immortal Hong Fu chatted with the husband and wife a bit more before departing. Li Huiyuan and the young woman entered Green Ripple Cave and started their daily cultivation, as the matter of Han Li and Dong Xianer had been set aside for the time being. The number one clan of the state of Yu, the Yan clan, had its foundation in the unremarkable Lin province. Not only was the area of this province ordinary, but the population was also of an average number. It could be said to be a completely ordinary land. Qingliang Town was a common small town of the Lin province. Were it not for the exceptional scenery of Yanliang Mountain, there wasn't anything that the population could have said to distinguish this place from any other. The Yan clan's most important location, Yanling Castle, was located within Yanliang Mountain. Currently, Han Li held a sheet of paper in his hand. This was the invitation letter to the treasure-seizing assembly. The location of the assembly's meeting place was written on it, Yanling Castle. After taking another look at the invitation letter and seeing that he wasn't mistaken, Han Li calmly put it away. Then he heard mocking words of ridicule from the girl at his side. "You really are a blockhead." The people from the Yan clan should have already appeared, but the two of them have had to wait for over half a day, causing them to be a bit impatient. We are honored to welcome Junior Marshal Brother Han and Junior Marshal Sister Dong. Yan Yu suddenly straightened his appearance before solemnly saying this. Han Li smiled. Just as he thought to say something, at his side Dong Xianer suddenly yelped, "Ee!" She gazed at the castle with an expression full of shock. Seeing the girl with such an expression, Han Li naturally followed her gaze. He only saw a martial competition staged to the side of a castle with two floating, differently dressed male disciples in a confrontation. One was wearing the brown clothes of the Yan clan, a man with a swift and fierce appearance. The other had a curled beard, gray eyes, dark skin and yellow hair. He was wearing an azure robe. He appeared quite strange. There was a giant barrier of white light enveloping the stage, the barrier seemed to be sparkling. Outside of the light barrier, there stood two crowds, one to the east and one to the west. What was most eye-catching were the types of clothing worn by the two crowds. One of the crowds were standing in formation and were absolutely silent, having the bearing of regular training. They were those from the Yen clan. The other crowd mostly consisted of eccentrics with curly beards. They were all wearing green robes and had green eyes and yellow hair. There were also a few average people in there. After Han Li clearly saw this, he wore a somewhat amazed expression. He could not help but look at the Yen siblings to his side. Perhaps they had an explanation. Without waiting for Han Li to open his mouth, Yen Yu's expression became a bit unnatural after watching this scene. To the side, Yen Ling clenched a fist and said completely furiously, "They actually started another challenge. They even act so viciously. This is truly outrageous." When Han Li heard this, his heart shook. He then asked a probing question, could it be that these people aren't the Yen clan's guests? Naturally, they aren't. These fellows came knocking on our door and injured two of our disciples, a 15-year-old junior marshal brother and a 16-year-old junior marshal brother. Furthermore, they insisted on participating in the treasure-seizing assembly. I don't know what the elders were thinking, but they actually agreed. This is truly infuriating. Yen Ling hadn't noticed Yen Yu's gaze, a clear sign for her to stop. But she continued unrestrained, releasing a girl's small temper. When Han Li saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Yen Yu then wore an embarrassed expression, not knowing what to say. It seems this is the main reason why we were waiting on the mountain peak for so long. Could Senior Marshal Brother Yu tell Xiener a few details? Without Han Li needing to inquire, Dong Xiener curiously hooked onto Yen Yu as if she had bewitched him. After a moment of hesitation, Yen Yu gave a straightforward answer. These people arrived this morning at our Yen Ling castle. When they arrived outside the castle, they had no invitations and wanted to break through, injuring two of the junior marshal brothers who were receiving guests. When the other disciples hurried after received the request for help, intending to teach these fellows a lesson, they did not think that these people would actually take out a letter and a token that actually made the squad elders grow solemn. They even swallowed their words and courteously invited them into the castle. However, these people didn't know their place, and immediately after entering Yen Ling Castle, they requested the Yen clan to exchange pointers with them. After some consideration from the elders, they agreed to give them a bit of difficulty. The competition would be 10 matches, all between Foundation Establishment disciples. I fought 2 competitions ago for several matches. As for the results, Yen Yu shook his head, his expression somewhat mournful. It was clear that the Yen clan was in a disadvantageous position. Chapter 248, Rivals. Normally in a competition, casualties and injuries are nothing, a very common matter. But these people don't cultivate any cultivation techniques. Each and every one of them uses poison and magic arts of the devilish Tao. All the disciples who went against them were defeated. They either indescribably fainted or were poisoned by mysterious means. All of their injuries were extremely cruel and are unable to be easily treated. But fortunately, because these people felt a bit of fear being inside Yen Ling Castle, there were no serious injuries or deaths. This really is the only silver lining. Sigh, if you two currently saw the Yen clan on stage, it would truly be too shameful. Yen Yu said with an embarrassed expression. When we went left, we heard that the elders were no longer able to hold their ground and had already called elder brother subordinates, the martial arms hall disciples. They are the elite disciples of the Yen clan, cultivating secret magics. They will certainly teach these fellows a lesson. Yen Ling could not help but say this, waving a clenched fist. Making trouble, what does a little girl know about fighting and killing? Right now, these guests have already had us come to receive them and bring them back. Hurry, Have Uncle Lee send more disciples to welcome the guests, else would you have the other guests wait longer? Yan Yu stiffened his face and rebuked his little sister. Then he sent the unhappy young girl on her way. At that moment, Yan Yu turned towards Han Li and Dong Xianer and explained, because there had recently been many guests, there have been many shadier characters mixed in among them. As a result, a portion of the protection formation guarding the Yen clan castle has been activated. Currently within the castle, there has been many particular areas in the castle that no longer allow the use of sound transmission talismans and other long-distance magic techniques. Thus, I could only send my younger sister off. My younger sister and I weren't originally supposed to welcome guests, but the castle is currently short of hands and there have been many people harboring malicious intentions dropping on our door, forcing us to temporarily lend a hand. After Yan Yu said this, his face sunk as he gazed into the distance, watching the magic battle between the Yen clan disciple and the eccentric. That being said, Senior Martial Brother Yu is an elite disciple of the Yen clan. Surely you are of a high position in the Yen clan. Dong Xianer's eyes gleamed as she said this with a sweet smile. Since she was already beautiful, this suddenly strong grace caused Yan Yu to despondently sink into her gaze for a moment. It's nothing. Yan Yu restlessly muttered to himself. He didn't know what to say. He only felt that this young lady Dong was far too beautiful, as if she were the perfect sweetheart of his dreams. She giggled. Senior Brother Yen, I don't know if it is convenient, but could we go look at the competition over there? This one wants to see who dared to cause trouble at the sacred Yen clan. Dong Xianer felt that Yan Yu's expression was rather amusing and laughed crisply several times. She wanted to tease him some more, but she did not think that Han Li would suddenly speak and interrupt what she was going to say next. You want to watch? Of course you can. This match is against my own senior cousin of the martial arms hall. His Dao spells are refined to the point where he is among the top 10. Surely he can give his opponent a hard time. Han Li had roused Yan Yu. At first, he stared blankly, but he soon delightedly replied. When Han Li heard this, he inwardly smiled. On one hand, Han Li knew that he had no reason to deny Yan Yu. On the other, he felt that this time, the chances for victory against Dong Xianer were great, allowing him to feel refreshed. As such, they flew toward the competition stage nearby and walked toward the crowd. After Han Li walked closer, he became startled upon discovering that there were no less than 100 cultivators watching. Furthermore, from their appearances, a majority of them weren't from the state of Yu but rather travelers from other countries. It was truly strange. Han Li was greatly puzzled, but as a guest, it wouldn't be proper for him to ask about too many things. He could only hold his curiosity in his belly and feign ignorance. As for Dong Xianer at the side, she was smiling and happily chatting with Yan Yu. However, she gave a slight look at Han Li with surprise in her eyes. It seemed she wasn't just a pillow-embroidered pretty face after all. It was unknown what this wicked and unruly girl planned to do, but she was the same as Han Li. Although they felt that something was fishy, they didn't want to ask. This caused Han Li to be a bit gloomy. Xianer, you also came. This is great. I thought Marshal Senior Hong Fu hadn't released you. Of 3 people who walked by, one was a male cultivator with an elegant face who happened to turn his head and saw Dong Xianer. This person immediately wore an extremely happy expression and quickly walked over, calling her with great affection. When this person ran over, Dong Xianer stared with a smile, but Yan Yu grew somewhat annoyed. His gaze started to continuously flicker. As an outsider, Han Li's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. He clearly understood that this person was most likely one of Dong Xianer's previous toys. Could this be the Feng clan youngster that his master's wife had previously mentioned? Senior Martial Brother Feng. I truly did not think that Marshal Senior Du would send Senior Marshal Brother to this assembly. An exceptional expression flashed on Dong Xianer's face, and after she rolled her eyes, she calmly greeted him as if this person was an ordinary friend. This caused Yan Yu's expression to improve by much, but this Senior Marshal Brother Feng was startled and immediately paid attention to Yan Yu and Han Li, who were at Dong Xianer's side. Fortunately, Han Li saw this person's gaze. He then faintly smiled and took a half step back from Dong Xianer, revealing his innocence. But when he saw Yan Yu giving an unrestrained gaze in return, Senior Marshal Brother Feng clearly knew who his enemy was. His expression immediately darkened as he sized up Yan Yu several times. Although Han Li found this scene somewhat funny, he was somewhat baffled. Rumors had it that Dong Xianer and this Senior Marshal Brother Feng had long wished to pair cultivate. But now, this wicked and unruly girl no longer treated this Senior Marshal Brother Feng favorably. Could it be that the rumor was wrong? As Han Li thought of this, Han Li shook his head, disinclined to further this matter. He didn't want to waste energy by pondering about such gossip. As a result, he walked a few steps away, leaving the three behind. Chapter 249. Competition. With every wave of the fan, dense green fog shot out from the fan, directly heading toward the green-robed eccentric in front. With these 7 to 8 fan waves, the purple fog had long become incredibly thick and tightly enveloped the other person, forming a large purple sphere. The green-robed eccentric was enshrouded in a sphere of black qi, which blocked the green fog from entering it. The black qi and the green fog incessantly roiled and bit at each other, as if they were both alive. But regardless of how it was seen, under the control of the Yen clan disciple, the green fog had a large advantage and was steadily suppressing the black qi further and further. My cousin's bone-rotting treasure fan is an extremely well-known top-grade magic tool. If one comes into contact with even a tiny amount of the poisonous fog it releases, it will definitely melt away one's flesh. However, my cousin always used to believe that this fan is too vicious, and so he was unwilling to use it lightly. But now that he is taking this seriously and has used it immediately, it is apparent that he has already determined not to allow the other person to retreat with their entire body intact. Seeing this, Yan Yu smiled exuberantly, explaining to the Dong Xianer standing to the side. Whoa! Is this fan really so well known? Do you know how it would compare to the famous wind lightning fan? Which one is more powerful? Dong Xianer lightly smiled, and the corner of her mouth raised slightly, putting on an exciting, foxy charm. Based on power alone, this fan may not be as strong as the wind lightning fan. But as long as a cultivator with wood attribute spiritual roots uses it, the magic tool can be easily controlled. Unlike the wind lightning fan, unless one has both wind and thunder attribute spiritual roots, one cannot release the wind lightning fan's full power. Thus, this bone-rotting fan's value is even above that of the wind lightning fan. Yan Yu was barely able to suppress the fantasies in his thoughts and carefully explained it, his heart beating wildly upon seeing Dong Xianer's enchanting smile. What rubbish! This kind of a common top-grade magic tool, how can you even compare it to the wind lightning fan? To have even 1/10 of its power would already be considered decent. In reality, I think that this fan is not even as powerful as the magic tool I possess, the purple light symbols. A jealous expression surfaced on Senior Marshal Brother Feng. Dong Xianer and Yan Yu were talking and laughing with one another, so he intentionally spoke sardonically. You dare to look down upon the magic tools that my Yen clan refines? Good. Let me see the power of your purple light symbols, then. Yan Yu, hearing the other person belittle the bone-rotting fan's power like that, couldn't help but want to test the other person a little out of anger. Good, I was just wanting to experience the magic power of the Yen clan's gifted disciple anyways. Senior Marshal Brother Feng heard the other person's words, then coldly laughed once and immediately agreed. The two had seemingly forgotten all about their common enemy Han Li for the moment. Ah, forget about it, this junior sister was only carelessly asking. Why is it necessary to become so enraged? The two senior Marshall brothers should each take a step back. Is this not possible? Dong Xianer seemed as if she was discouraging them, but in reality this caused the two people to be unwilling to show weakness in front of their sweetheart. Neither of them was willing to lose face in front of Dong Xianer. Of course, for these two people to immediately begin fighting was also not entirely likely. After all, the two of them were only jealous of each other. What they said earlier was all only said in a moment of anger. They were still aware of the misgivings in their heart. In addition, with every breath they sucked in, they expanded slightly as if they were eating. Across from him, Yan Yu's elder cousin was shocked. He hurriedly directed the treasure fan in his hand, wanting to retrieve the green fog, but clearly he was already too late. Only 1/3 of the original poisonous fog could retreat, the majority was all swallowed up by the opponent's skulls. The yellow-green surface of the fan became pitch black, causing all the members of the Yen clan to feel pain in their hearts. They knew that from today onwards, the power of this bone-rotting fan would be greatly reduced. This Yen clan disciple had yet to pull himself together from the destruction of his magic tool when the aggressively expanding huge skulls, under the control of the green-robed person, flew towards him making woo-woo noises. In a flash, they appeared before his eyes, causing him to be greatly frightened, hurriedly reaching his hand towards his storage pouch. However, those skulls simultaneously opened their mouths, and numerous streaks of pitch-black columns of light simultaneously shot out, converging into a huge column of light. It actually instantaneously broke a hole in the Yen clan member's protective yellow wind, knocking him out. He lost consciousness and fell through the air with a gudong. A Yen clan disciple standing to the side, seeing that the victor had already been determined, was naturally unwilling to see a member of his clan fall and be severely injured, so he immediately flew out alone to catch Yan Yu's cousin, then flew back. The ghost spirit sect's profound techniques are, as expected, peerless and exquisite. Our Yen clan actually lost 4 out of 5 of the matches. Should we begin the 6th match next? A Yen clan elder stepped out and said coldly to those who called themselves the Ghost Spirit Sect. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes shone brightly. Let's forget about it. It's not too late to hold the remaining 5 matches after the Yen clan's life and death hall's disciple comes. I have long heard of the great reputation of the Yen clan's blood cultivator. A mysterious person wearing a silver demonic mask stepped out from the group of Ghost Spirit Sect disciples. From his gentle, refined, and rich voice, he seemed to be a very young male. Okay. Since the young sect master really has such refined interest, my Yen clan is naturally willing to accommodate. Then, today's competition will temporarily end here. The elder was first shocked upon hearing this. However, unwilling to show weakness, he agreed, then waved his sleeve, turned around, and left. The young sect master did not mind. He gently laughed, then elegantly turned around and brought his men, leaving the area. The other onlooking cultivators, after taking in this treat for their eyes, also silently began to disappear. Hanli gently shook his head when he suddenly heard the sound of Yan Yu muttering to himself, "How is this possible? My cousin actually also lost. He is an expert of our martial arms hall." What expert? Wasn't he still easily defeated by the opponent? Senior martial brother Feng curled his lips. He naturally would not easily let an opportunity to attack his love rival slip by. You. Yan Yu's face revealed an expression of rage which was about to flare up, but Dong Xianer's following sentence immediately delighted him. Senior martial brother Yan Yu, I have been traveling for numerous days and am somewhat tired. Can you arrange for a suitable room to allow this junior sister to rest a moment? Any other exchange activities can wait until tomorrow. Dong Xianer said lazily, suddenly stretching her lithe waist. Of course I can. Junior martial sister Dong, I will bring you to a room specifically prepared for female cultivators. Junior Marshall Brother Han and others, do as you please. Yen Yu happily said, appearing as if he were putting on a show. Han Li lightly laughed, he didn't have any objections. However, the sound of an intense argument between a male and a female suddenly could be heard from some shop to the side. Next, following a male's angry howls, a dressed-up young woman angrily walked out from the room, directly rushing towards the stone road and just so happened to run into a flabbergasted Han Li. This young woman was extremely beautiful, so Han Li, who possessed the same weakness as every other male, couldn't help but absent-mindedly glance at her. In the end, when Han Li saw clearly the young woman's appearance, he instantly stopped in place, shocked. The young woman, seeing Han Li's gazing at her without restraint, felt incredibly aggravated in her heart. However, she had also lived in the castle for a long time. Although she had no magic power, she could tell Han Li's identity as a cultivator based on his attire. Although because she was angry and humiliated she did not pay attention to Han Li's appearance, only feeling that he seemed somewhat familiar, she still strongly resisted her anger, gently lowering her head yet saying stiffly, "Esteemed cultivator, could you let this young woman pass? I am already married." This esteemed individual, gazing at a common young woman in this way, "Are you not worried that you are lacking in proper manners?" After saying this sentence, the young woman was not actually worried. After all, inside Yanling Castle, discipline was tight, and there were restrictions preventing cultivators from disturbing the lives of mortals. The punishment for disobeying this was extremely severe. Naturally, mortals also had to preserve their absolute respect for cultivators. If they neglected this, the cultivators could deal with them as they wished. In addition, because they were in a public place, she was even more unafraid that the other person would have any kind of improper conduct. But the young woman had lowered her head for a long time, yet she did not see the cultivator in front of her move at all. Since he did seem to intend to allow her to pass yet did not openly reprimand her either, this caused her to feel somewhat shocked. She couldn't help but raise her graceful body and glanced over. In the end, an impulsive face with an enigmatic smile appeared before her eyes. This face's familiarity immediately brought the young woman to a night in a rear courtyard 10 years ago. The scene of an incomparably stingy senior marshal brother and a clever, sly little girl arguing with each other was vivid in her mind. Senior marshal brother. Junior marshal sister. The young woman finally recognized this face that had not changed at all. Han Li, after hearing the other person call him senior marshal brother, became absolutely sure that this, beautiful enough to eat, young woman was truly the clever, sly little girl he had met many years ago, Mo Tsaihuan, Dr. Mo's youngest daughter, the one whom he had personally called junior apprentice sister. "Are you really senior marshal brother Han Li? Then what about the other two Mo junior marshal sisters and their mothers?" Although Han Li had long since guessed the situation pretty well, he still sighed and asked about the situation of her other family members. "Second and fifth mother both died, and I'm not sure about the rest. Because my mother and I had to kill our way out and at the time everything was too messy, everyone could only escape on their own." Mo Tsaihuan's voice began to shake. Clearly, she was suffering internally. Note: Han Li meets Mo Tsaihuan and Lady Yan in. Chapter 251, Destruction. Seeing Mo Tsaihuan's appearance, Han Li knew that now was not the time to ask for the whole story, so he no longer pursued it. Just like that, Mo Tsaihuan brought him to a small store on a side road, then stopped. "This place?" Han Li was slightly amazed, and he glanced at Mo Tsaihuan inquisitively. "Yes, this is the place. My mother and I do some small business here. We only wanted to earn some spirit stones to buy some medicinal pills to suppress her illness," Mo Tsaihuan said, somewhat embarrassed as her face reddened. Then, she took the lead and walked in. Seeing this, Han Li smiled. He didn't say anything and simply followed her inside. "Mother, look who I've brought here." Hanli had just stepped into the store when he heard Mo Tsaiwan speak as if she were presenting a treasure. Next, another female voice that Hanli was familiar with also spoke, but it was somewhat older. Who else could come? Ever since your eldest uncle Zhu died, only the neighbor, Aunt Xiang Lian, has come to see us. There was no doubting that this voice was Lady Yan's voice, although it was much more hoarse than before. No, Senior Marshal Brother has come. I ran into Senior Marshal Brother in the castle. Mo Tsaihuan excitedly shouted. Senior Marshal Brother. Didn't your few Senior Marshal Brothers die a long time ago? You silly child, your mind is probably becoming muddled, Lady Yan brought up, clearly somewhat worried. At this time, Hanli was already clear on the circumstances in the store. A 60 or 70-foot small room, numerous wooden counters with neatly placed low-grade talismans placed on them, and a few unprofitable materials. There was also a wooden door leading to the inner rooms, and behind the wooden counter was a woman lying on a bamboo armchair, gazing at Mo Tsaihuan in front of her with a worry-stricken face. This was none other than Lady Yan, whom he had not seen for nearly 10 years. However, her appearance had aged significantly, and from her face it was clear that she was ill. One could only see a shadow of the formerly beautiful woman between her eyebrows. Han Li's entrance naturally attracted the attention of Lady Yan. When she saw clearly that it was Han Li, she first was shocked and couldn't help but want to stand up, but this clearly was not something that she, with her severe sickness, could do. She only straightened half of her body before she once again fell back down. The nearby Mo Tsaihuan hurriedly reached out and held her up. You are Han Li. Lady Yan strenuously panted a few times. Like Mo Tsaihuan, her shock was not small, but in addition to her shock, a trace of expectation and happiness appeared on her face. Han Li naturally knew what the other person was thinking in her heart, but after hesitating for a moment, he still took a few steps over and greeted her respectfully. Fourth Marshal Mother, greetings. You are still willing to recognize me as your teacher's wife. You don't hold a grudge about what happened back then. Happiness flashed across Lady Yan's face upon hearing Han Li call her Fourth Marshal Mother, but she also asked this out of suspicion, not daring to believe it. What happened back then, when we were determining who was in the wrong, me or Master Mo? We will not talk about it for now. However, the master-disciple relationship between me and Master Mo was genuine, thus, I still should call you Marshal Mother, Han Li replied, his expression calm. As for the issue of the poison he forced into me, it's even more irrelevant. Aren't I standing here in perfect condition? Han Li added carelessly. Now, based on his identity as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he naturally did not need to hold a grudge against these mortals. The furious disputes he had with Lady Yan and his master's other wives, he naturally did not place them in his eyes. This rainbow sex strength had vastly exceeded the outward strength that they displayed. In just one battle, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association suffered a huge defeat. After that, the fearsome Flood Dragon Association was pulled up from its roots, and the Missouri estate also met with attacks from numerous experts. The helpless women could only break through the siege and run for their lives. In the end, second wife Lady Li and fifth wife Lady Wang lost their lives when breaking through, and when the others escaped from the siege, they immediately split up and went into hiding. As a result of their actions, Lady Yan and Mo Tsaihuan were heavily pursued. Just when it seemed the two were about to lose their lives, a middle-aged man who called himself Yan Zhu saved Lady and, upon obtaining their consent, brought them into Yanling Castle, becoming mortals of the Yan clan fortress. Yan Shu was only a Qi condensation, low-status disciple in Yanling Castle, and his ability was limited, but he still treated both Lady Yan and her daughter very well. After a year, Lady Yan decided to bluntly marry this person to repay him for saving them. But because Mo Tsaihuan's beauty was so moving, out of fear of it attracting trouble, Lady Yan decided to publicly proclaim that Mo Tsaihuan was a widow who had been married before. After cursing her husband to die, she entered within the castle. In this way, when Emo Tsaihuan had someone in her heart and wanted to genuinely marry someone, she could give up her surname to whomever she chose. Lady Yen and her daughter actually lived 2 peaceful years inside the castle. Unfortunately, Yen Zhu was involved in an accident while carrying out a mission for the clan and was buried in a foreign land. Suddenly, Lady Yen and her daughter had no one to rely on, nor could they leave the castle. They could only continue to depend solely on Yanling Castle and use their pension of spirit stones to start up a small shop, doing whatever bleak business they could. As long as they continued like this, although the store's income was not great, it was enough to allow Lady Yen to see a doctor and buy medicine and keep the illness repressed. However, the store that always sent their store low-grade talismans suddenly became inaccessible to them, causing Lady Yen's small store to be on the verge of collapse. What kind of person was Lady Yen? She immediately saw through the core issue of the situation. After analyzing the situation, she discovered the person who was messing with their shop behind the scenes. As it turned out, some cultivator who lived nearby had taken a liking to Emo Tsaihuan after seeing the mother and daughter walk past his door often. He actually did not care about the rumors of Emo Tsaihuan having cursed her husband and directly proposed a request to marry Emo Tsaihuan. Lady Yen naturally would not agree, and so in the end, this cultivator left in a rage. As such, the person messing with things behind the scenes naturally was ready to emerge. When Han Li ran into Emo Tsaihuan on the street today, it just so happened to be when Emo Tsaihuan was looking for another supplier and had a large argument. Lady Yen thoroughly and slowly spoke, while Emo Tsaihuan occasionally added a few sentences. Han Li roughly understood the whole story at this point. However, when hearing that Emo Tsaihuan was being forced to marry someone, he couldn't help but gently laugh a few times. Who would expect that there were actually people who were willing to forcefully take the little demoness? However, this little demoness had truly grown into a big demoness in the years that he had not seen her, with a figure that could kill many people. Han Li, after so many years of cultivation, your cultivation should have advanced beyond the 9th layer, right? Lady Yen glanced over Han Li once again before politely asking. Having stayed in Yanling Castle over these years, although she had no way of cultivating, she knew quite a bit of common knowledge regarding the cultivation world. It's decent. Martial Mother no doubt wants me to deal with this cultivator's pestering. This person must be trouble, no? Han Li gently laughed before straightforwardly speaking. Hearing this, Lady Yen was somewhat embarrassed and relieved. From Han Li's tone, it seemed that he was willing to help. Chapter 252 Separation. Chapter 252, Separation. Do you know a bit about the details of this person's cultivation? If he isn't an important disciple or the Yen clan and his cultivation isn't high, I can go have a chat with him and should be able to smoothly resolve this, Han Li calmly said as he rubbed his nose. In fact, he clearly understood that being able to force a mortal girl required a high enough cultivation. Thus, he could only be a bit careful about this. I had Tsaihuan investigate this matter before. Apparently his fundamental cultivation had reached the 5th layer. Although his surname is Yen, he is certain to be an unimportant character of the Yen clan. Otherwise, if he were an important disciple, why would he live among us mortals? Lady Yen was worthy of being the former head of the Missouri estate. Even though she had reached such dire straits, she managed to neatly arrange this matter and thoroughly understood it. This is of no question. In a moment, Junior Marshall's sister will just have to show me the way, then I'll go and settle this problem. When Han Li heard this, he nodded his head and replied. Many thanks, Senior Marshall brother. I knew that Senior Marshall brother was certain to help. When Emo Tsaihuan clearly heard this, she sweetly called out with extreme happiness. Han Li, we've truly troubled you. If we hadn't, how else could this mother and daughter possibly challenge a cultivator? Gratitude flashed through Lady Yan's eyes, but then she sighed and helplessly added, although this place appears to restrict cultivators from harassing us mortals, there are far too many counts of cultivators humiliating mortals, but how could the Yen clan possibly punish all those cultivators? Moreover, if a mortal is not careful and actually start a feud with a cultivator, he would evaporate without a trace. This is a rather common occurrence. Han Li had heard the unwillingness to be powerless in her words. After all, compared to the grandeur of the ultimate power grasped by the Missouri estate, their current life of swallowing their anger was, as Lady Yan had described, truly humiliating. After Han Li heard this, he was silent for a moment, then he asked a few questions of his misgivings. Master's wife, junior marshal's sister, should have long reached a suitable age for marriage. Why hasn't she found a suitable partner within the castle yet? If she married a cultivator, wouldn't you have someone to rely on? Marry? I won't marry those Yen clan cultivators. Just as Han Li had finished speaking, Lady Yen bitterly smiled as Mo Tsaihuan loudly rejected this with an entirely unhappy expression. Why? Han Li was somewhat astonished. Senior marshal brother. The cultivators of the Yen clan fundamentally do not treat us mortal girls justly. If a mortal were to marry to them, she would basically be treated as a mortal slave, nothing more. It would be undesirable for any girl to be in this position since she would be beaten and scolded often. I would rather remain single for my entire life than marry. Mo Tsaihuan's voice was quick and anxious. It was clear she greatly feared this. Han Li, you didn't know this, but your junior marshal sister made a friend here, a mortal in this castle, and she was married to a Yen clan cultivator. The result was not as expected. She was frequently abused, and when her appearance aged, they found an excuse to abandon her, leaving her extremely miserable. That cultivator then married again to a young pretty woman. Sigh, if only there were a good-natured cultivator like her stepfather. There are truly too few of them there. I am also unwilling to subject Tsaihuan to hardship. As for marrying her to a mortal, her perspective is too large, how could she possibly put them in her eyes? Lady Yen explained Mo Tsaihuan's actions. So it's like that. But if that's the case, will junior marshal's sister never get married her entire life? Han Li naturally asked, wrinkling his brow. When Han Li said this, Lady Yan's expression changed as if she wanted to say something. But after a moment of hesitation, she decided to not say it. It was unknown what Mo Tsaihuan was thinking since she too lowered her head and remained silent. Then Han Li realized the atmosphere felt a bit amiss, as if. He immediately broke the mood, saying, Junior marshal sister, show your senior marshal brother the way. Let's resolve this matter first and talk about this later. All right. Mo Tsaihuan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. When Lady Yen saw this, she did not have any intention to oppose. Thus, Han Li and Mo Tsaihuan departed from the store for the time being and went straight toward the cultivator's residence, which was quite far away. Senior marshal brother, what layer is your cultivation? When you knocked on his door, it appeared to be like a mouse seeing a cat. He called you senior incessantly and bowed to you so many times. With that kind of respect, it was as if he saw his own ancestor. Mo Tsaihuan returned to the lively bearing that Han Li remembered. On the desolate path on the way back, she continuously giggled. That was how a young 20-year-old woman should act. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and humbly answered, It's nothing, I was just a layer higher. According to the customs of the cultivation world, he truly should be calling me senior. When Mo Tsaihuan heard this, happiness flashed through her eyes, and she giggled even more. Regardless, when I remember that funny expression when he saw me, I can't help but laugh. This time, Han Li didn't say anything and only silently smiled toward Mo Tsaihuan. After a moment, Mo Tsaihuan became shy and turned her face away, saying nothing else. But a moment later, she said something that greatly surprised Hanli. "Senior Marshal brother, without spiritual roots, is there truly no method to cultivate? I also want to be a cultivator like you." Mo Tsaihuan turned her head toward him with a face of grief and a voice with hope. When Hanli saw this scene, he felt slight heartache but could only remain silent. Ever since ancient times, it was impossible to cultivate without spiritual roots. This has been a constant, rigid truth of the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years. How could he possibly have great enough ability to break this? When Mo Tsaihuan saw Hanli's expression, her originally blazing heart grew cold. She knew that this extremely capable senior marshal brother also to have no method for this. She could not help but become saddened, silently falling a few steps behind Hanli. The journey slowed, and the two appeared to become quiet. When the two weren't far away from the small shop, Hanli suddenly stopped and turned towards Mo Tsaihuan, saying, "I still have matters to attend to and can't return to see Marshal Mother. Let's depart here. Fortunately, I will be here at Yanling Castle for several more days. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to see you in the future." What? Senior Marshal brother wants to leave now. Mo Tsaihuan was startled at first but then appeared greatly disappointed. "And, here are a few tens of spirit stones. Give them to Marshal Mother to set them aside for emergencies. Right now, this is all I can do." Hanli took out a small leather pouch from his storage pouch and handed it over to Mo Tsaihuan. "Many thanks, Senior Marshal brother." Mo Tsaihuan said this with a soft voice, appearing extremely feeble. Reluctance to separate appeared in her eyes. When Hanli saw this display, he didn't know why, but he felt a peculiar pain in his heart. After he hesitated for a moment, he took out a silver bottle and tossed out a pink pill. "Take this. Although it won't make you a cultivator, it will make it so your appearance will never age and you will forever stay young. This can be considered my present to you as your senior marshal brother," Hanli said with a solemn expression. "Senior marshal brother, I." When Mo Tsaihuan heard this, she couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Her desire to say the words in her heart grew stronger. However, Hanli did not let her say them. He flicked his finger and the medicine pill flew into her mouth, causing her to involuntarily swallow. "Junior Marshal sister, I am leaving. You and Marshal Mother take care of yourselves." When these words were spoken, Hanli faintly shook and his appearance remained for a second. He then completely disappeared. "Senior Marshal brother." Mo Tsaihuan called out, astonished. She rushed forth several steps and looked around in every direction. Could there still be any trace of Hanli? Helpless, Mo Tsaihuan could only slowly walk back to the store with a saddened expression. After a short moment, Hanli appeared in a room not too far away. After he silently looked on for a moment more, he disappeared again without hesitation. Although Hanli was not certain what this junior marshal sister was going to say to him, he could make a fairly accurate guess. But unfortunately, while they were destined to meet, they were not fated to be together. His feelings toward her had not reached that stage. Not to mention his lifespan as a foundation establishment cultivator was truly far too different from her own. That was also why he was unwilling to touch these feelings. After all, powerlessly seeing the people he loved wither before his eyes was truly something Hanli found intolerable. Heavenly Crane Residence, the name of this tea house appeared before Hanli. It was an ancient building, 3 stories high. As expected, it was somewhat imposing. With only a rough look, Hanli did not think deeper and entered. This was because he had already felt over 10 vibrations of magic power within the building, all of which were on par with his own. Only cultivators on the stage of foundation establishment or greater could release such spiritual power. He entered the tea house and swept his gaze across without stopping in the slightest. Then he went up to the second floor. This was because on the first floor, there were only mortals without the slightest magic power. Although there were a few cultivators on the second floor, the majority of them were of the chi condensation stage. They were fundamentally unable to enter Han Li's eyes at this moment. Han Li felt the fluctuation of magic power grow greater as he approached the third floor, Han Li's real objective. The tea had left a strong lingering fragrance throughout his mouth. When Cultivator Wu heard this, his smile grew slightly stronger. Junior Marshal Brother Han's appearance is rather unfamiliar. Are you a newly accepted brilliant disciple of a Yellow Maple Valley Marshal Sr.? The 20-year-old Junior Marshal Sister Fang with a common appearance calmly asked. My master is Li Huayuan. I was formally accepted as his disciple upon achieving foundation establishment. My age is but a few trifling years. I hope senior marshal brothers and sister will give me a pointer of two. Han Li responded with a sincere expression. How could we possibly talk about giving pointers? Everyone mutually exchanges a pointer or two with one another. Since Junior Marshal Brother Han was able to become Marshal Senior Li's disciple and was even dispatched to this location when you were so young, you are certain to be outstanding. There is no need to undervalue yourself so much. The one speaking this time was the middle-aged man from the Giant Sword sect. Although he appeared sincere and considerate, the words coming out of his mouth revealed none of that, leaving Han Li somewhat surprised. Han Li naturally said a few more modest words. As such, apart from that thin, short and silent Wu Yuzi, Han Li and the others broke into an excited discussion. What were you talking about just now? After a few more niceties, Han Li steered toward this topic, asking as he wished. It was nothing. We were guessing the reason as to why so many cultivators from foreign countries had come to Yanlin Castle. This is truly unusual. Although the Yin-Yang Pagoda is very precious, it's certainly not this attractive. When Wu Fatsi heard Han Li's question, he answered with a solemn expression. These words dispelled Han Li's doubts. He could not help but repeatedly nod in agreement. We made a few comments about it a moment ago but weren't able to come to a conclusion. We all felt that the odds of an outstanding treasure appearing in this area were not high. Because if this were the case, not only would there be foundation establishment cultivators, core formation stage experts would have already long arrived and wouldn't be nearly as peaceful. As for their true reasons, we have no way of knowing, said the Fang woman from Heavenly Imperial Castle. We shouldn't have careless suspicions. Surely in 2 days, on the start of the treasure seizing assembly, everything will be made known. I actually feel a bit uneasy toward the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators who arrived today. Overall, I feel that these people are of the wrong sort. They actually repeatedly beat down the disciples of the Yen clan and truly caused too much mishap. Do any of you know their origins? The middle-aged man named Wu asked with a wrinkled brow. His chuckling smile could no longer be seen. It seems he was truly felt great unease toward these cultivators. Cultivator Wu's question immediately caused this group of cultivators to look at each other in dismay. This was the first time they had heard of this sect, but how could they be a righteous group with that name of theirs? They most likely tread the devil Dao. Nobody knew whether they were a sect from a nearby country, but regardless, they were able to cause a local powerhouse like the Yen clan to be afraid of the consequences and remain timid even after they injured so many of their disciples. It seemed their aggressive arrogance knew no end. The majority's expression had changed except for that of Wu Yuzi, who had yet to speak. Only his expression hadn't changed. It seemed he knew something of this ghost spirit sect, causing everyone to be somewhat expectant. Junior Marshal Brother, do you know of this ghost spirit sect? Wu Fatsi asked with great surprise. His junior marshal brother had never been fond of interacting with others, but he did enjoy flipping through all sorts of books. Perhaps he truly knew a thing or two. The Ghost Spirit Sect, one of the 6 sects of the state of Tianluo. They are experts on controlling ghosts and enslaving demons. They are also proficient in poisonous techniques and a few dark techniques. Although they are the weakest of the 6 sects, they are more powerful and wealthier than the strongest sect in the state of Yu, the Masked Moon Sect. After Wu Yuzi raised his head and coldly said this, he once again turned silent. However, these few words were enough to cause everyone's expression to greatly change. A devil sect of the state of Tianluo. No wonder the Yan clan submitted themselves to humiliation. They are absolutely several times more powerful than our own 7 sections. In our region, apart from the righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu, no other country's cultivators would have the power to resist an invasion from them. The man from the giant sword sect turned pale as he mentioned this. We can't make a mistake about this. How would a great power suddenly come to our state of Yu and participate in such a small treasure-seizing assembly? The Fong woman asked, not daring to be fully convinced. Her words naturally carried some doubt. Heavenly South Letter 2nd Scroll, Article 4. Wu Yuzi spoke with a cold voice. Ah. The female cultivator didn't understand at first, but after a moment, she understood his meaning. Every great sect had a set of ancient records, in particular about the customs and relationships of every country, as well as a few fantastic tales and interesting anecdotes. They also touched quite a bit on the affairs of the cultivation world. However, because there was far too much, the female cultivator had only hurriedly looked through a few books before she became disinclined to look further. Could it be that the matters of the Ghost Spirit Sect could be found in these records? She wasn't the only one. The others also expressed doubt. Wu Yuzi then reluctantly said, on the 2nd scroll, not only does it detail the Ghost Spirit Sect but it also roughly introduces the other 5 sects of Tianluo. From Wu Yuzi's certain appearance, the others were convinced of his words. This time, apart from being shocked, the others began to ponder as to why the Ghost Spirit Sect suddenly appeared at the Yan clan. Han Li habitually massaged his temples and sunk into deep thought. The state of Tianluo's 6 sects intended to invade the state of Yu. No, that's not right. The states of Yu and Tianluo were separated by 2 small countries, the states of Cheji and Jiang. Before invading the state of Yu, they must first invade these 2 small countries. Although these 2 countries are small, the strength of their cultivation worlds was not small at all. If they were to join with the 7 sects of the state of Yu, it would be extremely difficult for the 6 Devil Dao sects to silently and easily invade the 2 countries. Besides, the nearby righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu would look upon them with a careful eye. Surely they wouldn't give them the opportunity to expand their strength. After Han Li thought it through, Han Li ruled out the most terrible situation. Chapter 254 Yan Clan Ancestor. Chapter 254, Yan Clan Ancestor. Could it be that the Ghost Spirit Sect was moving by itself, independently from the other 5 Devil Dao sects? If this were the case, the righteous sects wouldn't need to fear much. Even the Yan clan had the power to deal with the people of the Ghost Spirit Sect. After all, the Yan clan had many core formation cultivators on guard. After Han Li thought of this, he felt a bit more at ease. Even if the heavens were to truly fall upon them, those of high status would go to stop it. Whatever shady business the Ghost Spirit Sect had, what did it have to do with a trifling Foundation establishment disciple such as himself? Let the Yan clan deal with it. He only had to be a bit careful. After all, the fires that harm the gates affect the fish in the pond. Disaster can affect those who aren't targeted. He didn't know whether the others shared his thoughts. After a moment of fear, their expressions gradually become normal. Unexpectedly, no one further raised the subject. Instead, they chatted a bit about experiences and questions with regards to cultivation. All of this greatly interested Hanley, and he instantly joined in the discussion. Time passed very quickly and the sky gradually darkened. The group had their fair share of talking, and the foreign cultivators left not long ago. It was time to bid farewell. Their exchange of experiences left them with no small amount of gains, especially the means and opportunities used to make a breakthrough by the mid-foundation establishment cultivators. This alone made this trip worth it for Hanley and the other early foundation establishment cultivators. The middle-aged man surnamed Wu, who clearly wished for this discussion to continue, raised the topic of another meeting. Tomorrow, several of them would meet at a remote location and continue on with their long chat. Furthermore, they would also be holding a small-scale exchange of goods. How could this not be a wonderful opportunity? This suggestion received everyone's approval. Hanley naturally did not oppose. Thus, the discussion was complete, and they left one by one. Hanley then marked an inn that he passed by on his map. This inn specialized in receiving external cultivators. This inn was located in the southeast corner of Yanling Castle. The rather unremarkable inn wasn't very large. It was clearly inferior to other inns, so not many cultivators went there. Despite of this, Hanley sought this place because it was peaceful and less popular. Because there were fewer people, the odds of getting tied up into trouble was also smaller. Furthermore, the close proximity to the city walls meant that Hanley could easily escape if any mishap occurred. After all, the appearance of the cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect had left Hanley uneasy. Making preparations for the unexpected in advance was a practice he often used to be careful. This pleased Wind Inn didn't have many cultivators as expected. It also wasn't lively, and the people staying there were reclusive. Hanley got his own room without anyone making a fuss, much to his satisfaction. He immediately found a clean spot in his room to sit down. As for where that Dong Xianer was staying, Hanley did not care to look for her. After all, by the time the treasure-seizing assembly started, he would be certain to see her. When the time came, he only had to return to Yellow Maple Valley. As Hanley thought this, he fell into a deep sleep. During the night, while many cultivators started to sleep or sat in meditation to refine qi, at the tallest building in Yanling Tower, inside the heavily guarded room inside the Wind Cloud Pavilion, the command center of Yanling Castle, there was a red-haired old man who paced back and forth with both hands behind his back and a deadpan expression. Not far from him stood three gray-robed old men wearing extremely respectful expressions. Zijun, those Ghost Spirit sect youngsters truly wanted to come see me this night. The red-haired elder eventually stopped pacing and faintly looked at the elder in the middle. That is right, venerable ancestor. After the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect concluded the martial competition, he told me this in private. This person respectfully answered. N. The red-haired elder expressionlessly nodded his head, but radiance flashed through his eyes. At this moment, a black-robed middle-aged man walked in and saluted, saying, Venerable ancestor, elders, the guest has arrived. We have already arranged the great hall, but his two bodyguards have said they are unwilling to wait outside the hall. A few guards tried to force them out, but instead they wouldn't budge. It seems at least one of them is at core formation. How do we deal with it? Venerable ancestor, please give us clear instructions. Core formation cultivator? That's not odd at all. Without a bodyguard for a grand young sect master, how could that Ghost Spirit sect master feel at ease with him coming here? Let us go and see. I actually was curious to see what this young sect master looks like underneath his mask for quite a while. It turned out to be a sneaky ghost. After the red-haired elder heard the black-robed man's report, a trace of a scowl appeared on his face as he unpleasantly said this. Afterwards, he took the initiative to walk out the room, and the others naturally followed closely behind him. Upon entering the main hall, the red-haired elder saw a lanky youth wearing a silver devil mask. He was completely still, sitting in the guest seat. There stood two green-robed men behind him. One of them had a face with many layers of wrinkles and a head of white hair. He couldn't have looked older. The other was a boy with white teeth, red lips, and two pigtails on his head. At the center of the hall, there were 7 or 8 black-clothed cultivators lying unconscious on the floor, each with a face filled with black chi. Who am I to compare? So it turned out to be the renowned Li brothers. It is no wonder that you do not put my Yen clan into your eyes. When the red-haired elder saw the two green-robed men, his pupils slightly shrunk, but he still remained expressionless as he said this. He walked over to the master's seat, pulled up the sleeves of his jacket, and sat down. He then lightly clapped his hands 2 times. Several black-clothed men walked into the hall, wordlessly dragging out the unconscious men. Hee, who would have thought that our brother's reputation would be so large? Everyone knows of the Yen clan's venerable ancestor. Z's. We are truly honored to have you as our brother. However, right now Big Brother Liao Ji and I are responsible for protecting the young master, who is carrying out the master's affairs. If you have any business, Senior Brother Yen, please discuss it with our young master. After boy with the innocent appearance smiled, he spoke with a coarse voice like a broken gong. Chapter 255 Secret Meeting. Chapter 255 Secret Meeting. Han Li glanced at the expert's pill formula before him and wrinkled his eyebrows, speechless. This was the second afternoon since Han Li had arrived at Yanling Castle. After participating in a fervent discussion with some newly joined members from morning till noon, the 10 or so cultivators from their various sects within the room began to exchange for items that they each needed. Every person took turns listing what items they required and what items they were willing to trade to see whether or not there were other cultivators present willing to exchange. In fact, even in this kind of a small-scale exchange meeting, there were a few cultivators who took out some high-quality items. For example, the woman from the Heavenly Imperial Fortress surnamed Fong pulled out a heavenly flower stone. This was the best material to refine a top-grade earth attribute magic tool. It could also be used to refine average earth attribute magic treasures. Another new addition, a cultivator from Spirit Beast Mountain, pulled out the egg of an advanced grade 1 demonic beast, Whistling Wind Eagle. After it hatched, it would be a rather useful assistant to a cultivator, capable of both acting as a sentry and searching for objects. The items the other people took out, although they were not as impressive as the previous two, were materials and items that would be quite hard to find in a market city. Among all of these items, Han Li actually did find a medicinal herb necessary to refine the spirit-gathering pill. This exceeded Han Li's expectations, causing him to excitedly exchange it for 7 or 8 elementary high-grade talismans. Of course, as its age was not sufficient, he would need to return to mature it. However, this trade left both sides grinning from ear to ear. When it was Han Li's turn to speak, he bluntly brought out his own elementary high-grade talismans for trade. He mentioned the medicine ingredients he was lacking for the 2 medicine pills, and after a moment of hesitation, he also mentioned that all sorts of pill formulas were available for trade. Han Li was not able to acquire all the materials required for the ancient pill formulas, but it was only natural since they were rarely seen. The majority of these cultivators had never even heard the names of the materials Han Li listed. Although a few had heard 1 or 2 of those names before, they had none of those materials on hand. As for pill formulas, these cultivators naturally would not exchange them for talismans. They all knew that Han Li had said it without much thought. Han Li, seeing that he had talked for a long time, yet no one stepped forwards to make an exchange, knew that he didn't have much hope. Thus, he disappointedly decided to sit back down when all of a sudden, someone unexpectedly opened his mouth and said, "Are you accepting all pill formulas? I have a pill formula here, but it's somewhat strange. Can you take a look and judge how many talismans it can be exchanged for?" Hearing this, Hanli became happy in his heart, and without thinking any further, he opened his mouth and said, "Of course it's fine. As long as it's a pill formula, I am willing to make a trade." After this was said, Hanli took note of the person who had wanted to trade a pill formula. It was actually that cold, reclusive Taoist priest, Wu Yuzi. After Wu Yoshi heard Hanli's words, the trace of a rarely seen smile appeared on his face. Then he took out an azure jade slip and gave it to Hanli. When the other cultivators saw that there was someone who had exchanged a pill formula for talismans, they couldn't help but whisper for quite some time with astonished appearances. Wu Yuzi's senior marshal Bother Wu Fatsi then unexpectedly turned a blind eye and closed his eyes to rest. After Hanli scanned through the pill formula, he somewhat understood why Wu Yuzi had taken it out to exchange with him. This was actually an ancient pill formula. Not only that, but a pill used by ancient cultivators specialized in raising spirit beasts, the spirit feed pill. According to what was written on the formula, not only did a majority of demonic beasts greatly love to eat it, but after prolonged consumption, it would have the wondrous effect of promoting the spirit beast's grade. It was the optimal medicine pill to nurture spirit beasts. Seeing this, Hanli was startled. How could this cultivator trade such a valuable pill formula? But when Hanli took a look at the materials required for refining it, he suddenly mocked himself. Now he knew why the other party didn't value this formula in the least. For average cultivators, the materials required to refine the spirit feed pill were truly astonishing. It required nearly as many precious and rare materials as Hanli's own qi refining powder. As for the materials that were hard to gather, even if one gathered enough of these rare materials, who would use them to refine this spirit feed pill? Naturally, a cultivator would keep the materials for use on his own body. After all, the progression of one's own magic power was more important than that of a spirit beast. Benefactor, you said that any pill formula is fine. You can't go back on your word. Although this lanky Taoist priest showed a trace of shrewdness, the originally honest and sincere impression he had given Hanli caused Hanli to bitterly smile. However, while this pill formula was of not use to others, it held obvious value to Hanli. Naturally he wouldn't let it slip by. Hanli lowered his head in thought. He then took out 10 elementary high-grade talismans from his storage pouch and gave them to the Taoist priest. This should be enough to satisfy him. After all, common cultivators would have regarded this recipe as trash, else this Taoist priest would have long traded it with Spirit Beast Mountain instead of keeping it among his possessions to this day. As expected, Wu Fatsi took the talismans and did not speak further, satisfied. After Hanli sat down, a cultivator immediately stood up and said somewhat impatiently, "I have iron wood, aged a few several hundred years. The trade for this item caused the room's atmosphere to become even more fervent. Meanwhile, inside the Yen clan's Wind Cloud Pavilion's official hall, a secret clan assembly had convened. All of the stewards and elders who held power all sat down in 2 rows, attentively listening to the Yen clan ancestor. Beside the Yen clan ancestor stood an absolutely peerlessly stunning woman who appeared 17 or 18 years of age, beautiful as a fairy should be. The Ghost Spirit sect raised conditions for the Yen clan's return. They are rather generous. Not only will they lend us the 1,000 Spirit Sutras to the Yen clan, but they will also promise that a person from our Yen clan will serve as their deputy sect master. Their only request is that Yenner must marry their young sect master and pair cultivate the great blood spirit arts with him. Furthermore, the position of the Yen clan master must be succeeded by their children. Naturally, the position of the Ghost Spirit sect master must also be succeeded. Similarly, the Yen clan ancestor calmly said this. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it had clearly reached everyone's ear, as if he were speaking right next to them. the Yen of the Yen clan and the name of the girl Yenner have the same sound but are written differently. Everyone, speak. What path should our Yen clan proceed? You should all know that our late Yen clan ancestors were originally cultivators from the Ghost Spirit sect who were at discord with other cultivators within the sect and established our estate in the state of Yu. The current Ghost Spirit sect master can be regarded as my martial nephew. Because of this, everyone shouldn't have any misgivings on those sentiments. Focus and consider only the benefits and losses to our Yen clan. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect's young master brought some information. The 6 devil sects of the state of Tianluo will invade the state of Yu in 5 days. The states of Jiang and Cheji already surrendered half a month ago, and most of the 2 countries' sects have been extinguished. The small portion that surrendered has become subordinate sects to the 6 devil sects. Thus, even if our Yen clan doesn't agree to the Ghost Spirit sect's conditions, we must consider what happens after the 7 sects of the state of Yu are extinguished and how our Yen clan will survive. This is the problem that should be at the forefront of our consideration. Without waiting for the rest of the Yen clan to address the previous question, the Yen clan ancestor threw out an even more astonishing matter, causing everyone to madly comment on it. What? The cultivation worlds of the states of Jian and Cheji have already been taken over. This is impossible. The strength of those 2 countries isn't weak at all. How could they fall against the 6 sects of the Devil Dao without years of resistance? How could you speak of them falling? How could they have won so quickly? Could it be there is something greater at play? A secret? Clearly, those who held power in the Yen clan found it hard to believe this information. Enough. Those with questions should ask them one by one. How could we possibly move forward with all this ruckus? When the Yen clan martial ancestor saw this, he answered with a cold expression. After these words were spoken, the ruckus in the large hall was immediately silenced. Then all the gazes focused onto a middle-aged Confucian scholar sitting to the right of the red-haired elder. When the Yen clan ancestor clearly saw the situation, he wrinkled his brow and amiably said to the Confucian scholar, "Xian Yi, how do you see things? You are the source of wisdom for our Yen clan. These matters relate to the life and death of the Yen clan. Please analyze them with all your heart." "Yes, venerable ancestor." The Confucian scholar didn't dare to be negligent and hastily replied. "However, can this descendant first ask a few questions before saying anything else?" "Yes, of course you can. Do not hesitate to ask any questions you have." "I will say all that I know," the Yen clan ancestor solemnly pledged. After receiving the Yen clan ancestor's reply, the Confucian scholar nodded his head and solemnly asked, "First of all, is the might of this great blood spirit arts very great? Also, how will Nisi's heavenly spiritual roots affect the cultivation of this technique after she pair cultivates with their young master? Secondly, how did they find our Yen clan and know that we originally came from the Ghost Spirit sect? Lastly, were they the only ones who informed venerable ancestor of the occupation of the 6 Devil Dao sects in the states of Jiang and Cheji? If this is true, shouldn't the righteous Dao alliance of the state of Fengdu be hurrying to respond? In a single breath, the Confucian scholar asked 3 questions. Chapter 256 Conspiracy. Chapter 256 Conspiracy. When the Yen clan ancestor heard the Confucian scholar ask only the crucial points, he couldn't help revealing an expression of admiration and surprise. He then replied, "Great blood spirit arts." Although our late Yen clan ancestors did not carry this cultivation art, this letter seems to think extremely highly of this cultivation art, praising it as the #1 devil art of the 1000 Spirit Sutras. After refining it, one could even take a leading role in the 6 sects of the Devil Dao. It could also be said to be one of the most fearsome secret techniques. However, this technique is far too overbearing. In order to prevent any accidental harm, a man and a woman must pair cultivate it. It is also extremely important that their spiritual roots be of sufficient quality. If they are not, then it can only be cultivated to the second or third layer at the very most, simply nothing worthy of note. Thus, if one had captivating heavenly spiritual roots, they would absolutely become an ideal partner for pair cultivation. This young master of the ghost spirit sect happens to have extremely rare dark spirit roots, an ideal partner for cultivating the great blood spirit arts. If he and his partner had ideal peak aptitudes and truly cultivated the great blood spirit arts, they could cultivate this art to its very deepest and be put at the forefront of the 6 sections. As a result, this ghost spirit sect did not hesitate to rope us in, even risking telling us information on the eve of the invasion of the state of Yu to secure the opportunity for the ghost spirit sect to be proclaimed hegemon of the entire heavenly south region. As for how they knew of the history of the Yen clan, there is an even better explanation. Before our ancestors passed away, they already established contact with the ghost spirit sect. I suppose it was at that time that our Yen clan was brought to their attention. As for Yenner, it's likely they have conspired for quite some time, all in order to take advantage of this golden opportunity and have our Yen clan agree to this matter with both incentive and force. After the Yen clan ancestor said this, he bitterly smiled. It was clear that their late ancestors' rash contact with the ghost spirit sect had left them without much choice. Also, on the matter of the invasion of the 6 devil Dao sects, they were the ones who told me. But as for the seizure of the states of Jiang and Cheji, our Yen clan noticed something amiss several days before their arrival. The men we have stationed in those 2 countries should have sent us regularly scheduled information by now, but we have yet to receive any message. This should verify their story. As for how they easily seized the 2 countries. According to their explanation, the 6 sects had already bribed many members of the 2 countries' sects and clans in advance. As a result, with an ambush of formidable strength and the aid of several traitors, the 2 countries fell in one blow. Right now, the 6 sects should be purging the remnants who refuse to pay allegiance. As for using us to prepare for the invasion of the state of Yu, this is naturally to avoid taking greater losses. As for the righteous Dao alliance in the state of Fengdu, you can't hope to count on them. Not long before this meeting, I received information that the righteous Dao alliance had already invaded a neighboring mid-class country and nearly seized all of it. It seems certain that these 2 great powers already made a deal under the table and have thus started their large-scale expansion operations. The Yen clan ancestor clearly listed explanations one after another. Those who heard this were shocked. The devil and righteous Dao have simultaneously started to expand their influence. If this is true, it is rather amusing. After the Confucian scholar listened to the Yen clan ancestors' answers, he said a few thought-provoking words with a smile. Xianyi, what meaning do your words carry? A white-haired Confucian scholar sitting across from him impatiently asked. Second uncle. It is nothing, merely a guess of mine. This guess has nothing to do with our Yen clan. Let's talk about the situation of our Yen clan first. The Confucian scholar responded, shaking his head and waving it off as he wished. Humph. The old man was met with a tactful rejection and resentfully glared at the Confucian scholar. But in front of the Yen clan ancestor, he could only angrily sit back down. Wow. After this meeting, can I hear this small guess of yours? The Yen clan ancestor asked with some interest. If venerable ancestor wishes to hear, Xianyi naturally won't hide it from you. When the Confucian scholar saw this, he hastily bowed and respectfully replied. Good. However, let's first talk about the matter before us. If we were to make a wrong choice about this, it's not a matter of not being annexed, it's a matter of offending them and enduring a clan extermination under the combined might of the 6 sections. A trace of helplessness was revealed in the red-haired elder's words. After all, while the Yen clan's power wasn't too weak, even with the addition of their hidden strength, they wouldn't be able to put up the slightest resistance. N. Venerable Ancestor is correct. Currently, the Yen clan must fear both ends. If we agree, they might take the opportunity to swallow us whole. If we refuse, then their strength will be far too great and will bring upon us endless trouble. The Confucian scholar wore an expression of contemplation. Even so, my opinion is that we should still agree to their conditions and enter the ghost spirit sect. The Confucian scholar eventually gave a firm answer. Without waiting for the slightest of opposition from the Yen clan, he continued, everyone has thought about it from the very start. If we refuse their conditions, what sort of fearsome consequences would occur? But did everyone think about whether we could extort enough benefits out of the 7 sects by refusing the ghost spirit sect? To the best of my knowledge, it seems we currently have good relations with the 7 sections. But secretly, they are scared that the power of our Yen clan will further grow and threaten their interests. Thus in the recent years, they have already indistinctly suppressed us in all areas. Even if we don't agree to the ghost spirit sect's conditions and leak the information of the Devil Dao invasion to the 7 sects, it is quite possible we wouldn't be able to fish for any advantages. After all, the resources of the state of Yu have long been divided between the 7 sections. How could they spit out things for our Yen clan? Furthermore, during the 6 sects invasion of the state of Yu, even if the 7 sects of the state of Yu were able to acquire the assistance of cultivators from other countries to resist the Devil Dao, their chances of victory aren't very high. Clinging to victory is our Yen clan's path to survival. After all, the loser would be incapable of honoring its promise. Equivalently, agreeing to the ghost spirit sect doesn't come with just harm. We should also be aware of the benefits. Setting aside the benefits of Yen learning the great blood spirit arts and the position as deputy sect master, becoming a member of the ghost spirit sect is a golden opportunity to expand the influence of the Devil Dao. As such, after the Yen clan joins with them, we will be able to openly and brazenly expand our influence as well. Of course, we must be careful so we aren't considered weapons by the ghost spirit sect and consume our manpower in vain. As long as we can expand the power of the Yen clan until we can reach equal footing with the ghost spirit sect, they will naturally be unable to annex us. If our power becomes far greater than their own, then perhaps we may have the ghost spirit sect be named Yen. The Confucian scholar said all of this frankly and with confidence, describing the prospect of a beautiful future and rousing the spirits of quite a few people. Naturally, there were a few old men who still felt incomparably uneasy. After all, how could the ghost spirit sect have any good intentions towards them and sincerely give them the time to gradually strengthen themselves? However, the Confucian scholar's next words wiped away their doubts. Naturally, we can't leave ourselves too vulnerable. We don't have a single means of restricting them. If the other party truly wanted to have us submit to them, then let's have that young sect master and the 2 core formation cultivators accompanying him along with Ruyan and 2 elders exchange a life and death curse. Thus, they wouldn't be able to harm our Yen clan for at least 200 to 300 years. During this time, our Yen clan will be able to greatly expand its influence. If the ghost spirit sect doesn't agree to this measure, then we fundamentally cannot rely on the other party's goodwill. This would prove all of your previous doubts, that this was merely a trap for our Yen clan. The Confucian scholar provided a method to authenticate the other side's sincerity. The ancestor and others who listened repeatedly nodded their heads. They felt this method was very reliable. Yener, Yen Wen, Yen Ji. All of you go to the ghost spirit sect's guest room and sign a life and death contract with them. If they do not agree, immediately activate the Great Formation inside the hall and trap them there. After the Yen clan ancestor closed his eyes to think for a moment, he opened his eyes and gave his command. We follow your orders, venerable ancestor. The young girl next to the Yen clan ancestor sweetly smiled and gracefully walked to the front of the hall, accepting her orders. She was accompanied by two middle-aged men. "Yenner, be careful. If something is amiss, you should first escape. I will arrange for elders to provide support from outside the hall." The Yen clan ancestor clearly doted in this young Yen clan girl, so much so that great concern was shown on his face. "Be at ease, venerable ancestor. I have the protection of the violet cloud flag, so I'll definite escape should any danger show up." The young woman adorably comforted him and walked out of the hall with the two middle-aged men. As the old red-haired man saw his most favored female descendant walk out, he still felt uneasy. Then, without taking the time to think, he issued a series of commands and laid out an inescapable net surrounding the guest hall in order to rescue Rian if needed and prevent the other party from escaping. Inside the official hall, there was a tranquil atmosphere. All those within were waiting with anxiety for the return of Rian and the other two. After the time it took an incense stick to burn, a voice transmission talisman suddenly flew into the official hall and headed directly toward the Yen clan ancestor's hand. The ancestor lightly pinched the sound transmission talisman, and Yen Rian's sweet voice was heard. "Venerable ancestor, the matter has concluded. The other party agreed to the contract that the two senior martial uncles and I proposed. The life and death contract was performed smoothly. I am currently keeping the other party company in the main hall. Because the other party still wishes to further speak to Venerable Ancestor, I request that Venerable Ancestor prepare." When the Yen clan ancestor and other Yen clan members heard that the life and death contract was successful, they all let out a sigh of relief. But when they heard that the other party wished to come to the main hall, everyone stared. "Everyone is immediately dismissed. Only Xian Yi will remain here with me." The Yen clan ancestor muttered to himself for a moment before firmly giving his command. At his command, the various elders and stewards within the hall immediately dispersed. Chapter 257 Blood Sacrifices and a Glamorous Male. Chapter 257 Blood Sacrifices and a Glamorous Male. The Yen clan ancestor and Confucian scholar both waited for a while before the ghost spirit sect's young master and Yen Rian walked into the debate hall. "Since my Yen clan has already agreed to an alliance with your esteemed sect, does young sect master have any other comments?" When the Yen clan's martial ancestor opened his mouth again, he was obviously much milder. Clearly, he was avoiding the fact that the Yen clan would be a subordinate of the ghost spirit sect in the future. "Why does Elder Yen need to act so ceremoniously? Since Rian and I are now under a life and death oath, this can be considered our wedding contract. Elder Yen, in the future you can just call me Wang Chan, you don't have to call me young sect master," Wang Chan said as gracefully as the wind after gently bowing in greeting. "How can this be allowed? You and Rian have yet to wed each other, so how can I be so disrespectful to the young sect master? After all, the Yen clan now is about to become a branch of the ghost spirit sect," the Yen clan martial ancestor expressionlessly refuted, shaking his head and twirling the short beard hairs on his chin. Hearing the Yen clan's martial ancestor speak like that, the ghost spirit sect's young master knew that the other person's wariness towards him had not been completely dispelled yet. Thus, he didn't force the issue and laughed, then said, "In reality, the reason why Wang Chan asked martial ancestor to come with Miss Rian and meet again was because I wanted to ask how martial ancestor was preparing to fulfill the arrangement. After all, in 5 days our 6 sects are going to officially attack the state of Yu. At that time, if the Yen clan doesn't promptly leave, it will become somewhat complicated. Young sect master can rest assured concerning this matter. Although our Yen clan appears to have many clan members, in reality we will abandon a few outer clan members who are too far removed from the bloodline, as well as commoners with no magic power. After all, transferring all the clan members at once is not quite realistic. The Yen clan is very clear about this matter," said the Confucian scholar first. "Since Yen clan is prepared to sacrifice, this junior now can rest assured. After all, if the Yen clan were to move all at once, it would be impossible to not be noticed by the 7 sects. At that time, your leaked reputation won't be good. This individual should be the Yen clan's master Xian Yi, the 100 untold secrets. It's an honor to meet you at last, the young sect master of the ghost spirit sect gently laughed and said as the eyes behind his mask sized up the Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar's heart couldn't help but tremble upon seeing that the other person had called out his name and title with one glance. However, his face still wore a calm expression. Junior wanting to find martial ancestor was not just this, I also want to know how Yen clan is planning on handling the 200 foundation establishment cultivators currently inside the castle. Many of them are the backbone disciples of the 7 sects. Since the Yen clan must immediately leave within 2 days, running into them at that time would be extremely unfortunate, said the ghost spirit sect's young master without changing expression. However, the meaning in his words caused the Yen clan's martial ancestor and the Confucian scholar's expressions to change. Young sect master's meaning. The Yen clan's martial ancestor said somewhat gloomily. What about this? To cultivate the great blood spirit arts requires the blood sacrifice of cultivators' souls in order to smoothly begin cultivation. What about giving us these cultivators to allow our ghost spirit sect's shadow flame great formation to refine their physical bodies and leave the souls for Miss Ruyan to begin establishing her foundation? So many thick souls of foundation establishment cultivators should definitely be enough for Miss to easily cultivate the first layer of the great blood spirit arts. The ghost spirit sect's young sect master indifferently proposed an incomparably vicious idea, causing the hearts of the Confucian scholar and Yen clan martial ancestor opposite him to feel a chill. Absolutely not. If it were just the people of the 7 sects, then maybe it would be fine. There are only so many people gathered here because cultivators from other states received word that we would choose a paired cultivation partner for Ruyan. Our Yen clan definitely cannot do something that would offend everyone. After the Confucian scholar's shock, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke, as if he were afraid that the Yen clan's martial ancestor would actually agree to the proposition. Xian Yi, you don't have to be agitated. I haven't become confused to that stage yet, the Yen clan martial ancestor said, waving his hand at the Confucian scholar as his face darkened. Then, he said coldly to the ghost spirit sect's young sect master's idea really is a good one. But if we truly did it your way, although the world is large, there will be no place for our Yen clan to appear ever again. The Yen clan will not take the initiative to make a move on the invited cultivators. However, I can send someone to gather the cultivators of the 7 sects in one location. As for how to deal with them and whether we can gather that many, that will depend on your ability. The Confucian scholar, upon hearing the Yen clan's martial ancestor say this, let out a sigh and repeatedly agreed. When the ghost spirit sect's young master heard this, an unhappy light flickered through his eyes, and he slowly opened his mouth to speak, somewhat dissatisfied. These cultivators' souls are to be used for Miss Ruyan, and the people who profit are the Yen clan's members, yet the Yen clan is unwilling to provide any assistance. This behavior is too unjustifiable. The Yen clan's martial ancestor was startled slightly. However, the crafty him immediately said, his expression firm, Ruyan is going to be married to young sect master soon and become young sect master's wife. If anyone were in your position and made some effort, this is seemingly right and proper. Of course, when our Yen clan officially becomes part of the ghost spirit sect, naturally we will not have mercy on the members of the 7 sects. However, no matter how you say it, the 7 sects disciples were invited by us this time. If our Yen clan were to make the first move, our reputation to the cultivators of other states would be unbearable. Of course, if we were to just let them go like this, it would also be somewhat improper. Thus, it's best if young sect masters' men make a move. That way, our Yen clan can excuse ourselves to the cultivators from other states. However, now that he had run into her face to face, if he didn't ask at all, he would have no way to justify himself. Even more, these two individuals had completely sunk beneath Dong Xianer's dress. When they saw him, they first froze. Next, they actually ran over to him happily, wanting him to quickly pull Dong Xianer away from that male cultivator. After all, no matter how they looked at it, the danger Han Li posed to them was so small it could be ignored when compared to that glamorous male. It seemed like they had selected Han Li as their last resort. As Han Li listened to complaints of the two cultivators who had become completely upset with jealousy, he closely sized up the glamorous male and Dong Xianer's drunken expression. Based on what these two said, they had accompanied Dong Xianer in the afternoon to a few of the most reputable stores to buy some raw materials and talismans, but who knew that in one of the stores they would happen to meet this person. As soon as she saw that person, Dong Xianer immediately became infatuated. She took the initiative to intertwine herself to the other person, and her movements became even more over the top. The more they saw, the more their rage increased. What caused them to almost vomit blood was that, when this person saw Dong Xianer wrap herself around him, he unreservedly accepted it, even going as far as having the notion of taking Dong Xianer away. How could these two accept this turn of events? Thus, they blocked off this male in this small alley, wanting him to leave Dong Xianer behind. But this male coldly laughed once, then said that as long as Dong Xianer was willing, he absolutely would not obstruct her at all. These words immediately caused the two to pitifully stand there in vain. No matter how they looked at Dong Xianer's expression, she had thrown herself into his arms of her own accord. Chapter 258 Bewitchment. Chapter 258 Bewitchment. When Han Li more or less understood what had happened at the alley, he discovered quite a few oddities. First of all, he was unable to see the other party's approximate age from his beautiful appearance. From his smooth and delicate skin, he seemed to be about 20 years old. However, from his gaze and bearing, he seemed to be of about 30 or 40 years of age. His facial appearance seemed to faintly display some kind of frivolousness, as if he were a pompous young master. However, he was able to see with a glance that the other party was merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage. This was the reason Han Li dared to remain. If he were late foundation establishment stage, Han Li would have further considered whether or not he should be involved in such a contrived affair. Secondly, since the moment he appeared at this place, Dong Xianer's detached gaze had swept past him, but still turned her head back to indulge in looking at this gorgeous man, as if Han Li had actually become a stranger. This was quite fishy. Who are you? Are you also an admirer of this young lady? Let me, Tian, first say this clearly, unless this young lady voluntarily leaves, nobody had better think of make this beauty leave my embrace. When the gorgeous man saw that Han Li, whose appearance was unremarkable, and noticed that his cultivation was only at early foundation establishment, he couldn't help but reveal an appearance of disdain. Then, after he patted Dong Xianer's fragrant shoulder, he said this without concern. Despite seeing the other party show such scorn for him, the slightest of anger could not be seen on Han Li's face. During this time, his gaze repeatedly switched between this man and Dong Xianer, observing them. He then darkly yelled, "Who is your esteemed self? To actually use bewitchment magic on a cultivator of our 7 sects, your courage is quite great." When he heard Han Li's words, the glamorous man's expression slightly changed, but he immediately recovered. Then he said with a smooth expression, "You are babbling nonsense. This young woman and I are together because we find each other's company pleasant. If you all do not step aside, don't blame me for mercilessly taking action." Yan Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng, who had also heard Han Li's words, suddenly realized what had happened. They then aggressively surrounded the glamorous man and angrily said, "I was wondering why Dong Xianer would suddenly not take notice of us as if she were possessed. It turns out that a despicable fellow like you used an evil spell to bewitch her. Quickly undo your magic technique, or don't blame me for being impolite with my violet light symbols. Exactly, I also thought something was amiss. How could Dong Xian'er leave with a stranger like you without any reason? It turned out you were a sorcerer. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of young Lady Dong. As Senior Marshal Brother Feng and Yen Yu said this, they each took out their own magic tools, a pair of purple symbols and a short spear, intending to use them. Confronting the threats of an early Foundation establishment and a mid-Foundation establishment disciple, the glamorous man's face was covered with a layer of chilliness. He coldly said, "You overestimate yourselves." At this moment, Hanli felt that something was not right. He unconsciously felt that this glamorous man was extremely dangerous, and thus his mind churned for a moment. He suddenly transmitted his voice loudly towards Dong Xian'er's ear. Dong Xian'er, I see you are doing fine, no? Are you not afraid of Marshal Senior Hong Fu confining you? Yen Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng didn't sense Han Li's voice transmission in the slightest, but the glamorous man seemed to have sensed something. After he glared at Han Li, he hastily lowered his head to look at Dong Xian'er. At this moment, Dong Xian'er's face revealed an expression of shock as she unexpectedly struggled fiercely to leave the gorgeous man's embrace, withdrawing several steps away. Her face then revealed a slight expression of confusion as if she had woken up from a great dream. When Yen Yu and Senior Marshal Brother Feng saw this, they were greatly exalted. Seeing that the gorgeous man's expression had become unsightly and that he wanted to walk towards Dong Xian'er, the two instantly reacted, stepping forward and separating the glamorous man from Dong Xian'er. How could they possibly allow Dong Xian'er, who had broken free with difficulty, to once again come under his evil spell? After Dong Xian'er's consciousness had fully recovered, she seemed to have though of something extremely dreadful and did not dare to look at the glamorous man any further, abruptly running toward Han Li with panic. Then she hid several steps behind Han Li, thoroughly breaking away from the glamorous man's resentful gaze. At this moment, her body was incessantly trembling, and her face wore an expression of fear. The slightest of her wicked and unruly behavior had vanished. The gorgeous man's expression grew dark. He looked at Yen Yu and Senior Marshal Feng with a malicious gaze and then finally rigidly stared at Han Li. Seeing these three look at him with a wary expression, he knew that seizing away Dong Xian'er today would be impossible. By the time Dong Xian'er's consciousness had returned, the three had tied him down and bothered him long enough for peach trees to fully blossom. Furthermore, if a fight occurred, it would attract a great number of cultivators. He did not wish to be recognized at this place. But ever since he was small, he had yet to let such a golden prize be snatched away from him. With this thought, the glamorous man's face became slightly twisted. He formidably declared, "Today's matter has yet to be concluded. I will remember you three. You should all prepare yourselves." With that said, the glamorous man's body flashed with a rainbow radiance and turned into a red light, flying off into the distance. Only Han Li and the others remained, albeit with squinted eyes. At the Pleased Wind Tavern where Han Li was staying, Han Li and the others heard Dong Xian'er's account of her bewitchment by the gorgeous man. I did not know why, but when I met his gaze, I immediately felt my mind slip away and couldn't think of anything. All I could think of was wanting to do my utmost to win his favor, hoping he would do anything to me. It was as if he were my fated master. I was unable to muster any resistance. However, this was definitely my first time seeing him. How could this have happened? I am certainly unwilling to become anybody's slave. When Dong Xian'er said this, her face became increasingly pale. It was obvious that the feeling of just having her body and mind controlled by that gorgeous man had caused her to feel a fear greater than her fear of death. Han Li and the two other males mutually looked at each other with unsightly faces and said nothing after a while. This glamorous man's bewitchment technique was far too difficult to deal with. If this magic technique were fully used on them three, they would also be unable to resist. Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Although the other party's bewitchment technique was incredible, it should have no effect on us three. Hanley leisurely said after a moment of contemplation. How did Junior Marshal Brother Han come to have such a brilliant opinion? When Senior Marshal Brother Fong heard Han Li's words, his spirits shook. It's obvious. If his bewitchment technique could work on us males, do you believe he would have departed with that hateful gaze without using it on us? Perhaps he was lacking magic power and didn't have enough to use it again. However, when we were confronting him, we truly felt that his magic power was not lacking. Thus we can believe that the first case is most likely, Hanley calmly explained. Having heard these words, Senior Marshal Brother Fong and Yan Yut simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Since the other party could only use this ferocious bewildering technique against females, the two no longer feared the technique. As for his magic power and magic tools, the two had nothing to fear. Senior Marshal Brother Han. If us female cultivators come across this person, are we certain to be controlled for the rest of our lives? I cannot accept this. Dong Xianer said this with a deathly pale complexion and looked as if she wanted to cry. This was the first time she had said Senior Marshal Brother Han with this much grief. When Han Li heard this, he remained silent. He wasn't an admirer of hers. If she wanted someone to protect her, then she shouldn't be looking at him. However, Han Li did not know that ever since Dong Xianer had been rescued from that fearsome mind control, Dong Xianer unconsciously became more dependent on Han Li. Seeing herself in this dangerous situation, she had automatically pleaded for him to take action. With Han Li having yet to come up with a response, the other two felt sour and patted their chests toward the sky, each expressing their desire to protect Dong Xianer for the next few days and prevent that sorcerer from again succeeding by all means. When Dong Xianer heard what they had to say, her heart grew slightly more eased. After all, with two Foundation establishment cultivators protecting her, it seemed she wouldn't have any problems. The first attempt to control her had gone smoothly as she had not expected it. But with her additional vigilance, the next attempt to control her would not be so easy. Thus, Dong Xianer recovered a bit of her spirit. Not long after, she was laughing and playing around with the two. Her own charms had reached an extreme, mesmerizing them to the point where they didn't know which way was north. When Han Li saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It could be said this Dong Xianer's cultivation art and that gorgeous man's bewildering technique were actually different methods that led to similar results, but the former wasn't nearly as overbearing. However, her charming technique was certain to be an extremely high-grade bewildering technique. It could completely bewilder a man and completely take away his body and mind. From what Han Li had seen, it wasn't different from that glamorous man in the slightest. They were equally as dangerous. The old man of the Li brothers coughed a few times. He said while shaking his head, "Young sect master, be at ease. There is no problem at all. Although this is a last-minute formation spell, our disciples are managing it. It will be able to display its trapping efficacy. Naturally, if the late Foundation establishment cultivators in the formation used the might of some particularly astonishing magic tools, this may not be the case, but the large majority of these cultivators are certain to be unable to escape. And I am feeling relieved. The 12 guards I brought from the Ghost Spirit sect won't remain idle. That should be more than enough to handle the stragglers who escaped the net." The Ghost Spirit sect's young master said without worry. The Li brothers felt there was no problem and didn't further speak. In truth, if they didn't require the souls and primordial spirits of these cultivators to be completely intact, the two Li brothers would be able to take care of it. Exterminating a few Foundation establishment cultivators was a trivial matter, but how could they be bothered to do so? The Li brothers thought with pride. Several thousands of kilometers away, in a secret room of Yellow Maple Valley, 7 to 8 core formation experts had gathered together, nervously listening to a spotlessly clean yellow-robed old man speak. After listening to the old man's words, all of their complexions grew extremely dark. Han Li's masterly Huayuan, female immortal Hong Bai, and even that fatty Lei Wanhe was among them. Their expressions were all extremely disturbed. Not long after the cultivators left the secret room, the entirety of Yellow Maple Valley flurried with zeal. Sound transmission talismans fluttered down throughout the whole sky. Below the storm of talismans, a storm of cultivators was disorderly rushing about on flying magic tools. A few moments later, groups of cultivators left Yellow Maple Valley during that very night, separately rushing forth in different directions. This very scene equivalently unfolded in the other 6 sections. Furthermore, every sect had messengers rushing back and forth without end. It seemed as if the cultivation world of the State of Yu had become bloodthirsty overnight. In the following days, clans of all sizes in the State of Yu received a conscription order sealed by a sect master of the 7 great sects, calling upon each of the clan's outstanding disciples. Disobedience would be met with violent extermination from an enforcement squad. Naturally, when the conscription order arrived at the Yen clan 3 days later, no one responded. By the time, the Yen clan was already deserted. Because Han Li and the other 7 sect cultivators were too far away, they naturally did not know of this matter. As a result, on the 2nd day, just as light had begun to shine, a few cultivators had arrived on the west side of the mountain peak. A huge spell formation had already been established at that location. At the center of the formation were 2 middle-aged men dressed in Yen clan apparel with their eyes closed. At the back of the spell formation was a short stone platform. On that stone platform stood over 10 Yen clan members faintly covered in mist, talking about something. It seemed they were waiting for all the cultivators to all be present before starting the assembly. Han Li had already arrived on the mountain peak. He hadn't appeared with Dong Xiener but rather arrived early by himself. On the mountain peak, he ran into a middle-aged giant sword sect disciple surnamed Ba who had also arrived early. The two were chatting when something suddenly came to Han Li's mind. "Elder brother Ba, what does this spell formation do? Do you know?" After Han Li sized up the huge spell formation several times, he had found it irksome each time. After a moment of chatting, he couldn't help but ask this. "I am embarrassed. This one doesn't understand much about spell formations, but I reckon it should be a protective barrier type restriction. After all, a competition between Foundation establishment disciples must be contained, else the small mountain wouldn't be able to withstand our bustling." The cultivator surnamed Ba stroked his chin, not paying it much mind. "Oh. That seems likely." Although Han Li said this, he faintly felt an uneasy air from the spell formation. This was not something he could sense with the deepness of his magic power but rather a reaction completely stemming from his intuition. Han Li wrinkled his brow and looked in every direction. At this moment, over 30 cultivators had already arrived. The Daoist priests from the Clear Void sect, that woman surnamed Fong from Heavenly Imperial Castle, and others he recognized began to appear. Furthermore, they all gathered into groups of 3 and 4 to talk about a few things. "Brother Han, let us greet them. Wu Fatzi and the other have already arrived." The cultivator surnamed Ba saw the others assemble and suggested this to Han Li with a smile. "Brother Ba, do not hesitate to go. This little brother still has a few things to think about. Please do not let me trouble you." Han Li lightly shook his head, unwilling to join together with so many people. It seemed a bit too troublesome. The giant sword sect disciple shrugged his shoulders. Although he was a bit puzzled, he walked over by himself. After all, such good opportunities to make friends with cultivators from other sects were hard to come by, so he wouldn't lightly let it go. When Han Li saw the man surnamed Ba leave, he didn't stay at that location. Instead, he habitually sought a secluded location and walked to the farthest corner away from the spell formation. Then he indifferently looked at the movements of the other cultivators. An hour later, Dong Xianer and that senior martial brother Feng had finally arrived. Furthermore, after they arrived, they entered the crowd of Yellow Maple Valley cultivators. Not long after, Dong Xianer stirred up many intimate reactions from several men as if she were a fish in water. In addition, there was no trace of that Yan Yu who originally kept close to her side. Han Li felt somewhat surprised from this. At this moment, the many cultivators who donned Yan clan clothing on the stone platform were actually Ghost Spirit sect cultivators, counting the number of people that appeared. "Young master, we are still short 2 people. Furthermore, it is not longer early. Should we further wait?" After they counted the number of people, a Ghost Spirit sect cultivator reported this to the Ghost Spirit sect's young master. "We don't need to wait any longer. Immediately notify the 2 elders to start the Great Formation. If time runs too long, a few clever cultivators may sense that something isn't right. That would be even worse. As for those 2 cultivators who didn't appear, from the 12 guards, have Guard 8 and Guard 12 go and exterminate them. Regardless of the reason why they didn't appear, do not let them leave Yanling Castle alive." The Ghost Spirit sect's young master didn't hesitate to give his command. Killing intent permeated throughout his words. Chapter 260 Trap. Chapter 260, Trap. The cultivators beside the Ghost Spirit sect's young master accepted their orders, transmitting a message to the Li brothers while still under disguise. But with a startled expression, they turned their face to the Ghost Spirit sect's young master and further asked for directions. "Young sect master," the 2 elders said, "there are 3 cultivators who are too far away from the spell formation. If we start, they will not be restricted by the formation spell. Please instruct us on how to draw those 3 closer." The Ghost Spirit sect's young master eyes showed some amazement. He inwardly wrinkled his brow. These circumstances were beyond his expectations. It could be said that the range of the last-minute fire Great Formation restriction range was not small, but there were still people that weren't within scope. This was quite strange. With this thought, the Ghost Spirit sect's young sect master Wang Chan first raised his head and took a look. Sure enough, he discovered 3 people who weren't within range of the spell formation. 2 of these people were a man and a woman from the Masked Moon sect. They were kissing outside the northeast corner of the formation and whispering sweet nonsense underneath a large tree. The feeling of love was dense there, and they kept away from the crowd. In the west, next to some mountain rock over 30 meters away from the formation boundary, stood a yellow-robed male youth who looked rather ordinary. The one who was insipidly observing the mountain peak was Han Li, who valued carefulness above all else. "So it's those 3. Wang Chan said to himself thoughtfully. After he muttered to himself, he quietly said a few words to the Ghost Spirit sect cultivator next to him. The subordinate who heard him incessantly nodded his head in agreement. This Ghost Spirit sect cultivator dressed in Yan clan attire walked onto the earth platform and into the mist. Then he stood not far away from the spell formation and started loudly shouting, "All guests that have come to participate in the assembly, come forth to register your name. After everyone has been accounted for, the treasure-seizing assembly will formally start." This person's shout immediately attracted the attention of the other cultivators. They couldn't help but draw closer to the spell formation one by one. The couple from the Masked Moon sect somewhat unwillingly walked forward into the range of the spell formation's restrictions. Seeing this scene, Wang Chan couldn't help but faintly smile underneath his mask. However, when his gaze turned to Han Li in the west, his cold smile immediately ceased. That was because Han Li actually didn't move in the slightest. He didn't have the slightest intention of registering his name. He had unexpectedly folded his arms and was engrossed in watching the crowd of cultivators gather together. What sect is that disciple from? After a while, Wang Chan coldly asked this. From his clothing, he should be a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. A ghost spirit sect cultivator seemed to sense that the young sect master was in a bad mood. He carefully replied. Tell the two elders to start. This Yellow Maple Valley disciple seems to have some idea. To have me make use of myself is pretty impressive. Wang Chan insipidly said. However, a faint blood-red color could be seen from his eyes. It seemed to be releasing a faint scent of blood. Yes, young master. The several ghost spirit sect guards shivered and respectfully answered. Watching from a distance, Hanli was leaning against a mountain rock. He seemed to be watching the group of cultivators register with a smile on his face. However, if one were to look at him closely, one would discover that his smile was forced and stiff. Furthermore, his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. Those Yen clan members are actually ghost spirit sect cultivators. A moment ago, Hanli made this shocking discovery. Originally, when these ghost spirit sect members had disguised themselves as Yen clan members, Hanli hadn't the slightest suspicion. When he heard was required to go up to register, he had intended to comply. However, the moment when the person in the back raised his hand and called out to the crowd of cultivators, Hanli frighteningly discovered that Yen clan member actually had dark green fingernails about half an inch long, exactly the same as the fingernails of the yellow-haired ghost spirit sect eccentrics. Hanli was extremely shocked and immediately felt as if cold water was poured on his head. His heart felt extremely cold. There's no way an ordinary person could have such dark green fingernails. Could it be they are? After Hanli made some incredulous conjectures, he was naturally unwilling to step forward. At this time, he did his utmost to preserve a slight smile on his face as his eyes whirled in every direction, quietly observing. However, his surroundings seemed to be very ordinary. There didn't seem to be anybody lying in ambush. Could it be that person's fingernails were just a coincidence? Hanli immediately refuted the thought that this was a coincidence. In this world, how could there be so many coincidences? Furthermore, even if it were truly a coincidence, he still wouldn't take such a risk, especially with such a suspicious-looking spell formation. With this thought, Hanli didn't further hesitate. With a wave of his hand, his divine wind boat immediately appeared in his hand. Having not yet thrown it out, a lazy voice could suddenly be heard from above him. Who would have thought that someone at such a young age as yours would have some foresight? You were able to see our mistakes so quickly and wanted to leave. Could it be you didn't want to save your own sect members? Hanli's heart sunk. Without thinking, he suddenly stepped on the ground with the tip of his foot, and his figure suddenly leaped away behind him. When he shot out over 30 meters away, he finally stopped. But he then slapped his body and a red barrier suddenly enveloped him. Simultaneously, an azure light barrier appeared behind the red barrier, close to his body. At this moment, a slightly astonished gasp came from midair. It wasn't known whether it was a gasp of admiration at Hanli's quick reaction or his amazement toward having activating two protective barriers at nearly the same time. After hearing this, Hanli felt slightly more at ease. Then with a solemn expression, he raised his head toward the sky. About 30 meters in the air, he saw a person with a silver mask and green robe standing on a huge pitchfork that was about 10 meters long. The dark green pitchfork was surrounded by a layer of black chi, causing those who saw it to feel incomparably cold. Having seen this, Hanli's heart grew cold, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Ghost Spirit Sect's young master." Hee. It seems I don't need to introduce myself to you. It is great that you know who I am. However, you have best take the initiative to enter that formation and live a bit longer, else I will immediately extract your soul. The blood in Wang Chan's eyes seemed to have grown far more concentrated than when he was on the Earth platform. His eyes were now mostly red and faintly released a trace of violence. From a single look, Han Li's heart continuously stirred. He didn't know what fearsome secret technique he cultivated. However, when he heard the words, "Enter that formation," Han Li couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in shock. He turned his eyes and the scene that unfolded before him caused his expression to become dreadfully dark. At an unknown time, a huge black light barrier had been created from the center of the huge formation, spanning over 300 meters in radius. A dense dark red fog filled the barrier. Not only did it cloud the scene within, but not the slightest sound could be heard, as if there was no one inside. Surrounding the light barrier stood 8 green-robed cultivators. They were attentively staring at the scene within the dark barrier, not a single one of them looking in their young master's direction. It seemed the subordinates of this young sect master seemed to have complete confidence in him. After Han Li swept his gaze back, he quickly regained his bearings. He didn't dare to be further distracted. Without a doubt, although this ghost spirit sect young master was only of mid-foundation establishment, he was an extremely fearsome opponent. If Han Li was careless for even a moment, he would remain at this location for eternity. With this thought, Han Li held out a talisman in his hand and a white light emerged from his palm. He held his hand out to the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a shield of white scales that covered his front. With his other hand, he threw out his divine wind boat about 30 meters behind him, where it gently floated in the air. The next step of Han Li's plan was naturally to board the divine wind boat and immediately escape. Only an idiot would stay here and resolutely risk their life against the ghost spirit sect's young master. Let alone fighting the young master of an outstanding sect. Even if he was able to defeat this young sect master, there would be many assistants waiting afterwards. He had no plans to meet his end in a crowd of enemies. Thus, Han Li thought to hurriedly return to Yellow Maple Valley and report to his superiors of the cooperation between the Ghost Spirit sect and the Yen clan as his utmost priority. As for that Dong Xiener and that senior martial brother Feng, they could only hope that their masters would come and save them. Seeing Han Li's movements, Wang Chan wildly howled with laughter, causing Han Li to feel a violent chill. Thinking of running? How about you let me send you to the other side? Having said this ghost spirit sect young master suddenly spun around on his pitchfork, and in an instant, a scarlet, blood-red fog raced forward, aggressively sweeping toward Han Li in the form of a bloody cloud over 30 meters wide. When Han Li saw this, he didn't dare to further hesitate. He leaped into his divine wind boat and used its maximum output. In the blink of an eye, the boat with its passenger turned into a streak of white light, rushing toward the sky to escape. Hee hee. Boy, you know nothing. My great blood spirit arts evasion methods are truly more than just fast, you won't be able to escape. Wang Chan's wild laughs continued to follow behind Han Li. Although he didn't turn his head, Han Li felt that the other party's voice was getting closer and closer. This person's evasion technique was truly a bit quicker than his divine wind boat's top speed. Han Li's complexion became slight dark green. Chapter 261 Great Blood Spirit Arts. Chapter 261 Great Blood Spirit Arts. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud behind him chased Han Li's streak of white light for over 50 kilometers. However, the distance between the two gradually shrank to about 30 meters. As Han Li inwardly complained without end, Wang Chan, who was chasing him on the blood cloud, was greatly amazed. Although the Great Blood Spirit Arts blood evasion technique did not dare to proclaim itself as the fastest among the 6 sects, its speed was certainly among the top 5 secret arts in all the sects, much faster than that top-grade flying magic tools. But even though he was using the complete strength of his flying evasion technique, he was unable to overtake Han Li's small boat by now. While this surprised Wang Chan, his desire to kill also grew stronger. Han Li knew that if this wild rush continued, in the time it took to make a cup of tea, he would likely be caught. He had to do something now. Thus, his hand touched his storage pouch, and a stack of elementary fireball talismans appeared in his hand. Without thinking much further, he madly threw them behind him and continued his wild rush forward. He immediately heard the sounds of explosion behind him. Hanli couldn't help but turn his head to look. He only saw the front of that vigorous, wild blood cloud. It seemed to have scattered from the explosions and appeared a bit thinner, faintly revealing the figure of the ghost spirit sect's young master. Hanli felt joy. Just as he wanted to throw out the rest of his talismans, inside the blood cloud, Wang Chan suddenly moved his hand. A green light flew straight toward Hanli and grew larger as it approached. This was Wang Chan's flying magic tool that he originally stepped on. With no better option, Hanli immediately threw them at the green pitchfork instead of towards the blood cloud. 20 to 30 fireballs exploded in rapid succession against the huge pitchfork covered in black qi. It tumbled several times in succession and was unable to further approach. But during this moment of interference, the blood cloud had once again returned to its original form, wildly dancing like a furious flame. At this moment, Wang Chan suddenly let out several sharp whistles to the sky. Following these heaven-piercing whistles, the blood cloud suddenly increased dramatically in size. In an instant, it nearly filled the entire sky. Its influence had actually become nearly omnipresent. Immediately after, the overflowing blood cloud increased its speed by several times. As if it were a violent tsunami rushing down a mountain, it arrived in front of the divine wind boat. Furthermore, with the sudden increase in speed, it surrounded and trapped Hanli in midair. Frightened, Hanli hastily stopped his divine wind boat from colliding with the blood cloud and took out a magic tool that appeared to be jet black claw from his storage pouch. At this moment, that strange green pitchfork silently attacked from behind. Go! As if Hanli had eyes behind his head, he threw this magic tool behind him, releasing a deep roar. As he released it, this claw immediately turned several meters large and fiercely grabbed the attacking green pitchfork. The green pitchfork didn't give up without a fight, releasing several strands of black qi from its tip. An instant later, the huge claw was surrounded by twisting layers of black qi, unable to move in the slightest. When Hanli saw this, he performed a hand incantation, and black meter-long streaks emerged from the claw and rustled about, scattering the black qi that was holding it down and preventing the qi from taking shape. Not bad. Not bad. As expected, it isn't a common top-grade magic tool. It was actually able to easily break the Yin spirit threads from the Yin jade pitchfork. It seems that me personally taking action was not in vain. Wang Chan's voice erratically came from different locations within the blood cloud. At the same time, the green pitchfork hummed for a moment and then retreated into the blood cloud, disappearing without a trace. These were a pair of top-grade magic tools refined from Flood Dragon Claws, Black Dragon's Grasp. Having retrieved it, Hanli vigilantly looked in every direction. At this moment, the blood cloud had already covered the entire sky, obscuring even the slightest cracks. All he could smell from the air was the disgusting scent of bloodlust. If he didn't use his strength to carve out a path, he would be unable to escape. The moment Hanli thought this, he released the black dragon's grasp. But without waiting for him to finish, the blood cloud in front of him suddenly boiled. Then two blood-red monsters about 3 meters tall emerged. These two monsters had fangs, claws, a short horn, a sharp-pointed tail, and eyes that were a deep red just like Wang Chan's. Waving their sharp claws, they pounced towards Hanli. This was the first time Hanli saw monsters such as these. From their appearance, they seemed to be exactly like imps from folklore. However, Hanli still felt fear and hastily threw the black dragon's grasp towards them. With a single light grasp, the imp was completely broken, turning back into a blood cloud that returned to its source. Hanli felt a bit more at ease. They weren't hard to handle at all. But just as Hanli thought it would be a simple job, he could hear Wang Chan's mocking laugh from every direction. Hee hee. Your esteemed self, don't relax too early. Although my great blood spirit art's blood ghosts are extremely easy to dispatch, the show has just begun. Hearing these words, Hanli's heart sank. However, his heart was still firm and unyielding. He wouldn't let the opponent's words move him too easily. Regardless of the consequences, he revolved his magic tool and struck into the blood cloud. As a result, the black dragon's grasp stirred up the blood cloud and easily drilled into it. Hanli felt joy. But an instant later, the black dragon's grasp became lifeless and lost mobility as if it were on the verge of collapse. Hanli was greatly startled and hastily attempted to retrieve the magic tool with all his strength before he completely lost control. Fortunately, the black dragon's grasp was able to leave the blood cloud and flew back to his side. This magic tool of yours was actually able to somewhat endure my blood cloud's corruption. This young master wants it even more. Wang Chan lightly let out a sound of surprise before revealing unconcealed greed. At this moment, the blood cloud rumbled from every direction and blood ghosts began to crawl out one after another. They pounced, racing towards Hanli. Hanli wore a dazed expression and then brandished the black dragon's grasp in an overbearing manner, running into the blood ghosts and immediately ripping them apart, turning them back into blood clouds. When Hanli had killed over 100 blood ghosts and still saw there was a steady stream of blood ghosts being born from every direction, he let out a sigh. Sure enough, the circumstances seemed extremely terrible. These monsters were endless, much to his surprise. When he killed one, another would be born from the blood cloud. There were about 30 monsters at any one time. It seems that this ghost spirit sect young master wished to tire him to death in this place. With this thought, Hanli was naturally unwilling to continue. He patted his storage pouch with his hand and took out several stacks of elementary mid and high-grade talismans, about 70 or 80 in total. Then, in a single breath, he threw all of them to a single side of the blood cloud. Immediately after, fireballs, icicles and other such things showered out. Furthermore, Hanli personally cast several fire serpents closely behind the barrage. After previously seeing that a rapid succession of fireballs were able to somewhat scatter the blood clouds, Hanli had long committed it to heart. Now he was relying on these magic techniques to hopefully break open a path for him to escape. You sure know how to dream. Wang Chan darkly yelled with a deep voice. Hanli unexpectedly had so many talismans on hand, which truly exceeded his expectations. After all, aside from elementary high-grade talismans, other talismans weren't much use to Foundation establishment cultivators. However, although this ghost spirit sect cultivator was proud and arrogant, he truly didn't dare to allow his blood cloud to receive these magic techniques. After all, he only cultivated the great blood spirit arts to the second layer, so the cloud was unable to withstand such a great bombardment of magic techniques. As for magic tool attacks, because of the blood cloud's magic tool corruption properties, he wasn't particularly afraid of them. Following his shout, several black human skulls suddenly appeared in midair between the blood cloud and the barrage of magic techniques before simultaneously opening their mouths and spurting out puffs of black chi, immediately obstructing these magic techniques. After a burst of violent explosions, apart from the shaking of human skulls, the blood clouds behind them weren't disturbed in the slightest. Hanli's complexion darkened, and couldn't help looking in the other directions. But without waiting for him to act, black skulls had already appeared in the other directions of the blood cloud. At this moment, Wang Chan's cold chuckles could be heard. You believe there was an opportunity to take advantage of. Obediently become food for my blood ghosts. I truly wish to see the bloody scene as you are torn apart by my blood ghosts. Surely the scene will be bloody and extremely beautiful. I am getting a bit impatient to see it. Hearing this ghost spirit sect's young master howled with laughter once more. His insanity was quite obvious. Madman. As Han Li controlled the black dragon's grasp to deal with the blood ghosts, he was anxiously thinking of a plan to respond, his forehead laced with cold sweat. At this moment, Han Li had already taken out a mid-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand, starting to replenish a bit of his magic power. After all, killing an unending stream of blood ghosts was quite difficult for an early Foundation establishment cultivator such as himself. Wang Chan was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the blood cloud, continuously using hand incantations to hasten the manifestation of blood ghosts. He was entirely free of worry. Although the magic power of this Yellow Maple Valley cultivator wasn't very high, the magic tools he had were truly strange yet exceptional. After this fight, there would be quite a few more fine magic tools to add to his pouch. He couldn't help but be slightly pleased with himself. The crazed bloodlust residing in his heart seemed to have been alleviated by no small amount. Suddenly a bang could be heard from within the blood cloud. A thick, dark red fog appeared. In an instant, Han Li's figure hid within the fog, which slowly started to spread. Not long after, it enveloped the blood ghosts and started to merge with the blood cloud. Wang Chan was greatly startled. But when he found that this dense, dark red fog merged with his own blood cloud and had been absorbed, he immediately calmed down. Although this dense fog had been continuously absorbed by the blood cloud, it hadn't decreased in the slightest. That dense dark red fog had caused the ghost spirit sect's young master to be unable to see Han Li's actions at this moment. He grew greatly suspicious. Chapter 262 Escape. After a few more moments, the blood cloud remained hazy without the slightest noise coming from it. When those little ghosts approached the densest area of the fog, they would immediately be cut into shreds. No activity could be discerned. At this moment, Wang Chan could sit still no longer. His two hands formed a seal, and the skulls floating on the surface of the blood cloud opened their mouths wide. 10 or so black columns of light as wide as a bowl shot out, heading directly towards Han Li's original location from all directions. Pang! A light tremor sounded out. Within the dense fog, a faint white light flashed and moved about. In the fierce collisions between the black and white-colored streaks, a white screen of light became faintly discernible inside the dense fog, slightly startling the ghost spirit sect's young sect master. However, immediately afterwards he recalled the white scale shield that Han Li had tossed out from the very beginning. Wang Chan knit his eyebrows. After hesitating for a moment, he still began to speak to himself. Since there are so many high-quality magic tools to be obtained, I am willing to lose some blood essence. Otherwise, this brat may use some deceptive technique to escape. Having said this, Wang Chan suddenly reached out his right index finger and placed it on the corner of his mouth. Then, he gently bit it, squeezing out an extremely dense drop of fresh blood from the wound, and gently dripped it on the blood cloud below him. Next, his two hands reached deeply into the blood cloud, concentrating on hastening the magic technique. Following Wang Chan's slow uttering of the incantation, the red cloud originally enshrouding Han Li slowly began to revolve faster and faster, gradually extruding towards the center. Those blood ghosts automatically disappeared without a trace. The azure-red dense fog, following the increased speed of revolution of the blood cloud, was very quickly swept away and absorbed into it, causing the center to slowly become clear, revealing a huge, white light barrier. This light barrier, with a white scale shield as its center, was like a bowl that was flipped upside down. Near the center of the light curtain, Han Li was holding a strangely shaped dagger in one hand, letting out astonishing yellow streaks. In the other hand, he held a folded, sparkling talisman, wanting to unleash its offensive power. Two spheres, one azure and one red, were floating next to him, continuing to emit dense dark red fog. Wang Chun saw all of this very clearly. You. Seeing this, the ghost spirit sect's young sect master coldly laughed a few times and wanted to continue sneering at him. However, he had just spit out one word when he saw the Hanli below him suddenly open his palm. That small dagger gently shook and became a yellow blade many tens of feet long, shooting directly towards Wang Chun. At the same time, the folded talisman in his other hand was tossed out, unleashing 10 or so raging fire dragons that flew over all at once. Brat, magic tools cannot break through my great blood spirit arts, unless... Wang Chun was originally moving the skulls carelessly about and causing them to spit out more black qi, but as soon as he contentedly said the word unless, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression immediately changed as he rocketed into the air like a crane, flying away from the blood cloud. At the same time, that yellow blade, with a few pus, attacked and broke into pieces numerous skulls blocking the way. Next, it broke a gap through the blood cloud along with the fire dragons, charging ferociously towards where the young sect master was originally sitting. Next, a streak of white light rapidly flew out from the gap, closely followed by the yellow blade, which had turned around. Treasure talisman. Wang Chun yelled, both surprised and outraged. In his moment of negligence, he did not expect that when Hanli had used the dense fog, it was actually just to buy time to use a treasure talisman. Otherwise, even if his opponent had treasure talismans, the young master definitely would not allow the other person to have time to activate it. However, the probability of an early Foundation establishment cultivator possessing a treasure talisman was truly very small, leading to his oversight on this matter. But even if the other person had a treasure talisman, based on his identity as the Ghost Spirit Sect's young sect master, how could he fear them? He had also brought along 2 treasure talismans, and one of them was actually an extremely rare treasure talisman with a particular attribute. Naturally, he would not Hanli let escape just like that. The furious Wang Chun leaped into the blood cloud, once again causing this blood cloud to roll together and rise up. He controlled it so that it was as fast as a shooting star, catching up to Hanli. Standing on the divine wind boat, Hanli coldly watched the blood cloud drawing near in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He suddenly waved one hand. Immediately afterwards, the yellow blade suddenly thrusted out, directly shooting towards the Ghost Spirit Sect's young sect master hiding in the blood cloud. However, Wang Chun had prepared himself much earlier. He tossed out the item in his hand, and a bright, golden skull manifested, then increased in size. Its huge mouth actually clamped down on the yellow blade with one bite, stopping it from advancing even a tiny bit. Hanli was surprised and hurriedly tried to retrieve it. However, that yellow blade, apart from bouncing around in the skull's mouth a few times, was unable to release its power. Wang Chun grinned, and the blood cloud next to him began to expand again, causing Hanli to feel a chill in his heart. It seemed like he was about to be bound again. However, at this instant, the blood cloud that had been boiling suddenly died down. The expression of Wang Chun, who was forming magic hand seals, changed even more. Not only did the flying cloud's speed slow down, his face actually became faintly covered with an azure black layer. Hanli, who was constantly observing the opponent, was greatly startled upon seeing this scene. He saw that a panicked expression appeared on the face of his opponent, who let out a long howl, not even paying attention to the golden skull that was locked in a stalemate with Hanli wrapped in the blood cloud. He flew backwards along his original path like lightning. Puzzled, Hanli stared in a daze, stopping in place. After some hesitation, he turned both the yellow blade and the golden skull into 2 talismans, easily retrieving them into his hand. Then, he gazed at the slowly disappearing figure of the Ghost Spirit Sect's young sect master, still unsure of what to do. He didn't have enough guts to give chase. Chapter 263, True Strength. Hanley took a look at the warrant in his hand. It was a conscription order for all traveling disciples, signed by every sect master. He felt extremely depressed. The conscription order had to be genuine, as the sect master's spirit emblem wasn't something that could be forged. However, he truly did not want to follow these orders. From the other party's words, Hanley had learned about the Six Devil Dao sect's invasion and the great, unavoidable calamity that was about to fall upon the state of Yu's cultivation world. Regardless of whether or not the 7 sects of the state of Yu could resist, innumerable cultivators were certain to die. Even core formation experts would have their core destroyed and perish in no small number. Thus, when Hanley learned of this astonishing information, what he wanted to do the most was to immediately return to his immortal's cave and seclude himself for several tens of years. However, he also knew that this was merely a pipe dream. As a disciple of the 7 sects, how could he so easily escape from this great inferno? While Hanley thought about this, he had already been conscripted by the masked moon sect cultivator in front of him. At this moment, the masked moon sect cultivator said with a smile, "Has this junior martial brother clearly read it? Could junior martial brother state his name and cultivation? We will be working together in the future, so the more we know about each other's capabilities, the better." Hanley composed himself, looked at this person, and then looked at the 30-plus cultivators behind him. Among these cultivators, there were 3 late Foundation establishment cultivators. The rest were Qi condensation disciples. This caused Hanley to be slightly at ease. At the very least, it didn't seem this assignment was going to be very difficult. With this thought, Hanley cupped his fist and said, "Yellow Maple Valley's Hanley. Early Foundation establishment." Although the Foundation establishment cultivators could clearly see each other's cultivation, it was a matter of courtesy. Hanley sincerely carried this out. After all, the other party included late Foundation establishment disciples with cultivation bases far greater than his own. He wasn't willing to rashly offend them. Soon after, Hanley asked with misgivings, "Brother, why do you not suspect my identity? Right after you stopped me, you immediately showed me the conscription warrant. Surely you didn't rely solely on my Yellow Maple Valley uniform." When Hanley originally saw this group of Saber Transformation Doc and Masked Moon sect cultivators, Hanley originally planned to flee. However, he didn't think this fellow with amazing eyesight would flash several times and appear in front of him, blocking his way and announcing that he was being conscripted. Hee. In the last trial by blood and fire, this one had previously seen Junior Martial Brother. I didn't think that several years afterwards, Junior Martial Brother Han would actually reach Foundation establishment. This is truly a matter worth celebrating. This male masked moon sect cultivator who appeared 30 years old said this with a slight smile, causing Hanley to feel great surprise. "Who is your esteemed self?" Upon hearing the other party's words, Hanley began to feel that he felt somewhat familiar. It seemed that the man really had seen him at the trial by blood and fire. "This one is Xian Yu, a steward of the masked moon sect. Last time, I accompanied Martial Ant and I Chang's squad. There, I saw the shocking scene of Junior Martial Han's great harvest with my own eyes." The man lightly chuckled, saying this with deep meaning. At this moment, Hanley suddenly realized something. This person was one of the 4 masked moon sect Foundation establishment leaders from that time. Hanley hadn't paid much attention to him, so he only remembered a vague impression. But after some further thought, he became slightly shocked. Naturally, he would have to study those puppet sutras and hope he would be able to create a few simple mechanical puppets in the short term. With that, along with the great development technique, he would have a continued source of strength throughout his time in Foundation establishment. After repeatedly pondering over this several times, Hanley felt this decision was correct and cultivated the great development technique during his time off duty. At the same time, He also used a few simple materials he had on hand and started attempting to create elementary mechanical beasts, devoting his energy to creating puppets similar to his figurines. He got to fulfill his childhood dreams of playing with figurines. As he controlled these puppets, Hanli gradually began to experience a few limitations of these puppets. First, these puppets could only be controlled 1.5 kilometers away from him. Any further from this distance and the mechanical puppet would be incapable of movement. Also, his thread of consciousness would return to him. Hanli guessed that this was the maximum distance his divided consciousness could be separated from his body. As his cultivation and primordial spirit improved, this limitation would also increase. However, the next flaw was a deficiency of the puppet technique that he was unable to compensate for. When these puppets received their orders, there was a delay before they took action, during which they were unable to move as they desired. In true combat, his opponent would very likely be able to take advantage of this flaw. Even with these two flaws, this puppet technique was no trifling matter. By only further creating strands of spiritual sense and cultivating to the first layer of the Great Development Technique, he would be able to mutually contend with formidable Foundation establishment characters. After all, with over 10 assistants at his side, even if they only had the strength of chi condensation, it would be more than enough to strengthen his defense. At the very least, if he were trapped again by that ghost spirit sect young master, he wouldn't need to fear that endless army of blood ghosts, as the actions of his low-grade mechanical puppets would only consume a few low-grade spirit stones. Only that huge tiger puppet from the 1,000 Bamboo Schools Huang Long with its amazing strength would consume mid-grade spirit stones. However, Hanli reckoned that the puppet beast was of grade 3 or higher. It was capable of destroying a barrier created by several Foundation establishment cultivations joining hands in 2 attacks. From this, its fearsome might could clearly be seen. But unfortunately, his Marshal Senior Lei used his magic treasure to turn that puppet into ashes. Else if Hanli had gotten hold of it, it would be an incomparably sharp trump card. As he thought of the advantages of having that huge tiger puppet, Hanli began to set his heart on refining such a puppet. After eventually refining several tens of elementary grade 1 puppets, Hanli decided to attempt to refine an elementary grade 2 puppet. This was something he had previously seen before, the main puppets the 1,000 Bamboo School used to fight. So long as he was able to refine puppets of this grade, he wouldn't need to be scared of using up his puppets. However, refining grade 2 puppets couldn't be done with scrap. It required nearly all the materials needed to create a high-grade magic tool. The most important material was a large quantity of ironwood several hundred years old. This particular material also cost the most. Actually, if Hanli was in his immortal's cave, nurturing ironwood of a particular age wasn't a problem at all. However, with his current responsibilities, Hanli could only painfully acquire it by having others gather a great amount for him from distant market cities. Now that he had materials, he had to acquire an appropriate soul. After all, the soul of the most common animal inside the canyon, the yellow mouse, was far too weak. Even if he concentrated a bunch of their souls, it wouldn't produce a very remarkable improvement. Thus, Hanli set his eyes on the yellow mouse's predator, the wasteland lizard. As of this moment, Hanli had gone through 3 to 4 months of hard effort and had also created several strands of spiritual sense. Those several strands of consciousness had been used to control several low-grade puppet beasts to scour the entire wasteland for these lizards. Thus, the previous scene had occurred. After Hanli put away the small bottle that contained the lizard's soul, he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate the Great Development Technique, slowly strengthening his primordial spirit. This Great Development Technique was crucial to using puppet techniques. Hanli didn't dare to slack off. However, the Great Development Technique truly deserved to be the core doctrine of the 1,000 Bamboo School. It simply couldn't be compared to common consciousness-splitting secret techniques. Ordinary consciousness-splitting techniques merely split off a small portion of one's spiritual sense through force. The number of strands of spiritual sense that could be produced relied entirely on the strength of one's primordial spirit. Moreover, these techniques were unable to bolster the primordial spirit. The Great Development Technique made up for this deficiency. When it was cultivated, it gradually strengthened the primordial spirit to the point where it could even be as strong as naturally powerful primordial spirits. Furthermore, its method of splitting the spiritual sense was far more safe and exquisite than that of common techniques, allowing divisions of spiritual sense far finer and greater in number without hindering the primordial spirit. With this comparison, it was no wonder that a Great Development Technique was considered the core of Thousand Bamboo School's teachings and why Senior Marshal Brother Lin had constantly longed for the final 3 layers of the chant. TL. The development in Great Development Technique can mean spread or overflow, explaining its specialization in creating threads of divided consciousnesses, spiritual sense. TL. In Chapter 232, Senior Marshal Brother Lin pleaded for his life with the Great Development Technique after trying to take over Han Li's body. Chapter 265, War Situation. According to the Great Development Technique, after cultivating it to the first layer, splitting over 10 strands of divine sense would be of no problem. After reaching the second layer, one could divide up to 100. Upon reaching to the third layer, like Senior Mariel Brother Lin had done, one could split their consciousness into several hundreds of strands. When he thought of being able to control several hundreds of puppets in a battle after reaching the third layer, Han Li had felt a bit strange. However, this abnormal feeling was due to Han Li being unstoppable among Foundation establishment cultivators. But once he reached core formation, he would have to refine several hundreds of puppets of grade 3 of higher, equivalent to the strength of Foundation establishment cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how many he refined, they would unable to withstand a core formation cultivator's attack. That scene where Fatty Lay had swept away several hundreds of the Thousand Bamboo School's grade 2 puppets was still clear in his mind. Since refining each grade 2 puppet required the materials for a high-grade magic tool, to refine an even higher grade puppet would require materials for a top-grade magic tool at the very least. As such, if core formation cultivators who cultivated the puppet technique wished to suppress other core formation cultivators of the same strength, they would have to spend enough materials for several hundreds of top-grade magic tools at the very least. From this thought, Han Li could not help but be apprehensive for a long while. Not to mention the materials that would be wasted from refinement failure, as well finding hundreds of strong enough souls. This was also a major reason so few knew of the Thousand Bamboo School's puppet technique. After all, a sect's strength was evaluated on the number of core formation cultivators it possessed. With regards to battles between core formation cultivators, the Thousand Bamboo School was powerless while other sects thrived. Even if their Foundation establishment disciples were ferocious, they could only hold themselves up in a single region and become a mere local hegemon. Naturally, this was just some speculation from Han Li after he cultivated the Great Development Technique and the puppet techniques. However, this puppet technique would cause Han Li's strength as a Foundation establishment cultivator to substantially increase. This fact wasn't false in the least. As of now, Han Li couldn't be bothered with future deficiencies. After all, this great war stirred across the cultivation worlds of several countries had just started. Not long after Han Li started guarding this spirit stone mine, a great ambush had unfolded at some desolate desert mountain between the 6 Devil Dao sects and the 7 sects of the state of Yu. Han Li gradually came to know the specific circumstances. Originally, Spirit Beast Mountain of the 7 sects was actually a branch of Devil Dao's controlling spirit sect, but the neutral sect had secretly eliminated the Devil Dao's intermediaries several thousand years ago and buried them in the state of Yu. As for this invasion of the state of Yu, the Devil Dao had planned to take advantage of their formal relationship and hoped to use the same tactic they had used to seize the state of Jiang and Cheji to great effect. But who could have known that the ancestors of Spirit Beast Mountain had passed on their unwillingness to be part of the controlling spirit sect to their descendants through the past thousands of years? They were absolutely unwilling to have another overlord suddenly appear above their heads. As a result, after Spirit Beast Mountain released this information to the other 6 sects, they used an unknown method to convince the Devil Dao sects to attack a stronghold of 7 sect cultivators. As they mounted a raid with several thousand cultivators, they were ambushed by a great number of 7 sect cultivators en route. With the 7 sects' absolute advantage, the Devil Dao suffered a great loss, even losing 2 core formation cultivators during the fight. This was a great blow to the 6 Devil Dao sects, and naturally it was greatly celebrated by the 7 sects of the State of Yu, greatly boosting their morale. Humiliated, the 6 Devil Dao sects flew into a rage and began their large-scale assault. Not to be outdone, the 7 sects laid out their defensive formations. Among the common border shared by the State of Yu and the states of Jiang and Cheji, over 10 great battles had occurred there, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 cultivators. With the additional deaths of 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, the battles had been extremely desperate. On the day a few cultivators came to pick up spirit stones, they told the guards this with lingering fear. This caused Hanli and other cultivators who heard this to become extremely apprehensive, secret rejoicing at not needing to fight in the war. Just by seeing how many core formation cultivators died in battle, one could imagine how dreadful the situation has become. However, the 6 Devil Dao sects were one of the 2 great powers in the Heavenly South region. Their strength truly couldn't be compared to the likes of the cultivation world of the State of Yu. After 7 or 8 battles, the 7 sects clearly understood they would not be able to continuously withstand the opposition's fierce assault. If the 7 sects didn't prepare and establish great restriction formations in advance as cornerstones of their desperate struggle, they would be defeated without much resistance. But even if this were the case, the 7 sects wouldn't be able to withstand for long. During this time of certain crisis for the State of Yu, the 7 sects had sent requests to the cultivators of the mid-level states of Yuanwu and Zijin to come to their aid. Before the 7 sects had started their war against the 6 Devil Dao sects, it turned that they had already wisely sent eloquent messengers to the 2 countries' sects to request aid. When the cultivation sects of these 2 countries received these letters, they were naturally afraid that after the Devil Dao seized the State of Yu, their countries would be the next ones to be taken over. Without having the messengers spend time pleading, they agreed to provide aid. Joined together against a common enemy, the 2 countries sent a majority of their cultivators to provide assistance during that starry night. This new alliance greatly reduced the disparity in strength between the State of Yu and the 6 Devil Dao sects. By relying on the protection of their powerful great formations, they were able to firmly resist the Devil Dao's assault. As such, the 6 Devil Dao sects' plan to seize the State of Yu in a single burst was naturally shattered. The war sunk into a deadlock and became a battle of attrition. As a result, large decisive battles became less frequent while smaller-scale surprise attacks at the rear occurred in great number on both sides, particularly at locations where materials and spirit stones were produced. These raids eventually became the primary objective of the 7 sects and Devil Dao. Perhaps the warfront was too far away, but this specific spirit stone mine had not yet suffered an enemy attack. This was nothing short of a miracle. After all, other equivalently sized spirit stone mines had all already suffered 3 to 4 raids. But the more the raids occurred, the more the 7 sects became ill at ease. Half a month later, a group of 20 cultivators were dispatched as support, headed by a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, the spirit stone mine naturally became far stronger. However, like a mountain longs for rain, Hanli felt a desire to cultivate the great development technique even more diligently. The distance to break through to the first layer was still far away. Among the second group of Qi condensation disciples to come, Han Li unexpectedly came across an acquaintance, that ugly man Zhong Wu. 1. Zhong Wu first appeared in the trial by blood and fire. He previously met at the trial by blood and fire. Zhong Wu also recognized Han Li. However, now that Han Li had a cultivation base at Foundation establishment, his expression darkened all over, switching between shock, envy, admiration, as well as many other emotions. Seeing him once again truly astonished Han Li. Finally, Zhong Wu bitterly smiled. He saluted Han Li in advance and somewhat unwillingly called him senior. Resisting a smile with difficulty, Han Li insipidly replied. When Han Li thought of Zhong Wu's many changing expressions as he sat in meditation, he couldn't help but knowingly smile and opened his eyes. At this moment, his mood was truly unsuitable for cultivating the great development technique. He would continue when his heart became tranquil. Time passed by quickly. Spending a small portion of time on guard duty and the majority of his time cultivating the great development technique and refining mechanical puppet beasts, a month passed for Han Li. During this time, Han Li could clearly feel that he was on the verge of breaking through the first layer of the great development technique. This caused Han Li to be pleasantly surprised. With regards to Han Li's cultivation of 5-element Taoist magic and the Azure Essence sword art, his aptitude toward them was shown to be inferior. However, he was able to cultivate this great development technique extremely smoothly and without the slightest difficulty, feeling as if success flowed naturally. In addition to feeling happiness, Han Li also felt awe in his heart. As for this first grade 2 mechanical puppet, after failing over 10 times, he finally refined it 2 days ago. Although it was a bit crude when compared to the puppets of the Thousand Bamboo School and its strength was rather inferior, it caused Han Li to beam with happiness. After preparing materials brought to him by other cultivators, he started refining them in great quantity. But today, just as Han Li was sitting in meditation in a quiet room, he heard an extremely sharp whistle from the outside. Then people loudly yelled, "Not good. The Devil Dao is attacking. Prepare to fight." Han Li's heart trembled. His expression became solemn as he left the quiet room. At this moment, the 7 sect cultivators who were originally meditating and resting in the cave solemnly walked out just as Han Li had. After they mutually looked at each other, they walked out of the cave dwelling one after another. The Masked Moon sect's late foundation establishment Xian Yu and Spirit Beast Mountain's Lu Tianmeng were expressionlessly floating underneath the offensive formations and looked up from the Great Canyon. Over 10 cultivators who were on duty stood behind him with anxious and frightened expressions. Chapter 266, Fierce Battle. Han Li's side had 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators and over 60 Qi condensation disciples. Although they were a bit weaker than the opposition, they had the 4 Fiend formation, so it wasn't as if they were completely defenseless. As a result, Xian Yu called out, having Han Li and the other cultivators hide near the 4 Fiend formations and observe the enemy's movements. At this moment, Han Li was able to take a distinct look at the Devil Dao attackers. They were all wearing either red or yellow robes. It seemed they were cultivators from 2 sections. Standing at the forefront were an ordinary-looking red-robed young woman and an old yellow-robed man who appeared to be 60 to 70 years old. Their cultivation wasn't particularly special, one being at early Foundation establishment and the other at late Foundation establishment. They were talking to each other with slight smiles on their faces. "Be careful. These people are from the Devil Flame sect and the Heavenly Fiend sect." Lu Tianmeng, being the only one who had experienced multiple encounters with the 6 Devil Dao sects, said this to the other cultivators with great caution as if he felt great fear towards the people from these 2 sections. When the Han Li and the other cultivators heard this, their expressions naturally grew increasingly serious. At this moment, the young red-clothed woman stopped chatting, turned her head, and insipidly said a few words. Because Hanli and the others were too far away, they weren't able to hear very clearly what she said, but her words made the red-robed cultivators behind the young woman move forward before slowly flying down toward the canyon's 4 offensive formations. At this moment, the yellow-robed old man also silently waved his hand, and his yellow-robed cultivators became streaks of yellow light that headed toward the 4 fiend formation. Within the formation, Hanli and the others unknowingly held their breaths and impatiently revealed their magic tools. These yellow-robed cultivators naturally didn't foolishly charge straight into the formation. Instead, they stopped about 100 meters away from the 4 fiend formation. Then, magic tools flew out, aggressively throwing themselves at the great formation. The collisions of the magic tools' wondrous light and the 4 fiend formation's azure, red, blue, and yellow-colored restrictions released waves of thunderous explosions, causing the expressions of the 7 sect cultivators underneath to slightly change. Half of you will go out to deal with those heavenly fiend cultivators. Do not let them break the great formation. The other half, be on guard against the devil flame sect cultivators. The masked moon sect's Xian Yue muttered to himself for a moment before decisively giving his orders. Then a small pure white sword flew out of the formation and turned into a streak of white light, obstructing a flying saber as well as bead magic tools. Hearing those words, a team of cultivators followed Xian Yu and also released several of their own magic tools, obstructing most of the opponent's offense. Hanli was naturally one of these people. With flawless proficiency, he released his golden beetle swarm blades to form a net of golden light, trapping a long azure spear magic tool. Because Hanli had chosen to battle the owner of the magic tool, who had the same level of cultivation as he did, the battle seemed extremely tense as golden light and azure streaks danced about. But in fact, Hanli was easily in control and had the time to take a look at other areas of the battlefield. The situation appeared to be handled. The cultivators at Hanli's side were mostly Qi condensation disciples. Their magic tools could not compete with their enemies. Only with the cooperation of 5 or 6 members would they barely be able to resist the attack of a single Foundation establishment cultivator. But because they were underneath the protection of a great formation, these cultivators were able to dodge into the formation during a time of crisis and avoid death. As for the other Foundation establishment cultivators, they naturally were the same as Hanli, each blocking a yellow-robed cultivator in a dazzling light show. So this is the strength of the 6 Devil Dao sects. Hanli felt this was a bit strange. If their enemy's strength were as such, then how could defending the spirit stone mines prove to be such a problem? Just as he thought this, the red-robed cultivators from the Devil Flame sect eventually arrived beside the 4 fiend formation. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the cultivators that had yet to act to diligently pay attention to them. A few of the younger 7 sect cultivators were somewhat eager to act. The red-robed cultivators didn't immediately enter the fight. Instead, they stood in a strange formation. Following a command, they all took out a fiery red banner with a golden crow on a scorching sun, releasing a brilliant red light. From a single look, one could this was no ordinary object. Not good. These people are wild flame cultivators. They want to release an azure sun devil flame. Quickly block them. When Lu Tianmeng saw these red-robed cultivators act so calmly, he felt an ill premonition in his heart. As they stood in a battle formation and each took out a banner, he suddenly recalled an astonishing scene he witnessed from the day he fought in a great battle against the 6 sections. He couldn't help but shout with a whitened complexion. This spirit beast mountain cultivator then instantly rushed out of the formation and hastily reached for the storage pouch at his waist, immediately releasing 2 flying centipedes about a meter long. These 2 centipedes were covered in sinister black and yellow stripes and sprouted dark green translucent wings. Under Lu Tianming's hurried whistles, they charged toward the red-robed individuals with an ominous light emitting from their eyes. Upon hearing these words, although the other 7 sect cultivators that had yet to act did not know what Wild Flame cultivators and Azure Sun Devil Flame were, they knew that since it was able to cause their late Foundation establishment captain to become bewildered, it was no small matter, so they did not hesitate to follow his orders. The other Foundation establishment cultivators followed closely behind Lu Tianmeng and also sent their magic tools after the 2 centipedes towards the red-robed cultivators. At this moment, more than 10 Wild Flame cultivators were still chanting as they held the large banners without moving in the slightest, turning a blind eye to the attacking cultivators. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators to grow greatly excited. The very first to arrive in front of the Devil Flame sect cultivators were one of the 2 flying centipedes. It opened its mouth and ruthlessly sprayed out dark green poisonous gas. But at this moment, something shocking had occurred. With the green poisonous gas having not yet left the huge centipede's mouth, several slender streaks of silver light flickered from its body. Its body then suddenly fell to pieces, having been cut by the streaks of light. Without waiting for the 7 sect cultivators to recover from their shock, the same scene immediately occurred to the other centipede. This caused Lu Tianming's expression to greatly change, and he hastily stopped moving. He then took out a small shield and placed it in front of his body. Overwhelmed with shock, the several cultivators behind him also took out defensive magic tools and defensive talismans, fearing they would meet a similar end as the centipedes. However, something even more outrageous occurred. Just as the few magic tools that had closely followed behind the centipede began their attack, an abundance of fine silver strings appeared in front of them, tightly wrapping around them without allowing the slightest of movements. The 7 sect cultivators that had just left the great formation looked at each other in dismay. In a moment, they no longer knew what to do. Quickly use the spirit light technique. There are others in front of those red-robed cultivators, hidden by some sort of secret concealment art. After a flashing blue light from his eyes, a cultivator who had experienced a loss of a magic tool shouted this out with shock. These words caused the other cultivators to suddenly come to a realization. However, only Foundation establishment cultivators could use the spirit light technique. Qi condensation disciples could only helplessly watch. Han Li also used the spirit light technique to look at that location. He had seen the entire previous scene and was shocked by no small amount. Now that he was reminded to use the spirit light technique, he saw several indistinct white silhouettes in front of the Devil Flame sect cultivators that were holding the banner. These figures held a long slender sword-like weapon in one hand and controlled a thin silver thread in the other, restraining the magic tools. At this moment, after Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators had discovered the white silhouettes, they did not hesitate to attack with all sorts of magic tools and magic techniques, suppressing the white silhouettes. However, those white silhouettes held on tenaciously. Regardless of what magic tool or Daoist magic was used, they seemed to cause no large injuries to the white silhouettes as if they simply had immortal bodies. But fortunately, the white silhouettes could only use one hand to slice and the other to tangle. With a bit of careful dodging from the 7 sect side, the silhouette's only method of attack was neutralized. What sort of crafty thing is this? Han Li exclaimed in great surprise. These silhouettes obviously weren't those of ordinary humans. Could they be refined sacrificial ghost spirits? As he thoughtfully pondered this, he commanded the golden blades in front of him. This careless attitude finally offended the middle-aged heavenly fiend cultivator. As the cultivator commanded the azure spear to tangle with Han Li's golden blades with a darkened face, he noiselessly patted his storage pouch. A continuously spinning white bead suddenly flew from it. After this bead charged out, it grew to the size of a room as it flew, fiercely striking toward Han Li's head. Even though Han Li wasn't paying much attention, how could he not notice such large movements from the enemy? He calmly chopped his hand through the air, and an azure sword streak several meters long flew from his hand towards the bead. The sword streak chopped against the bead and was unable to advance for the moment. Then, Hanli took out his black dragon's gasp from his storage pouch. As the sword streak was on the verge of collapse, it took its place and formed a deadlock with the bead. This caused the Heavenly Fiend cultivator to become extremely angry, but he had no other option at the moment. Not good. Lu Tianming's extremely anxious shout caused Han Li's heart to tremble. He hastily looked to the side and noticed that the red-robed cultivators had stopped chanting. At the same time, they lifted their banners into the air. The top of the banner began to faintly emit an azure flame. So that's the azure sun devil flame. Han Li widely opened his eyes and rigidly stared at the azure flame, feeling a bit restless. Seeing the opponent finish casting their magic, Lu Tianming's heart completely sunk. However, he wasn't even close to breaking through the white silhouettes before him. Chapter 267, Flaunting the Power of Devil Fire, Retreat. Everyone, retreat to the Great Formation. Lu Tianming yelled in a moment of desperation after seeing the azure flames on those large flags grow thicker and thicker, then took the lead to fall back, fleeing towards the large formation behind him. Hearing this, the cultivators next to him immediately instinctively followed their captain and retreated. Xian Yu did not hesitate and similarly ordered a retreat. However, the cultivators on Han Li's side, apart from a few cultivators who had a steady advantage and could retreat at any time, were all entangled by the opponent's ferocity and had no way of escaping. Han Li's opponent similarly mounted a ferocious offensive, attempting to contain Han Li. However, Han Li coldly laughed. After retrieving his other magic tools, he tossed out the white scale shield, forcefully blocking the opponent's attacks and easily returning to the Great Formation. The Heavenly Fiend sex cultivators could only bitterly watch and stop their footsteps outside of the formation. Seeing that more than half of his unit was stuck outside the formation, unable to escape, Xian Yu began to fight even more fiercely, knowing in his heart that the situation was not good. But just as he wanted to go assist the other cultivators, Lu Tianming instantly pulled him back the moment he began to move. It's already too late. The Azure Sun Devil Fire has already been summoned. Lu Tianming said with an ashen expression, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Han Li finally noticed that between the flags of the red-robed flag bearers, azure flames had already shot out. 10 or so flame columns shot into the air, converging into a giant azure fireball tens of meters in diameter, gently floating in midair and swaying imposingly. It was incredibly eye-catching. This? After being startled, Xian Yu was about to say something. However, the following movements from those red-robed cultivators immediately caused his expression to become extremely ugly. Those red-robed individuals pointed the tips of the flags at the 7 great sex cultivators who had been entangled outside of the formation. Instantly, the huge fireball became 10 or so smaller fireballs about a meter wide with a PU, shooting directly towards these cultivators. The speed of those azure fireballs was incredibly frightening. In the time it took to blink, they had already aggressively flown in front of the cultivators from the 7 great sects. Naturally, these people had long discovered the transformation of the large fireball. They all instinctively used various kinds of magic tools to receive the attacks of the azure fireballs. An extremely low number of them used a few talismans to execute Daoist magic in an attempt to shoot them down. Unfortunately, because these azure flames were the so-called Azure Sun Devil Flames, they were extremely frightening. Regardless of whether it was the magic tools or the Daoist magics, as soon as they encountered the azure fireball, they were like moths in a flame, silently melting away completely. Seeing this unbelievable scene, the faces of those cultivators became as deathly pale as snow. Before they could think carefully about it, 10 or so fireballs simultaneously slammed into them. The protective barriers and similar magic spells were all completely destroyed upon contact. Furthermore, their bodies instantly became reduced to nothing under the demonic fire, not even leaving a single trace behind. After seeing this massacre, how could the remaining cultivators who had not been hit dare to hesitate at all? Either they had been gravely wounded by the Heavenly Fiend sect cultivators, or they simply dropped the tangled-up magic tools, directly fleeing towards the Great Formation. However, 2 or 3 people panicked, and they immediately died under their opponent's magic tools. In this way, the 7 great sects cultivators defending the Spirit Stone Mine had suffered the deaths of nearly 10 Chi Condensation disciples and 1 Foundation Establishment cultivator. As soon as they brushed against the enemy, their losses were very great. However, the Azure Sun Devil Flame's might was not limited to this. Under the guidance of the red-robed cultivators, those azure fireballs became one entity once again, directly becoming a sea of flames that rushed towards the 4 fiend formation. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the ones hiding inside the formation drastically changed, and a fear spread through all of the cultivators. Seeing this, Xian Yu wrinkled his brow and directly asked Lu Tianmeng, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, what's going on with these azure flames? How can Foundation Establishment cultivators release such frightening true fire? This great formation's restriction ability should be able to block the attack of the flames, right? Lu Tianmeng couldn't help but begin to bitterly laugh after hearing the other person's string of questions. However, upon seeing that all the other cultivators were attentively watching him, he could only helplessly explain, to tell the truth to you all, when I, Lu, was battling in the warfront, I only occasionally witnessed this Azure Sun Devil Flame's fearfulness. As for whether or not it can break the 4 fiend formation, I have no way of guessing. Only, I heard afterwards from a senior that this kind of demonic fire cannot be carelessly released. Not only are these wild flame cultivators required to cultivate in this kind of Azure Sun Devil Flame technique, every time they release it they pay a price in lowering their own cultivation bases. That's why it's so difficult to defend against. These words from Lu Tianmeng caused Xian Yu and the other cultivators to glance at each other, revealing dispirited expressions. At this time, the fierce azure flames finally slammed into the 4-colored restrictions of the Great Formation. A low rumbling sound, like an explosion, sounded out, immediately attracting the attention of all the cultivators present. They saw that the azure waves incessantly slammed against the 4-colored light barrier, wave after wave, causing the light barrier to ripple non-stop. However, in the end it blocked these frightening demonic flames, causing the 7 sects cultivators in the formation to let out a sigh of relief. However, Han Li and the others did not relax for long before they were on edge once again. That was because as time went on, the 4-colored light barrier was already slowly dimming under the repeated onslaught of the vicious azure flames. Clearly, this was a sign that the Great Formation was about to shatter. And although those red-clothed people were also drenched with sweat, waving their large flags, they definitely had no problem in holding out for a while. All of the cultivators inside the formation now began to furiously rack their brains on ways to retreat and get out of there. Based on the circumstances of the other spirit stone mines that had been ambushed, although the 7 sects cultivators who fell into the hands of the Devil Dao were not immediately killed, they would be immediately escorted to the enemy. It was unknown what the Devil Dao were planning to do with their hostages. However, the hatred built up between the 7 sects and the 6 Devil Dao sects after their consecutive battles could be likened to a deep sea. How could either side treat their hostages well? This concern was especially made worse since the opponent often practiced the inhumane method of extracting one's soul. This caused the 7 sects cultivators to feel even more uneasy. Thus, unless there was no other way out, no one would bring up the matter of surrender. I know of a tunnel directly leading to a location around 10 miles away. That should be enough for us to escape alive. The elder Yu Xing, who had been standing guard here for 10 or so years, suddenly said with a peaceful expression. Like a large boulder creating huge waves, these words instantly shocked Xian Yu and the other cultivators, then exciting them immediately afterwards. Martial Brother Yu, is this really true? Great, now we can finally escape. We're saved. The 7 sects cultivators who were originally panicking had suddenly become much more lively and were unable to contain their joy. Han Li was also rather happy. After all, he truly had no way to deal with those Azure Sun Devil flames. Even if he were to go all out, he wouldn't know where to start. Xian Yu and Lu Tianmeng restrained the excitement in their hearts and, after confirming again the veracity of the tunnel from Yu Xing's mouth, hesitated for a moment before issuing the order to retreat. As for the Spirit Stone Mine, they wouldn't have to worry about it. At most, the opponents would destroy the tunnel entrance, halting the production of spirit stones. The Devil Dao cultivators wouldn't even take a few spirit stones from the mine. Even the mortals who worked the mines wouldn't normally be injured in the battle. Thus, all they needed to do was make themselves scarce and slip away. Under Yu Xing's lead, Han Li and the other 50 or so cultivators guarding the mine entered a certain underground tunnel in the Spirit Stone Mine. However, just when they entered the underground tunnel, everyone felt the entire canyon tremble for a moment. The Four Fiend formation has been broken through. Xian Yu shouted expressionlessly. Instantly, the cultivators sped up their footsteps even more. The inside of the tunnel was lit up by the many moonlight stones in the cultivators' hands. One could tell from the potholed walls of the tunnel that it was man-made, causing all of the cultivators to feel somewhat shocked. Based on Yu Xing's brief overview, this tunnel was originally an extremely long spirit stone vein. It had been carved out by the miners as they progressed along the vein, harvesting the spirit stones. It eventually led to another exit. Thankfully, this tunnel existed and Yu Xing remembered it. Otherwise, they really would have had nowhere to escape today. These words caused the other cultivators to repeatedly nod their heads in agreement. But just at this moment, the tunnel suddenly began to shake violently. After a few loud rumbles, it began to slowly fall apart. Countless clumps of dirt and huge stones rained on the frightened cultivators, directly burying them. The entire underground world became pitch black once again. After many hours, at a certain stone wall in a naturally occurring underground cave, a large hole suddenly opened up with a walla. Next, a lizard-like puppet beast rushed out of the hole, stretching its head to size up its surroundings. It then jumped back into the hole. After the time it takes to cook a meal, the lizard mechanical beast jumped out again from the stone wall, only this time a person crawled out as well, closely following behind. This was none other than Han Li, who had encountered the collapse yet managed to survive the disaster. Han Li stood up and glanced at the surroundings, his face revealing a joyful expression. He had just received a new lease on life. Chapter 268, White Spider. Han Li was currently in a stalactite cave open from all sides. Although he did not know how big it truly was, it absolutely couldn't have been small. After Han Li took a look in every direction with a moonlight stone in hand, he had come to that conclusion. In the split second when the tunnel collapsed into dirt and falling stones, Han Li quickly flew and activated his protective barrier. As a result, although he was deeply buried underneath the earth from the series of tremors, he still had the leeway to take deep breaths and move slowly. However, the earth tremors were too great, and Han Li no longer knew where he was, incapable of identifying his direction. He had no choice but to release several lizard puppet beasts he had on hand and have them simultaneously dig in different directions, hoping to find a way out. At this moment, he felt great regret for not having previously learned the earth evasion technique. If he had, he could just smoothly shuttle through the earth. Now, he could only have his puppet beasts move forward as he slowly crawled. As for using magic tools to open a path, Hanley completely rejected it as soon as he thought of it. Under the current circumstances, negligently squandering magic power was not wise, especially without knowing a clear route. Furthermore, using magic tools while underneath the earth was truly far too dangerous. With a single mistake, he would be caught in another collapse. As such, Hanley first controlled several puppets and scouted everything within a certain range once through before choosing the mostly likely route to escape from. Like this, after many hours of dull crawling, he eventually arrived at this mysterious stalactite cave. This caused Hanley's completely taut heart to thoroughly relax. The feeling of surviving a calamity was truly wonderful. Hanley turned his head to look at the hole he just crawled out of. He was certain there were others who had also managed to preserve their life while trapped underneath the collapsed tunnel, but whether or not they were able to find a path to life was hard to say. Because they were trapped in an airtight area, even if they were Foundation establishment cultivators, they wouldn't last for very long. Chi condensation disciples were even less likely to survive. However, while Hanley was rejoicing in his fortune, he felt a bit puzzled. How could it be that soon after they entered the tunnel would collapse from an earthquake? Could it be the Devil Dao had arranged ghosts to cause this? Hanley felt that this guess was most likely true. On the surface, the Devil Dao cultivators had just greatly damaged the Spirit Stone Mine's opening, using magic tools to completely smash the cave within to pieces. High up above the Spirit Stone Mine, yellow-robed old man was facing the red-robed young woman, regretfully saying, "Junior Marshal Sister Lien, you are treating this small problem greatly. Just to get a few stray dogs, you used an earth-shaking talisman, an extremely rare mid-grade talisman. Humph. To run away from me, Lien Feihua, how could it be so easy?" Although rooting out this Spirit Stone Mine happened to be just an insignificant mission, to truly let them run away so easily makes me feel ill at ease. The red-robed young woman slanted her mouth, saying this without concern. When the yellow-robed man heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Using this to justify wasting a rare talisman, it was truly too ridiculous. But even so, she was the Devil Flame sect master's only daughter. Sigh, he was only a heavenly fiend sect enforcer. He should just mind his own business. With this thought, the old man shut his mouth and kept quiet. Not long after, the Spirit Stone Mine was completely destroyed by the Devil Dao cultivators. They flew away, eventually flying off into the horizon. After a day, a huge 7 sects medicine cultivation yard hidden rather far from this place was raided by the same group. They stole all the medicinal herbs that could be used and cleanly set the saplings ablaze with Azure Sun Devil Fire. This matter immediately seized the hearts of the 7 sects upper echelon. Compared to the Spirit Stone Mine Hanley had guarded, it was insignificant. By using only a bit of time, the mine would be restored. However, the plundered and burned spiritual herbs needed several tens of years to grow again. The 7 sects upper echelon furiously dispatched experts to pursue and kill them. But who would have thought that the enemy would meet with reinforcements or that the 7 sects would suffer a small loss from the ambush? With such continuous losses, the 7 sects naturally wouldn't submit to humiliation. After recovering a bit of strength, they took the initiative to begin a second wave of large-scale battles, once more opening another prelude. Underground, Hanley wrinkled his brow. He finally identified the direction of the wind within the cave. He had his puppet beasts find the path forward as he crawled after them. After passing through several tens of caverns, the stalactite caves became larger and larger. The largest cavern could fit over 100 people without problem. The further he moved, the stronger the wind flow, which caused Hanley to be a bit more at ease. After all, with wind, there would be an opening to the surface. Just as Hanley entered a new cavern, he ran into 6 or 7 people. They were Yuan Lu, Lu Tianfeng, and other cultivators. Unexpectedly, Zhong Wu was there as well. When they saw Han Li alongside two puppet beasts, they blankly stared with surprise. But soon after, as Xianyi smiled and thought of saying something, a mournful scream came from the other direction, causing everyone's expression to change, revealing fright. Without inquiring anything from Han Li, Xianyi and Lu Tianmeng looked at each other and immediately followed the scream with hastened steps. No one dared to be negligent, applying all sorts of defensive magic techniques and magic tools as a precaution. When Han Li saw this, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out his white scale shield and slowly followed. However, he didn't use a defensive magic technique. This way, he would be able to use both the Imperial Flight technique and soft body movements. He always believed that in narrow quarters, speed was more important than defense. After they passed through 3 or 4 large caverns, they arrived at a huge stalactite cave and suddenly saw a frightful scene before them. At the center of the cavern, a sparkling crystal white spider over 10 meters large was using its huge sharp teeth to bite at a badly mutilated corpse. The corpse was wearing white clothes, clearly revealing its former identity as a masked moon sect disciple who had managed to flee from being buried alive. Near the corpse, there were 3 or 4 thoroughly worn-out magic tools. But what was most noticeable was the huge spirit stone vein behind the spider. Surrounding it was an extremely ancient hexagonal transportation formation. To the side of the transportation formation, there was a rainbow-colored skeleton sitting cross-legged in meditation, levitating a meter into the air. Its hand was grasping a lustrous blue command medallion that was radiating faintly. What is this? After a chi condensation cultivator swallowed his spit, he dryly asked. No one knew if he was asking about this monstrous spider, the transportation formation, or the skeleton with the command medallion. Naturally, no one answered. Perhaps it was because this person's voice had alarmed the spider, but the monster suddenly stopped gnawing. It raised its head and glared at the party that had invaded its cavern with an ice-cold gaze. This caused Han Li's and the other cultivators' hearts to tremble as they hastily prepared to fight. But a moment after this monster took a glance, it lowered its head and continued to gnaw at the corpse, turning a blind eye to the crowd of people. This caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. Die! When a masked moon sect cultivator saw his fellow sect member had died at the jaws of this spider, he felt grieved from his death and raised his hand, fiercely throwing a flaming dart magic tool toward the spider. This caused Lu Tianmeng and the other experienced people to jump in fright, inwardly cursing this person's imprudence. Ping! The clear sound rang out as the flying dart struck the head of the spider, which hadn't attempted to dodge in the slightest. Unexpectedly, it bounced back. Not the slightest trace of damage could be seen on the insect beast. Furthermore, the point of the dart had become slightly bent. The other cultivators' eyes nearly dropped from their sockets. This spider's outer carapace was actually this hard, it was far too ridiculous. Everyone, attack! Xianyi fiercely glanced at that rash fellow sect member and had no better option than to call for everyone to simultaneously attack. This was because that spider had already stopped eating and was slowly walking towards them. After these words were said, over 10 magic tools flew out at the same time. They all struck the huge spider with all sorts of divine powers. Han Li had also sent out his golden blades. At this moment, underneath the dazzling barrage of attacks, the spider's body had become completely covered by strong light, almost as if it had been instantly killed by those attacks. But after the sounds of clatter were heard, the brilliance of the magic tool's attack had dimmed. 5 or 6 lower-grade magic tools even completely lost their spiritual properties, falling to the ground. When Han Li and the other cultivators saw this, they turned pale with fright. They each took the same action, drawing their gazes to their magic tools. In the end, the top-grade magic tools were still in good condition. However, the high-grade magic tools suffered heavy damage. As for the lower-grade magic tools, they fell to the floor. Once again, the slightest trace of damage couldn't be seen on the white spider, which continued to leisurely crawl towards them. Withdraw. After Li Tianmeng and Xian Yi looked at each other, they both happened to shout the same word. Although they were a bit curious about the transportation formation and the command medallion, the price to kill that demonic monster was far too high. Furthermore, the return to the surface was far more important. But during this time, the white spider opened its mouth, and a shining white liquid sprayed out everywhere. After seeing the fearsomeness of this monster, who dared to be so stupid as to touch this unknown liquid? Everyone similarly flashed to either side. Not good. Han Li came to a realization after thinking of something and couldn't help but cry out. The other cultivators were slightly startled, they hadn't fully realized what just happened. The liquid suddenly turning into a huge net. The spider then pounced at the cave opening and stood on the web. Much to their surprise, it tightly sealed the entrance they had just used to enter. The other cultivators' expressions changed. At this moment, they discovered that this stalactite cave seemed to only have one exit. Chapter 269, Blood Red. Could it be it wishes to eliminate us in one stroke? Zhong Wu asked with a white complexion. Humph. Xian Yu didn't speak and raised his hand instead. 7 to 8 fireballs flew from his hand, shooting toward the dense spiderweb. Pang pang. The spiderweb was left completely intact. Not even the slightest sign of a burn could be seen. At this moment, the others weren't surprised. They had clearly anticipated that this spiderweb wasn't so fragile. During this moment, the white spider slightly bent its legs, and with ferocious power, it pounced straight towards Xian Yu's direction with its entire body. Xian Yu's expression darkened. He pressed a yellow talisman against the ground, and immediately after, it noiselessly dissolved into floor. Subsequently, a huge stone spike sharply rose not far away, precisely hitting the abdomen of the spider as it leaped in midair. The spider was rigidly pinned to the roof of the cavern, incapable of moving for the time being. Good. When Lu Tianmeng saw this, he loudly shouted and revealed an expression of happiness. Then, he threw out a dark green bag with the bag's opening pointed at the spider at the ceiling, revealing faint warm light. At this moment, the spider trapped at the cavern ceiling started hissing. It drew its legs towards its abdomen and held the stone spike tightly. Then it fiercely exerted force. The sounds of crashing stones were heard. The tip of the stone spike had actually been easily crushed into countless falling stones. After recovering its freedom, the demonic beast jumped down. When it had broken the stone spike's tip, its small eyes flickered with green light as if it were angered. It lowered its body and then straightened it. It seemed to want to pounce toward the cultivators once again. But at this moment, the warm light rushed out from the bag and precisely swept away the spider as it was midair. Then as quick as lightning, the light returned, with it the spider that had unexpectedly shrunk as it was collected into the bag. Han Li and the others at the side were startled. Such a seemingly ferocious spider had actually been so easily captured alive. This was truly hard to imagine. Lu Tianmeng also wore an expression of pleasant surprise. Although the might of his sun and moon pouch was quite considerable, it had already been used many times to collect a large number of demonic beasts. Even so, it was still able to smoothly capture this spider, which caused him to be greatly surprised. Feelings of ecstasy then began to rise in his heart. If he could tame such a demonic beast, wouldn't his power increase by several times? With this thought, although Lu Tianmeng had regained his calm, his happiness was displayed on his brow. He impatiently waved at the green bag, and it slowly flew back under everyone's gazes. The other cultivators naturally knew what such a live demonic beast meant to a member of Spirit Beast Mountain. They couldn't help but display an expression of envy. However, just as this expression was revealed, that flying bag suddenly stopped in midair and moved no more. Lu Tianmeng grew frightened and hastily attempted to retrieve his bag by forcefully using more magic power. However, after the bag swayed several more times, it still stopped in midair. Everyone watching from the side knew something was amiss. They hastily went on guard. The surface of the leather bag suddenly became bumpy. It seemed that demonic beast was causing these oddities from within the bag. These strange occurrences continued for a short moment before disappearing. But soon after, it suddenly began to swell and with a loud bang as the bag exploded into pieces. The white spider had actually forcibly destroyed the magic tool and restored its original size. After once again escaping constraint, the demonic beast clearly entered a craze. Its translucent pure white body gradually turned red and began to shoot off fearful blood-red rays of light. It began grinding its mouth full of sharp teeth, releasing fearful crackling noises. When Lu Tianmeng and the others saw this, they all solemnly drew back several steps, planning to use explosions from magic tools to increase the distance between them. However, the blood-red spider cut forward with its many legs and charged toward the two cultivators furthest away as fast as lightning. After seeing only 2 streaks of white light flash by and hearing poo-poo, the two cultivators' defensive barriers had been destroyed in a single strike, their bodies severed in two, meeting a violent end. Among these two was unexpectedly that ugly man Zhongwu. Unfortunately, he had believed he was safer as he was farther away. After seeing the two cultivators' deaths along with the spider's lightning-fast movements, the others that had scattered the farthest turned pale with fright and feared they would follow the pair's footsteps. However, they were too late. The demonic beast's body had already flashed and turned into a streak of blood-red light, shooting toward the saber transformation dog cultivator. This cultivator's face became deathly pale. He grit his teeth, shooting 2 black throwing knives at the approaching spider. However, the spider opened its mouth, and shining white liquid shot out toward the throwing knives, causing the throwing knives to lose their magic power and fall to the floor. Then it leaped up with its huge body and bit off the head of the saber transformation dog cultivator. The headless corpse spouted out blood like a fountain, causing those who saw it to become aghast. The others, Hanli included, no longer hesitated and immediately sent talismans and magic tools to smash its head. However, even since the spider's body turned blood red, it became as fast as the wind. Within this narrow cavern, the magic tools and magic techniques simply couldn't follow its nimble movements. A short moment later, another 2 cultivators met their violent end underneath its fierce teeth. Although one of them had timely used a colored scarf to obstruct its advance, in the blink of an eye, the spider shredded through the scarf and killed him. This spider's legs and fierce teeth were truly sharp. Their hardness was absolutely that of a top-grade magic tool or higher. At this moment, only Lu Tianmeng, Xianyu, and Hanli had remained. The trio's complexion had become ashen with extreme fear and anger. If they were in an open area, then these cultivators wouldn't have died so easily. After all, with flying magic tools, they definitely would have lasted longer. Bang! The spider flashed to the side of Lu Tianmeng. As it attempted to cleave his body in two through his protective barrier, a black object appeared to obstruct it. This flat and round object appeared to be a small shield, but under careful observation, its surface seemed to have cracks. It was actually a miraculously strange turtle shell. Apart from a shallow mark that remained from the strike, it was completely intact. It was truly astonishing. Seeing it had no effect, the huge spider immediately gave up on Lu Tianmeng and flashed with red light, arriving at Han Li's side with its jaws open. However, Han Li's cold expression shook several times. His body suddenly became vague and immediately disappeared. He then appeared over 20 meters away. This caused the demonic beast to unexpectedly stay still from surprise. During this delay, Xian Yu took out a small yellow cup and arrived next to the spider. After the small cup flashed with yellow light and expanded, Xian Yu slapped it underneath, trapping it once again. Afterwards, Han Li expanded his black dragon's grasp to its greatest size and cautiously hovered over the cup, fearing another escape from the demonic beast. You too, be at ease. My heaven-shrouding cup was refined from copper essence, a material used to refine magic treasures. It absolutely wouldn't be able to escape. After Xian Yu's expression relaxed, he explained this to Han Li and Lu Tianmeng. Hearing this, Han Li's expression relaxed, and he retrieved his black dragon's grasp. It seemed he was truly at ease. However, Lu Tianmeng walked to the front of the copper cup and took a few looks at it before muttering to himself and shaking his head with worry, saying, "This won't do. I feel unassured. Continue using your cup to trap the beast and give me time to prepare a magic treasure and thoroughly kill this monster." When Xian Yu heard this, he wrinkled his brow, but he didn't say anything and followed along. Han Li then looked at the transportation formation and the skeleton's command medallion. After a moment of thought, he walked to the side and sat cross-legged in meditation, leaving the previous matter up to the other two. At this moment, Lu Tianmeng took out a treasure talisman flashing with azure light. He pressed it between his palms and slowly filled it with spiritual power. It was obvious that a late foundation establishment could use a treasure talisman quickly without having to charge it with power. A short moment later, he separated his hands, and an exquisite small rod shot forth and revolved around his head. "Are you ready? I'm going to release the demonic beast." When Xian Yu saw this, he asked this with concern as he controlled the small cup. "I'm ready. You both can die at ease. That greater displacement medallion is mine." Lu Tianmeng widely opened his eyes, suddenly revealing a sinister appearance. After this large shout, the tip of the short rod released innumerable rays of light. In a flash, one rod became two, two became four, and four became 8. In the blink of an eye, over several hundred similar small rods had appeared. Each of the small rods released a small, buzzing rumble. Then, under Lu Tianmeng's control, the majority of the rods charged toward Xian Yu in a dense formation, while a small portion went toward Han Li as he was meditating cross-legged. When Han Li saw this, his expression slightly changed. He didn't dare to clench the item in his hand and rigidly stared at the approaching talisman treasures. Xian Yu's expression was dull, as if he were turning a blind eye to this crisis. Seeing the pair's expression, Lu Tianming's proud expression froze. As he shouted, "Not good!" In his mind, he thought to take out the tortoise shell. However, behind him, the sound of the ground rupturing came from behind him. Then, a streak of red light struck at his side. Suddenly, Lu Tianming's body fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Right after, the red light leaped back a certain distance away and stopped. It was unexpected, the blood-red spider that had escaped its trap at an unknown time. Chapter 270 Beheading. Chapter 270, Beheading. Once Lu Tianmeng had died, the magic power supporting the several hundred small rods disappeared. In an instant, they dissolved into specks of azure light and converged together, forming a treasure talisman that gently fell to the floor. At this moment, all that was left was Han Li, Xian Yi, and the blood-red spider. Xian Yi expressionlessly stared at Han Li and didn't make any movements. Han Li then looked at the blood-red spider and then looked at Xian Yi. He then silently raised his hand and brought out his white scale shield. Simultaneously, 8 streaks of white light appeared at his side. They were revealed to be Han Li's puppet beasts. Xian Ye's expression became slightly moved as he raised his hand to recall the small yellow cup. He insipidly said, "I truly did not think that Junior Marshal Han Li was actually an expert in puppet techniques. However, it seems you haven't cultivated it to perfection. Do you think with so few puppets, you could be considered my opponent?" When Han Li heard this, his expression didn't change. He only coldly asked, "Did you release the spider intentionally?" "Correct." Xian Yi bluntly acknowledged this. Then he flipped his hand and summoned a red muslin cloak. "Are you not worried about overreaching yourself and allowing yourself to die to this demonic beast?" Han Li coldly laughed after he licked his dry lips. "Hee. Me, die? Against a mere grade 4 demonic beast with a bit of toughness and brute strength?" Xian Yi mockingly said. H's face was filled with disdain and contempt. "Regardless, you should go and properly play with that crystal spider. Hope you'll be able to preserve your life." With that said, he covered his body with the muslin cloak. Although he was still there, all the sense from his body completely disappeared. Han Li was slightly surprised. He couldn't help but look at that muslin cloak several times. At this moment, Xian Yi slowly retreated to a corner of the cavern with a slight smile on his face. It seemed he didn't want to be involved at all. Han Li's thoughts whirled in his mind several times and guessed several uses of that muslin cloak. His complexion couldn't help but change, and he hastily looked at the spider. After seeing the blood-red spider stare at him with an ominous glint, he heard the sound of crackling come from its fierce teeth. It seemed he had already become its hunting target. After Han Li pondered for a short moment, his body flashed as he rushed toward the corner Xian Yi was resting. But when the blood spider saw Han Li move, its blood-red light brilliantly shined, and it charged towards Han Li. However, he had already prepared his puppet beasts, which opened their mouths, taking turns to shoot out light beams at the spider as it drew near. When the beams hit the red spider's body, it tumbled several times back. At this moment, it had no method to further pursue Han Li. When Xian Yi saw Han Li approach him at great speed, his heart trembled. He was greatly fearful toward Han Li's lightning-fast movement technique. How could he let Han Li approach him so near? He reacted by tossing the small cup in his hand towards Han Li. Then radiance shot forth from his body, a set of fire-red leather armor appeared on his body. Having lost its usefulness, the muslin cloak had been put away. When Han Li saw the giant cup barrier approach him, he waved his hand, causing a small mirror to appear in his hand. At the same time, a brilliant azure mist shot forth and immediately turned the huge cup back to its original size, halting it in midair. "Azure Stasis Mirror!" Xian Yi shouted in alarm. This was a famous top-grade magic tool from his own sect. How could he not know of it? Suddenly, Xian Yi panicked and moved erratically. He originally believed this heaven-shrouding cup would have bought him some time. However, it hadn't slowed down Han Li's charge in the slightest. How could he not be in a fluster? Fortunately, he was still over 30 meters away. Xian Yi took out an Ice Storm Technique talisman and threw it out. It immediately turned into a dense barrage of ice spikes. He assumed that since Han Li would use his white scale shield to defend, he would slow down his movements, giving Xian Lu enough time to take out an impressive magic tool. When Han Li saw the barrage of ice spikes, a cold light flashed through his eyes, but he inconceivable waved his hand, retrieving the small shield into his storage pouch. At the same time, he suddenly increased his speed. His body became distorted in incomprehensible transformations and charged straight through the icicle barrage without the slightest of injury. When Xian Yi saw this, his calm expression thoroughly disappeared, his complexion becoming incomparably pale. In the blink of an eye, Hanli had already appeared in front of him. Lacking the time to use any magic tools, he could only madly pour the entirety of his spiritual power into his fiery armor and hope the defensive power of this top-grade defensive magic tool was enough to save him from the crisis before his eyes. Seeing the dazzling radiance released from his opponent's armor, murderous intent rushed forth from Hanli's eyes. He opened his mouth, and a black needle that had been prepared long ago shot out from his mouth when it was least expected, producing an extremely grim hiss as it pierced the air. It flew toward the opponent's armor with extreme speed, creating a world-shakingly loud clap upon impact. A huge streak of azure sword chi then appeared from thin air, and with a flash, Hanli was already standing behind Xianyi. Xianyi blankly stood at his original location. At the pit of his stomach, a fist-sized hole had appeared on his armor, causing the armor's spiritual chi to disappear, turning the armor to scrap metal. Then without warning, his head suddenly fell to the floor. After Hanli had suddenly broken his armor, he used an azure essence sword streak to immediately behead him. Naturally, Hanli had already taken his storage pouch as he passed by. Hanli looked at the storage pouch in his hand and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was unexpectedly able to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator. He had trouble believing he had just done so. However, Hanli clearly understood that the reason why he was able to kill Xianlu was because he had caught him off guard and because Xianlu was restricted by the narrow terrain. If it were a normal high-level battle between cultivators, Xianlu absolutely wouldn't have given him the opportunity to approach. Separated by a distance of over 100 meters and with the assistance of flying magic tools, Xianlu wouldn't be slower than Hanli's extremely limited movement technique and could move about as he wished. In order to destroy this person's armor, Hanli had to consume a single-use explosive magic tool refined from the fledgling horn of the inky flood dragon. It had been mutually destroyed along with the opponent's armor. When this fledgling horn was refined, the magic tool shop owner continuously felt regret. If the inky flood dragon had grown another 20 to 30 years, its horn could have been refined into an extremely powerful magic tool and wouldn't need to produce such a fragile consumable magic tool. But from what happened today, by allowing him to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator, this item was truly worthwhile. After Hanli put away the azure stasis mirror and the small cup, a series of explosions suddenly appeared from behind him. This caused him to stop and instinctively react, patting his storage pouch. Several grade 2 puppet beasts flew out from his pouch and blocked the blood spider's advance. A few seconds later, the puppets had been cut and gnawed to pieces. At this moment, the blood spider lowered its head and once again charged towards Hanli. Hanli raised his hand and sent forth his black dragon's grasp in its greatest size, stopping the huge spider in midair. Soon after, light beam attacks from his puppet beasts continuously shot at the demonic beast's blood-red body. It was eventually suppressed to the point where it was incapable of moving forward. In a moment of desperation, the blood-red spider sprayed out several spider webs from its mouth. Fortunately, Hanli had already seen the demonic beast use this before, and his body immediately flashed, avoiding it. As for the puppet beasts, although they weren't able to avoid being tangled in the spider's threads in the slightest, Hanli was able to instantly take the tangled ones into his storage pouch and exchange them for fresh puppets. The puppet's attack continued without the slightest of delay. Hanli immediately thought of using a talisman treasure but couldn't help but dispel the idea against this opponent. After all, using protective barriers and magic tools was unwise and would result in him being trapped by the spider's webs. With no better choice, Hanli let out a sigh and could only maintain his attacks against the spider. He didn't dare to relax in the slightest. After a quarter hour, it turned out as Hanli had predicted. The blood-red spider's body gradually lost its color, its shell beginning to show bumps. It was clear that this demonic beast's true essence was almost exhausted, rendering it incapable of using spiritual power to reinforce its body to withstand the attacks. When Han Li's face revealed a slight smile, the spider seemed to realize the situation was far from good and attempted to flee Han Li's offensive entrapment several times. As it attempted to leap to the cavern's exit, it was swiftly suppressed and pushed back by a burst of the puppet's light beams. In the end, it was actually restrained to one spot by Han Li's ever-changing entrapment. When the entirety of the demonic beast's true essence had been exhausted, it could only shrink into a ball without any power to counterattack. Han Li then took out the incomparably sharp silver-pointed sword and took several steps forward, beheading the spider. As expected, although the beast's external shell was hard, without any magic power to reinforce its body, its defenses were easily sliced through by the sword. Han Li finally sat down on the floor, exhausted. He remained silent for half a day. After a long while, he took a look at the dead cultivators lying in every direction and felt for the first time that the lives of cultivators were fragile. This caused him to feel sorrow in his heart. Would he also meet his end at the hands of another cultivator or end up in the stomach of a demonic beast one day? After he fully rested, Han Li first gathered the small rod treasure talisman and then searched through the dead cultivator's storage pouches. Finally, he approached the transportation formation with caution. His gaze continuously flickered between the rainbow skeleton and command medallion. Greater Displacement Medallion. That was what Lu Tianfeng called it. Han Li thought as he sunk into contemplation. Chapter 271, The Greater Displacement Medallion and an Ancient Transportation Formation. Greater Displacement Medallion. Han Li had never heard of this name before. Seeing that Lu Tianmeng and Xian Yu had acted to eliminate all others, this object was obviously precious. However, facing the strange appearance of the rainbow skeleton, Han Li didn't dare to rashly act. He took out his golden blades and carefully touched the skeleton with it. Seeing that nothing happened, he felt reassured and walked closer, attentively sizing up the command medallion. The blue luster of the command medallion faintly released twinkling lights similar to gems. The medallion was engraved with simple decorative designs and an ancient character. It was clearly an object of ancient origin. As for other areas, Han Li didn't find anything noteworthy. The spiritual power contained within wasn't very large either. Han Li pondered for a moment and used his golden blade to lightly pick at it, causing the command medallion to easily fall from the hand. After picking it up with his hand, he noticed that it wasn't made of metal as he had imagined. It was both flexible and hard. It seemed to have been refined from wood. After Han Li fiddled with it for a moment, he attempted to inject it with a bit of spiritual power. But then a huge suction force came from the command medallion, taking a great amount of spiritual power away from his body. Fearful, Han Li cut off the spiritual power connection without delay, causing the suction force to disappear. Having suffered, Han Li didn't dare to recklessly attempt it again and carefully put the command medallion away in his storage pouch. Then he looked at the several layers of the mysterious transportation formation. He felt very curious regarding where the transportation formation went. Naturally, Han Li didn't attempt to recklessly use it. Furthermore, even if he truly had such idiotic thoughts, he would be incapable of acting upon them. This was because a corner of the transportation formation had already been damaged. Although the damage was not much, it was sufficient to cause the transportation formation to be inoperable. Han Li blinked his eyes and suddenly took out a jade slip. He started to record the transportation formation's appearance and decorative design, preparing to ask others about it and see if he could restore the transportation method. He was greatly looking forward to this. After doing all of this, Han Li looked around the huge cavern to see if there was anything he had missed. As a result, behind a coarse stone pillar, he had discovered two sparkling translucent eggs, each about the size of a fist. When Han Li saw this, he was pleasantly surprised. Without guessing, he already knew they were the eggs of the spider demonic beast. Having personally experienced that spider demonic beast's ferocity, how could Hanli miss this opportunity? He immediately looked for a leather pouch that specialized in holding spiritual beasts from a spirit beast mountain cultivator's storage pouch. Then he carefully put the spider eggs into the bag and then stuffed the bag into his pocket. With this harvest, Hanli looked around even more attentively, but unfortunately he found nothing else. However, Hanli didn't mind as he was perfectly content with his spoils. He returned to the white spider's corpse and dismembered it with no trace of politeness, stuffing the limbs into his storage pouch. Then he took Xianyu, Lu Tianmeng and the other cultivators' corpses and used fireballs to turn them into ashes, burying them there. When Hanli looked at the rainbow skeleton, Hanli threw a few fireballs at it in passing, intending to turn it to ash. But as a result, the skeleton fused with the inferno and condensed into 7 to 8 small rainbow pearls. This greatly shocked Hanli, and he collected them with curiosity. If this were true, with this greater disposition medallion and with a repaired transportation formation, he could immediately travel to a place at least 5 million kilometers away. He wouldn't need to get further tangled in this mess between the 7 sects of the state of Yu and the 6 sects of the devilish Tao. He could travel to a new place and continue his cultivation there. With this thought, Hanli found he was unable to restrain himself. He started to look for books regarding ancient transportation formation to see whether or not there was a method to restore that underground transportation formation. Hanli spent many days searching through the libraries of the Heavens Knowledge Pavilion. However, he hadn't found a single formation spellbook with regards to ancient transportation formations. This caused Hanli to become greatly disappointed. At this moment, Hanli thought of a single person who could perhaps help him restore this formation. Chapter 272. 1 year. The person Hanli thought of was naturally Qi Yunshao, whom he had made a pact with several years ago. Since Qi Yunshao, a friend and formation spell master, was proficient in the 5 elements reversal formation, surely he should be very knowledgeable about other formations. This ancient transportation formation could also be considered a formation spell. As such, perhaps this friend of his could help him restore the formation. As Hanli thought of this, his heart felt greatly moved. After thinking about the dates, he realized that the day the two had arranged to meet again shouldn't be far away. However, he could be dispatched on a mission at any time, so he wouldn't be able to immediately leave to go find him. It seemed he had not choice but to postpone the trip. After a moment of contemplation, Hanli felt slightly disheartened and was no longer in the mood to further look through formation spellbooks, returning to his immortal's cave. Returning to his immortal's cave, Hanli discovered that the spider eggs had grown larger. It seemed the spirit wellspring was quite effective at accelerating their incubation. When Hanli saw this, he immediately drew a simple spirit-controlling spell formation, a cultivator's basic method for controlling infant demonic beasts. He then bled several drops of essence blood into the spell formation and placed the spider eggs within. The spell formation took effect, and the 2 white eggs absorbed the essence blood. Hanli then placed them back into Spirit Spring. As Hanli finished this, a sound transmission talisman arrived and told him to go the main hall without delay. His heart trembled. He knew his assignment has finally come. On the main battlefield between the 7 sects of the state of Yu and the 6 sets of the devilish Tao, at a patch of stones in the Golden Drum Plains at the common border between the states of Yu and Cheji, Hanli was controlling 2 streaks of light formed from his black dragon's grasp and several golden blades. He was madly attacking an early Foundation establishment disciple from the Ghost Spirit sect at all sides. Although the black chi on his opponent's body surged formidably and had several human skulls faintly howling around him, under the violent storm of attacks from Han Li's two magic tools, Han Li quickly found an opening and chopped him into pieces. Han Li skillfully snatched the other's storage pouch from his body. Yet another person had disappeared from this boundless wasteland. By the time he reaped his harvest, the sky had already turned dark. As usual, the core formation cultivators of the Devil Dao and the Seven Sects should have come out to fight. If the battle spread to his location, he was certain to die an unjust death. Han Li recalled a battle between core formation cultivators that he had previously witnessed with his own eyes. Fear still lingered in his heart. The magic battle between the cultivators of Saber Transformation Dock and the controlling Spirit Sect had shattered the heavens and earth and swept back and forth over several kilometers. From then on, so long as the sky was the slightest bit dark, he made an early return even if he turned up empty-handed. A year before, he and several others had received orders to escort a spirit stone transport to this location. Afterwards, they would remain there and become high-grade cannon fodder for the Seven Sects, participating in multiple successive large-scale battles. The battle that had just occurred deep within the Golden Drum Plains was such a battle, where over 1,000 scattered enemies mutually killing one another was a common occurrence. What was even more baffling was that ever since the second campaign between the Devil Dao and the Seven Sects had resulted in a draw, the two sides facing each other across the vast Golden Drum Plains would engage in a large skirmish every month, as well as random battles, both small and large, occurring every day. The so-called large skirmishes involved both sides dispatching over 1,000 troops in a mutual struggle. For small melees, each side would dispatch small groups of cultivators spanning from groups of 3 to 5 or even solitary cultivators to the center of the Golden Drum Plains, all of whom sought to kill enemy cultivators. Large skirmishes didn't go as one would expect. Although both sides had fought fervently enough, the number of casualties were quite small. If a side truly tried their utmost, the other side would activate their core defensive barrier, so it would become extremely difficult to harm them. For other smaller skirmishes, because the strength of core formation and foundation establishment cultivators were incomparable, they tacitly agreed to reserve the time between morning and early evening for close skirmishes between foundation establishment cultivators after each side had probed one another out. When night arrived, core formation experts would appear, and a great battle would occur. Core formation cultivators fought alone, one-on-one, even if they were likely to be defeated or sustain heavy injury. But if their lives were in danger, the speed at which a core formation cultivator could flee with all their strength was truly astonishing. A year passed in this manner. Each side had suffered several hundred losses of foundation establishment cultivators. As for core formation cultivators, their losses also were not few. This caused the leaders of both sides to feel great heartache at their losses and a bit of depression. As for chi condensation cultivators, because their magic power was meager, they could only prepare their strength and had preserved the entirety of their numbers. However, with this passing year of war on the battlefield, sabotage and raids had not ceased, causing both the Devil Dao and the Seven Sects to feel they could not endure much longer. Both sides simultaneously attempted to weaken the other and accumulate their own strength. They both clearly understood that the moment of their decisive battle was soon drawing near. After 2 hours on the Divine Wind boat, Han Li arrived at his allied camp. Wood and stone rooms of various sizes could be faintly seen from within the great restrictive formation, scattered about without any semblance of a pattern. These were improvised buildings created by cultivators with wood and earth attribute Daoist magics. Naturally, the camp was divided into regions according to their sections. Han Li first went to his dwelling, a stone room that wasn't very large. After he firmly closed the door, he temporarily sealed the room with essence restriction formation flags. Then, Han Li took out the items from the storage pouch he obtained today and laid them out before starting to pick through them. Again with heaps of human skulls and small flags. Apart from the Ghost Spirit Sect, who else would have such use for these ghostly items? This sword isn't bad. I'll keep it as a spare. This. After Hanli muttered to himself as he quickly separated the magic tools that would be of use and would remain. Those that were of little value and could not be used would go into a separate storage pouch. After Hanli put everything into the storage pouches, Hanli removed the formation and walked out. He turned several corners and eventually walked toward a very conspicuous room. This wooden room spanned a length of 150 meters and was painted with golden paint all over. When the sun set, it glimmered as if it were truly made from gold. Hanli impolitely pushed the door and entered. The room was bustling with activity and had several tens of trading stalls set up by cultivators. There were even more cultivators who were currently haggling over the price or picking items from the trading stalls. With great familiarity, Hanli hastily rushed through several stalls and turned the items in his storage pouch into spirit stone with great speed. After all the items had disappeared, he had about 100 more spirit stones. Hanli didn't pay any further attention to anything else and went to the center of the room toward the largest vendor stall. This vendor stall spanned over 20 meters, nearly 3 to 4 times bigger than the other vendor stalls. The stall's owner was a chubby mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Hanli didn't say any superfluous words and immediately threw a storage pouch full of spirit stones toward the fatty, impolitely saying, "Elder brother Chin, I have gathered 500 spirit stones for the dragon cry grass." Well, if it isn't brother Han. Truly impressive, you managed to gather this many spirit stones so quickly. When the fatty saw Hanli, he immediately beamed with a smile. Then he sunk his consciousness into the storage pouch within his chubby hands to count the spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. It really is 500 spirit stones. Here is the dragon cry grass. Make sure to put it away properly. Fatty Chen then took out a jade box with a joyful smile and handed it over to Hanli. Hanli took the small box and immediately opened it to see what was inside. He then nodded his head and put it away. Afterwards, he asked the fatty with slight anticipation, "With regards to my previous requests for pill formulas, is there any news?" "So long as there's a pill formula, I am willing to pay a bit more. Old pal, pill formulas are extremely rare. Although foundation establishment cultivators are likely to have some, they are extremely treasured items. Who would dare to take them out and sell them? Furthermore, if dear friend wishes to have pill formula that are of use to foundation establishment cultivators, it would be even more difficult. I've spared no effort, but even so, I truly haven't been able to find any." When Fatty Chen heard Hanli's words, his face grew bitter as he poured out his complaints. Feeling slight disappointment, Hanli wore an indifferent smile and said, "It doesn't matter. If there's nothing, then forget it. I still must thank elder brother Chin for helping find those 2 formulas earlier." When Fatty Chen heard those words, he happily smiled, saying, "Those 2 nearly ruined pill formulas were something I picked up over my many years. I didn't dare to be confident that you would actually want them. However, dear friend wished to take them and experiment to see whether he could improve them. This is something ordinary people wouldn't dare to do. After all, the energy and time required to do so is far too great. It's a feat that perhaps would be accomplished with the constant efforts of multiple generations." The fatty said this while feeling slightly moved. When Hanli heard this, he faintly smiled and didn't say anything else. Ever since Hanli arrived here, he shockingly discovered that within the camp's improvised market, there were many rare goods that couldn't be found in market cities. Chapter 273, A timely encounter. After pulling out a majority of the spirit stones in his pocket, Hanli even collected a majority of the ingredients necessary for the new ancient pill formulas. As for the remaining missing ingredients, Han Li gritted his teeth and risked taking out two 400-year-old spirit herbs to sell. His other option was to participate in a few more assignments to kill Devil Dao cultivators. In this way, not only could he earn a reward of a considerable amount of spirit stones, he could also exchange the items found in the enemy's storage pouches for even more spirit stones. Based on the numerous treasure talismans he possessed and the strength of the Great Development Technique, even if Han Li ran into late Foundation Establishment cultivator, he could escape from the opponent safe and sound. Similarly, if early or mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators were to run into Han Li, they naturally would not have any strength to retaliate and could only flee for their life from Han Li. Of course, how could important Foundation Establishment cultivators like the Ghost Spirit Sect's young master participate in these kinds of operations? Just like this, Han Li earned himself a small bit of reputation among the 7 sects Foundation Establishment cultivators this past year. Everyone knew that a vicious character had emerged from the Yellow Maple Valley. While his cultivation base was only that of the mid-Foundation establishment, he inconceivably hunted down over 10 Devil Dao cultivators and was still able to return whole. Han Li used the spirit stones that he had exchanged to gather all the remaining ingredients for the ancient pill formulas. Upon hearing that the campgrounds of a few other sects also had similar exchange locations, Han Li asked Fatty Chin to be on the lookout for pill formulas, but now it seemed there wasn't much hope. Just as Han Li wanted to say goodbye to the other person, a gust of fragrant wind suddenly reached his nose. Slightly stunned, Han Li twisted his head around to take a look. An elegant and cold female cultivator was approaching from behind. Upon clearly seeing that newcomer's touching face and that dainty body with full assets, Han Li's expression did not change, but in his heart, he was somewhat uneasy. It was actually Junior Marshal Sister Chin, with whom he had had skin-to-skin contact before. As soon as he thought about the provocative and erotic scene from that night, a strange feeling surged up in his heart. Come to think of it, he and this woman had not run into each other ever since the departure from the forbidden area, so he didn't know when she had arrived at this camp. Fifth uncle, this is the item that you asked for. Junior Marshal Sister Chin indifferently sized up Han Li. Soon after, a trace of shock flashed across her eyes, but she still arrived in front of Fatty Chin and handed a storage pouch over to him. Hee. Nish Chao Qian, your arrival is too timely, I was just thinking about these goods. Fatty Chin said with delight upon seeing Junior Marshal Sister Chin, his jowls flapping. Fifth uncle. Han Li was stunned by Fatty Chen's title for quite some time. He never expected that this Fatty whom he had known for the greater half of a year was actually Junior Marshal Sister Chen Sr. Just based on his mid-Foundation Establishment cultivation base, his status in the Qin clan would definitely not be low. After initially glancing at Han Li, Junior Marshal Sister Chin did not send a single glance in Han Li's way. This cold treatment caused Han Li to feel unhappy in his heart. Senior Marshal Brother Chin, I will take my leave now, but I will definitely come visit you in the future. Han Li said politely, unwilling to stay any longer. He turned his head around and walked out of the market. At this time, Qin Chaoqian finally gazed coldly at Han Li's disappearing figure. Her eyebrows were tightly knit as she asked Fatty Chin, who was inspecting the storage pouch, Fifth uncle, was this scaredy cat trying to buy something from you? Scaredy cat. Fatty Chin was shocked by Qin Chaoqing's words. Yes, the fellow who was just standing here. You're talking about Han Li. Fatty Chin blinked his tiny eyes as an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. Yes, I'm talking about him. Is there something wrong with that? Qin Chaoqian asked, somewhat curious. Back then, during the expedition to the Forbidden Area, Han Li had not given this junior martial sister Qin any good impressions. She always reckoned that Han Li was someone who had run into a great deal of good fortune and always took the opportunity to escape from a fight. Fatty Chin sat in silence for a moment before suddenly sighing, saying with a strange tone, "Chao Qian, you've just arrived here and are ignorant about some matters. Although I don't know why you think this guy is a scaredy cat, your fellow sect member's reputation here is not small. He is an extremely strong character who exterminated over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators in succession and is definitely not a mediocre individual. I even want to recommend this person to the clan leader after a few more battles. If we can win over this guy, he will be a great help to us." "He exterminated over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators?" Junior Marshal Sister Chen asked, the cold expression on her face turning into one of amazement. She truly did not dare to believe what she was hearing. She couldn't help but gaze blankly at the exchange location's front door, but by now, Hanli had already left the room for quite some time. After walking out of the exchange location, Hanli pondered for a moment, then headed towards his master Li Huiyuan's residence, preparing to pay his respects to his master according to common convention. As a core formation cultivator, Li Huiyuan's residence could not be compared to those of regular cultivators. He lived in a cozy little house in the middle of a large formation. His wife naturally lived together with him. As for Han Li's 7 senior martial brothers, apart from the eldest, who was still standing guard outside of the Green Ripple Cave, all the others had missions and were not present here. The only ones remaining here were Han Li and his 4th senior martial brother, Song Mang. The first day that Han Li arrived and went to see Li Huiyuan, his cultivation base of mid-foundation establishment caused his master to feel great shock. After all, Han Li had only successfully entered foundation establishment a few years ago. Under normal circumstances, even cultivators with good talent would need to spend 10 or more years before advancing from early to mid-foundation establishment, so Han Li's sudden advancement in leaps and bounds naturally aroused Li Huiyuan's curiosity. After finding no evidence from searching Han Li's body, he asked some questions related to the cause for Han Li's cultivation base to grow so quickly. Han Li naturally would not reveal the truth. Instead, he put on an act of confusion, as if he also didn't know what had happened, causing Li Huiyuan to feel depressed for quite a while before dropping the matter altogether. After all, he was currently confronting grave difficulties. He was not in the mood to spend too much time investigating this matter. As for the matters of the Yan clan defecting and Dong Xiener falling into enemy hands, Li Huiyuan and Hong Fu both already knew about it. Apart from being extremely enraged by this, they did not actually blame Han Li too much. After all, the opponent's strength was too great. For Han Li to be able to escape with his life was already not an easy feat. Just as Han Li was thinking these things, he had already arrived outside of Li Huiyuan's residence. What shocked him was that his 4th senior martial brother Song Meng was actually standing outside the room with his arms hugging his shoulders, strangely full of energy as if he were a posted sentry standing guard. Upon seeing Han Li, Song Meng's face revealed a trace of laughter. He said in a deep voice, "Junior martial brother Han, you've come to pay your respects to master once again." Han Li gently laughed and gave an "N." After Han Li had become somewhat famous, Song Meng forced Han Li to spar with him privately. Although Han Li had relied on a magic tool to penetrate his defenses and claim a small victory, he slowly began to feel friendlier towards Han Li, and between the two of them, they actually began to laugh and talk with one another. "Junior martial brother Han, master is currently discussing with some guests, so you should wait outside for now. Come to think of it, I've made some progress in my cultivation technique. Why don't you spar with me in a bit?" Song Meng smiled as he explained to Han Li, but immediately after he made an invitation that caused Han Li's head to hurt greatly. Ever since senior martial brother Song had lost to him, every so often he would ask that Han Li spar with him one more time. However, how could Han Li be willing to reveal his true strength? Naturally, he firmly refused every time. If this were the Yellow Maple Valley, this senior martial brother Song wouldn't be so easy to shake off. Luckily, many strong cultivators were in this campground, and many opponents as well. Song Meng, seeing that he did not succeed after pestering Han Li a few times, was unable to bear his own temperament and went to go find other people. Only then could Han Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Thus, upon hearing Song Meng's last sentence, Han Li bitterly laughed once. No matter what, he did not dare to easily agree to what was being discussed. However, Han Li was very interested in Li Huayuan and the group of guests with him. After all, for Song Meng to use such respectful words meant that the people in the room most likely were core formation cultivators. But just when he wanted to gather some information from Song Meng, the tightly shut door suddenly opened, and a few male and female cultivators walked out from inside. Li Huayuan and his wife followed closely behind, clasping their hands and sending them out. As expected, they were all core formation cultivators. Han Li clearly saw that of the 4 men and 3 women, their cultivation bases were unfathomably deep. He and Song Meng did not dare to block the road and hurriedly split, one left, one right, helplessly standing to the side. Li Huayuan instantly saw Han Li, but he only gave a light smile before paying no further attention to him. The other cultivators naturally also glanced at Han Li, but most of them ignored him after that. After all, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator was truly nothing worth taking note of. However, a slender and perfectly figured female cultivator with a veil over her face suddenly stopped after her gaze swept over Han Li, her figure shaking. At the same time, a strange, difficult-to-discern light flashed across a pair of bright eyes. Has Celestial Nangong met this lowly disciple before? Upon noticing this female cultivator's strange behavior, the other cultivators couldn't help but glance at this woman somewhat strangely. Even more, Li Huayuan opened his mouth to ask this, feeling even more shocked. As soon as the words Celestial Nangong reached Han Li's ears, Han Li's heart jumped. A surge of indistinct emotions rampaged through his heart. Although he forcefully maintained his expression, he still couldn't help but glance at this female cultivator. In Chinese the 5 flavors are spicy, salty, sour, sweet, and bitter. Basically, that earlier phrase meant his heart was in emotional turmoil. Note, in Chapter 165, Junior Marshal Sister Qin was attacked by Senior Marshal Brother Liu. Junior Marshal Sister Qin was saved by Han Li, resulting in Han Li acquiring 2 foundation establishment pills. Note, in Chapter 208, Han Li slayed the inky flood dragon with the help of Celestial Nangong. The flood dragon released an aphrodisiac upon death, leading to a passionate night. I've secretly supported this family for the past 100 or so years by providing many riches and completely eliminating any dangers. Li Huayuan stopped speaking, as if he were thinking on past matters. But afterwards, he collected his expression and said, however, I received notice in the past few days that the 6 Devil Dao sects may send out a few low-level disciples and mix them into this state secular world and then clean up some of the people that our 7 sects are secretly supporting. They want to damage the supply of basic materials that the secular world supplies to our 7 sects. Because of my relationship with this family, they will most likely also be taken out by the Devil Dao's cultivators. Thus, I must have a representative who can go forwards to preserve the safety of this family when the storm hits. Of course, if the Devil Dao cultivators don't go looking to start trouble with them, all the better. After hearing this, Han Li respectfully nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Okay, I will write a letter to the current clan leader to tell them your identity and situation. He is also the only person who knows about the matter between me and the previous martial ancestor. I have also already told others that during this period of time, your trip will count as a mission. This way you don't have to worry about being punished. In addition, this jade slip contains detailed information on the entire clan. Bring it with you and go back to your lodgings and pack your bags. You will depart tomorrow morning, lest the situation suddenly change if you wait. Li Huayuan ordered after thinking for some time. As you command. Han Li bowed, then gently answered. Han Li sat on the divine wind boat, flying tens of feet above the ground at full speed. His current destination was not the location of the clan that he was supposed to protect in the capital of the state of Huijing. Rather, he was flying directly towards the state of Yuanwu. Taking advantage of the somewhat increased freedom of this mission, Han Li was hurrying to make the meeting that he and Qi Yunxiao had set. In addition, he wanted to see if that formation master was able to repair the damaged ancient teleportation formation. If the seven sects were to face a great defeat in a battle, this would be his last resort for escaping. Otherwise, if the six Devil Dao sects were to have their hands suddenly freed, he could only do his best to survive under their suppression and encirclement. How could he have any time to continue his cultivation in that situation? Han Li estimated that if no accidents occurred on this trip, a short duration of 20 days would be more than enough to take care of his business without delaying the mission Li Huayuan had given him. Thus, he could continue to move forward assuredly. Qi Yunxiao and Han Li's meeting location was in a certain tea house in a small city in the state of Yuanwu. Based on what Qi Yunxiao said, the tea house was opened by one of his subordinates, so once Han Li found that location, he could easily contact Qi Yunxiao. Han Li moved as fast as lightning the entire way. Even if he occasionally encountered a few other cultivators, he would just brush past them without paying them any additional attention. He had no intentions of chatting with them. After flying non-stop for 7 or 8 days, Han Li finally arrived at the small, Golden Horse City. In order to not create a commotion, Han Li landed and put away his magic tools a few kilometers away from the city. Then, he walked slowly towards the city gate. Although this Gold Horse City was not large, the outside of the city door was bustling with people coming and going, seemingly very busy. Han Li's appearance was plain, and the robes he wore had long since been exchanged for a worn-down Confucian robe. When squeezed in the midst of all the people entering the city, he did not draw attention whatsoever. In this way, he followed the flow of the people into the city. This tea house's reputation was not small. Han Li randomly found a child to inquire about the location of the Clear Spring Tea House and actually easily got the answers he was looking for. He then walked towards the place. Naturally, when Han Li was standing in front of this Clear Spring Tea House, he began to assess it with great interest. Chapter 275 Fragrant Tea. Chapter 275 Fragrant Tea. This tea house wasn't large. It was only a single-story building with 3 rooms. Before having even entered, Han Li could already smell the fragrant scent of tea. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Although Han Li did not understand much about the intricacies of tea, he felt a slight trace of spiritual qi from the tea fragrance. His heart stirred, and he did not hesitate to enter any further. The 3 rooms were arranged side to side with 1 large room and 2 small. At this moment, it was filled with groups of 3 to 4 tea guests. The tea shop didn't have any empty seats, so 7 to 8 differently dressed patrons peacefully waited at the side. Even though the tea shop had many guests inside, there wasn't a single person making a ruckus. The majority of them softly closed their eyes and sipped the fragrant tea before them. There were only a few people who were whispering. On the wall of the largest room at the center, a several-meter-long yellow paper banner hung from the top of the wall. On it was written, "Every guest is limited to 1 pot per day," in large and bold calligraphy. It was quite eye-catching. When Han Li saw this, he found it funny. This was the first time he heard of those making a living from selling food or drink limiting the quantities that others could buy. However, he only laughed away and didn't take the trouble to think of it further. Instead, He swept his gaze across the room and immediately spotted a person appearing to be the shopkeeper pacing back and forth in a corner. This should be the tea shop's shopkeep. He appeared to be over 40 years old and had short facial hair, giving him an exceptionally shrewd appearance. At this moment he was standing at the front counter, using an abacus with a lowered head. From time to time, he turned his head to look at his ledger. Hanli walked several steps over and stood in front of the desk, remaining calm and silent. This caused the shopkeep to look up with a bit of surprise. Once he clearly saw Hanli, his expression immediately changed. He hastily put his abacus and ledger to the side and left the front counter. With slight reverence, he respectfully asked, "Is there any matter this junior may help senior with?" "This one will spare no effort." This shopkeep was unexpectedly a cultivator in addition to a shopkeep, but his cultivation was pathetically low. He was only at the 4th layer of chi condensation. Now that he was facing a senior with unfathomably deep cultivation, his heart was naturally restless. Hanli didn't say anything further. He lightly wiped against the desk counter with his sleeve pocket, leaving behind a sparkling azure jade pendant on the counter. When the shopkeep saw this jade pendant, he stared blankly at it. But soon after, he said with an expression of pleasant surprise, "So it turned out to be Senior Han. This junior is lacking in manners. Young Master Chi has already told me that Senior would arrive in the near future. This junior has been waiting for you for quite a long time." When Hanli heard this, he put away his jade pendant and peacefully said, "I wish to now see your clan's young master. Please show me the way." "I will follow your orders, Senior." He first called over 2 of the store's waiters, and after telling them a few words, he brought Hanli to the back door and left the town, heading west. Gold Horse Town had a large expanse of yellow-green hills on its west side. They were countless and varied of all sizes. The shopkeep brought Hanli through the hills with much familiarity and made several turns. They then arrived at a sunken depression that spanned over 15 acres. At the center of the depression were 7 to 8 white stone rooms. To the east and west of the rooms, there were several batches of thinly spread azure bamboo. Although its strength isn't as high as the spell formation's original might like I predicted, the improved formation is still more powerful than the formation I gave you originally by 3 times. Qi Yunxiao said somewhat apologetically. It seemed he was still a bit worried since he hadn't improved the formation establishment magic tool's power to what was previously agreed. 3 times. Hanli's expression changed, his heart feeling extremely amazed. A tenth of the 5-element reversal formation was already enough to completely satisfy Hanli, who felt there was no need for further improvement. Even a core formation cultivator such as Lei Wanhe had felt this formation was quite a pain to deal with. If he truly improved the formation to the point where it was 3 times more powerful, it could resist even core formation cultivators. With this thought, Hanli couldn't help but want to look inside the wooden box. Meanwhile, Qi Yunxiao picked up the silver book and carefully looked at it. When Hanli opened the box, he saw a set of formation flags and plates with oppressive spiritual qi. Hanli took them out for a careful look. This set of magic tools had much more formation flags and formation plates than the previous set. Furthermore, the decorative design and written seals were obviously more complicated. It appeared that what he said wasn't false. Its strength was far greater than its previous iteration. Hanli put away the formation flags with satisfaction and then took a look at Qi Yunxiao. At this moment, Qi Yunxiao had lightly stroked Yunxiao's experience with a smile. It seemed he made a similar inspection and confirmed the seal had remained. "I am very satisfied with these improved set of formation establishment magic tools. I have truly troubled you, fellow Daoist," Hanli said with a slight smile. Senior's words are over-exaggerating. This one is truly grateful that Senior returned this book with its seal intact. This junior should be thanking you greatly." When Chi Yunxiao heard Han Li's words, he shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it and cordially replied. Han Li smiled, and after saying a few more modest remarks, he chatted a bit with Chi Yunxiao. The shopkeep came a moment later and served 2 cups of lovely emerald green tea. The tea's fragrance was clearly far richer than the tea from the Clear Spring Tea House. Obviously, higher-grade tea leaves released slightly heavier amounts of spiritual qi. Under Chi Yunxiao's eager invitation, Han Li took 2 sips. He immediately felt his mouth refreshed and his mind cleared. He couldn't help but praised it, saying, "Good tea. I didn't know tea leaves could be blended with spiritual qi. It's too wonderful for words. I assume these must have personally been made by fellow Daoist. I am truly in admiration." Han Li's words were actually said with sincerity. To be able to blend spiritual qi with common tea leaves, this was something Han Li had never heard of. Furthermore, the tea's fragrance was incomparable, far better than the top teas of the mortal world. When Chi Yunxiao heard Han Li's words, he wore an embarrassed expression and hastily explained, "Senior misunderstands. This tea was not refined by this junior. My close friend gave it to me as a present. These tea leaves were the result of nearly 10 years of my close friend's research in the mortal world." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.